darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
화이팅! 한국 화이팅! 주연 화이팅!
Welcome, Giga Chads, one and all, to LCK Summer 2024. I am Atlas, joined by Orcs here, and I was feeling so optimistic today that I decided I would wear Valdez's jacket. Because I felt like perhaps my weight loss journey was going well. It's not. I am extraordinarily stifled in this thing. I can barely move my arms. He is a smaller man than I, but we persevere. Let's dive into the standings and see what we have in front of us today. Humble Life Esports, second place right now, looking to lock that one in with a victory, but they have to go through Bro on, what is it?
A one-win streak.
Hell yeah, it is.
Same as Humble Life Esports. So I think, you know, people like to focus on win-loss, points, whatever. I'm looking at that streak, and to me, that says it's an even matchup. If they're both on a one-win streak, how can we really distinguish, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think these two teams have definitely guaranteed that they are just as good as each other. Ignore the fact that Bro has only won 2 matches because they've won 8 games, okay? That is so many more times the amount of actual matches that they've won, you know? So that's pretty impressive. Okay, we'll see whether they can actually lock in second place here. Just to be serious, Humble Life Esports have not guaranteed that second place position. Getting a bye in the first round of playoffs is extraordinarily powerful. Does mean that they then have to make decisions, some of which have bitten our teams in the behind in the past. But we will get to that when we get to that, because Humble Life Esports have not secured that second place, and a win here will get them a little bit closer.
Yep, and so this is a matchup you expect Humble Life Esports to win, which is when Bro is most powerful. But
yes,
ultimately, it is one they need. Just to secure that top 2, D+, looking like the team most likely to be able to catch them up right now, and they definitely want to secure that second round bye.
Exactly. Doran showcases a beautiful ult with Kennen as Morgan goes off with Cassante. And Renekton, I want to say, he was my vote for OPGG Player of the Week last week. Was pretty sure he wasn't going to win, however, did need to put my vote in for the Lord of the top lane.
And I believe Doran didn't actually get any OPGG Player of the Week.
Oh.
So
are we adding more in favor of Bro for this one?
Bit of an edge.
All right, this might not be as much of an edge. Zeker is only 1 kill away from all-time 1,000 LCK kills. Kind of absolutely insane that Pays just picked this one up a little bit before.
Yeah, some games it feels like Pays gets 1,000 in a game.
That's true. That is very
understandable.
true.
Second, I don't think he's had the loudest split we've had from him. Definitely feels like other members of the team have kind of shone more, but he's been putting in the consistent work. I think particularly when he's on his picks, he's had a lot of good picks in this meta.
I would agree.
And he's been getting work done. Also, we saw the Yone changes.
Precisely.
The extra early damage on Q traded off for the old cooldown late game. I think a lot of our mid laners definitely feel like that's a favorable trade. You'd rather have the early pressure, and you're not really ulting twice in a team fight, so that cooldown doesn't make too much of a difference.
Exactly right. We're going to be inviting Humble Life Esports out into LoL Park. First off here, they are the home team this time. And I think my eyes are going to be glued towards the bottom side of the map. I feel like the last couple of weeks haven't been the best for Viper. We do have very high expectations for this player. I think he was vying for MVP of the season earlier on, but since then has kind of waned a little bit. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do here today up against the Giga Chads, who we know are no pushovers anymore. Just taking down KT in a 2-0, absolutely unprecedented. They now have a new patch to play on. I expect they're going to have to ban Yone this time around if my YouTube algorithm has anything to say about it. A lot of maniacal cackling of people saying this champion did not need to be buffed.
Yeah, and the buffs that Yone got, max rank Q, which you get at level 9, 20 extra damage, and think how often you see Yone using that.
They Q a lot, yeah.
It's a lot, so definitely a powerful pick, but the problem is, I think this is the issue playing against Humble Life Esports, especially as Bro are opening up on the red side. A lot of things to ban, but, you know, Bro unleashed, unlocked.
Yeah, and you can only pick one broken thing on the blue side.
True.
And maybe Humble Life Esports can be mind-controlled into thinking that the Shyvana nerf was actually a buff, and Peanut's just going to go do that again. Imagine that.
Ugh.
First pick Shyvana into Rumble Ezreal, baby, something like that. I have no idea. Maybe there's going to be some Aurora shenanigans this time around as well.
Bro will first pick Renekton, you know they will.
Well, thankfully, they're on the red side, so they won't be able to do that. We've got Fate sitting here with decent kill participation. Outside of that, the stats are not necessarily the greatest, and Zeka being a bit of a solo kill king, but like you were saying, has had a little bit of a quiet one, and here, especially in round 2, really has not been finding too many angles to really get involved.
Yeah, and I don't think it's not to say that he's played badly, it just kind of feels like the games haven't necessarily been about him as much. But I think Fate's been a solid addition to Bro, but Bro's still with their issues. I don't think there's any easy solutions to their place in the standing. They just have to weather the storm until they're out of playoff contention, and then they can really take that place in terms of their power.
And do you know what's actually absolutely insane about this? Is the fact that we have Bro versus Nongshim taking place on the final day of the LCK this season. And do you know what could possibly happen? Right now, Bro has the same game score as Nongshim. Actually, very, very close. They are 2 apart.
Yeah.
But DRX currently in 9th place, actually behind them. But there is only one match between these two squads. And it's a big point swing if you manage to defeat that opposition. It can be an opportunity for Bro to actually make it out of final place. As, we don't want to see Peanut on the Shyvana. This is, I believe, a prayer. G-Sun did try to let me know, but it was very hard to talk and listen at the same time.
Let's break up.
Peanut, let's break up. That's what Shyvana was saying. Yeah, okay, good. Good. And I hope that's going to be amicable.
Oh, I hope Peanut doesn't get clingy. And
this
please,
is the
we
thing.
Can make it work.
Sometimes you've just got to have a clean break and just go your separate ways and flourish independent of one another. And I think that maybe that is what Peanut is going to have to do with Shyvana.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to hover it as soon as we get in a champion select. There's no... Oh, no, he is.
Now, that feels a little clingy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And you know he's going to as well.
It is
and
Peanut.
especially he's against Bro, he'll be like, well, you know, now I can pick Shyvana, surely. You know, he'll be like, oh, yeah, they nerfed the AP ratio, but they buffed the base damage and the AD ratio.
There you go.
They're getting graphs out. You'll be like, well, actually, if you look at this point of the game, it does more damage.
As soon as I finish Spear of Sojin at the very beginning of the game, I'm going to be doing this tiny amount more damage.
Yeah, and the coaching staff is just like sitting there just staring at him, and all his teammates are like, please.
Yeah, everyone's just sweating in the room. He's like, have we not put the AC on, guys? Like, what's going on?
The fans are just looking like the most stressed you can imagine. Like all the pro fans just chilling.
Oh, 100%.
HLE fans? Oh, God.
Well, all the pressure is actually on Humble Life Esports, as we know. Bro are eliminated. They don't need to worry about this at all. They're just vibing. They're chilling. You can see a bit of a grin on Morgan's face as the Renekton, like you say, gets banned away.
Yeah, a bit of respect on the other side as well. We've seen a lot of Ivan bans towards Peanut. Maybe this is the strategy from Bro. Just ban junglers until there's only one left that he can
Yeah. LeBlanc going to be banned away as well. Okay, so there needs to be an Ezreal ban, an Aurora ban, a Maokai ban, and a Rumble ban. And that's 4 champions.
That's a lot of champions.
One of them has been banned.
Maybe they're going with the strategy of, well, they can only pick one champion on blue side. It's a dangerous one.
It is indeed. Do Humble Life Esports ban away? Okay, they just take away Corki. Rumble, Ezreal, or Aurora. The choices here. If you were watching yesterday, Aurora was Flame Horizoned and then won the game.
That's the thing, is in our first series, we didn't even get a lock in. So we'll see. I do think the champion's incredibly broken, incredibly strong, but it really depends whether the players are willing to bring it out.
Yeah, I'm interested. Yone going to be taken off the board here.
I like that. I think we talked about the buffs, but it's a Zeka specific, very powerful pick. I mean, I know Fate is called Fate, which obviously goes in line with some of Yone's abilities, but I think denying it from Zeka, definitely high value. And now Humble Life Esports, this is actually a tough decision. There's a lot of powerful picks open that you have to choose between. I feel like maybe it's just the Rumble angle?
Yeah, I think so. Or Sejuani.
Wow. So it's a powerful pick, but definitely not one of the ones that I expected. Especially Vi's open and available, so Brion could pick that up themselves, but I think the priority now might be
Rumble Ezreal?
Rumble Ezreal possibly. We saw the Ezreal priority drop a little bit yesterday. With
True,
that's
true.
I still think it's very strong, but it really comes down to how proficient you are on it. Vipe obviously very proficient. We'll see whether...
Ashe is available.
So we've seen a lot of Ashes played into the Ezreal, and also denies that like Ashe Sejuani combo. That slow potential very strong.
And I do think that Rumble should probably still just be locked in here for Morgan.
It's pretty good. And I also think Aurora less valuable when Ezreal is in the game on the other enemy team, because obviously you can just Arcane Shift out of her ultimate.
True.
Tristana going to come through. Definitely a pick that has fallen down in terms of priority.
Yeah. And so that means that the Rumble and the Ezreal and the Aurora all sort of go through after the Sejuani first pick.
Yeah, you know, I feel like Brion picking the Aurora when Ezreal could come out the other side, lower value, but if Humble Life Esports get the Aurora, how is Ashe Trish supposed to play into that? I don't know.
Yeah, of course, blinks work, dashes, rocket jump does work like that. Means that you just crash into a wall, and that feels pretty bad. Jhin going to be the lock-in here, though, for Humble Life Esports. And so I guess, just still trying to figure out the patch as Zeka is hovering a bunch of stuff. I think Rumble is probably something that really should have been picked way earlier.
This feels like such a late Rumble pick. Like, it's so rare that Rumble isn't first picked by either side in this situation. But you see Brion looking to pick up an AP jungler, as they do have those double AD carries between them. Looking at the Lilia right now, which has already been very popular in the LPL, recently rising in popularity in the LCK. Canyon did play that yesterday.
Yep. And it's also a bro special. This was one of Umpty's favorites. Now, of course, flourishing on Team Liquid, but this is his legacy. Young Jay going to be playing it this time around, and of course the rest of the bros are pretty used to playing alongside a Lilia.
Yeah, one of the advantages of it is into a Jhin, he has to stand still to ult, so could definitely throw a bowling ball towards that and disrupt it. Next rotation of bans, I feel like Brion might be in trouble, because not only is the Rumble pick come through, but Humble Life Esports now have the opportunity to ban away top laners to make it even more difficult for Morgan in that matchup if they want to.
Hopefully Morgan has something prepared that isn't just hope that Nah isn't banned. Because I assume that is part of the strategy here. I think Humble Life Esports are going to observe the orange Yordle and probably get rid of it. But K'Sante is going to leave first.
I feel like the thing is you ban away the picks that you expect to see into Rumble, like the K'Sante. But we've seen Cassante consistently lose against Rumble.
Yeah, right. Like, the amount of Cassantes being abused by Rumble has been a number way higher than I think it should be.
Yeah, so...
Hasn't necessarily... It hasn't been a guaranteed win, though, Orcs. Like, yesterday, we did see that the Cassante just sort of weathered the storm, and then Dudu was the Dusante at the end.
Yeah, so it makes sense, you know, to ban it away. Braum ban going to come through. Not want to deal with Ashe Braum. This does put extra weight on the Leona pick, though, which is kind of the problem if you're on blue side banning the Braum. You'd love to have the Braum into Leona. By banning it, you free up that Leona pick for the side of Brion. I think Delight probably just going to go Alistair in this matchup. Very comfortable on that pick. Good into the Leona as well.
Gives you some pretty good double engage as well with alongside the Sejuani. I like it. Like it a lot. We'll have to see whether it is locked in and then what the next pick is going to be, because we're looking for Zeka's choice in the mid lane.
Yeah, and in this situation, he kind of has a lot of free. You can see on the side of Brion, they expect him to take an AD mid. They banned Yasuo and Lucian. You can definitely take an AD mid here, but you could also take AP. You know, you have the Jhin in the bot lane.
Yeah.
You kind of have options here.
Oh, Jace.
Ends up going for the Jace here. So a lot of poke power from this. And if you think about how Honor Life Esports wants to play these fights, you know, they have Engage, they have the Equalize, they have the Jhin ult. You throw a Shock Blast on top of that.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be rough. And it's going to be the Ornn top lane for Morgan.
Look at him just chilling as well, man. He's like, yeah, obviously it was going to be the Ornn pick. Dandy, not looking too stressed about it, but that is an interesting one.
Playing Jhin into Ornn pretty hard.
True.
If you want to try and set up that ult.
I mean, playing Jhin into, like Ashe, Leona, and Ornn, and bowling balls?
Yeah.
Actually, everyone has like an infinity-long ability that can just kind of stop you from pressing R.
And a lot of tanks as well. Honestly, I think the Ornn pick actually kind of... It's going to be a rough time into the Rumble, but if Morgan can get through the laning phase, I think it kind of rounds out that comp pretty well. Super bulky front line to match what Honor Life Esports has. They have the double AD carries, a lot of long-range damage on those two picks if they can close the distance onto the Jhin and Jace, but also just good at shredding frontline. I'd say the frontline shred of Bro is better. So if it ends up just being a front to back, I think they might be able to come out ahead. It really depends whether they can stabilize and not fall too far behind.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go, because I kind of just love this Bro composition. I think it fits their playstyle extraordinarily well, and I think that it has a lot of cohesion moving into these team fights. Does also have some side lane threat with the Tristana. The engage is definitely there with Ashe and the Ornn and Leona. There are a lot of options here for the Bros as we get into it. Not to mention Young Jay's follow-up with the Lilting Lullaby. Oh man, well, maybe OK Savings Bank Brion can do it once again. Stop it at the Rift and see whether they can.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, I hope you guys were fan chanting alongside in the chat with the Giga Chats. I know that everyone is just hoping that they have a good time. A win doesn't matter. But if they have a good time, that does. And we'll see whether they do. This time around, winning, obviously more fun. And so that would be the optimal strategy for today's have fun move, right?
That's the goal. That's what we're hoping for. And I think ultimately it really comes down, because I think Young Jay on the Lilia is going to be able to have a great time into Sejuani, but it really depends on the lanes and how they're doing. See, Bro, pushing aggressively here. You know, you have an Ashe, you have a Leona. Why not?
Yeah.
Just challenging the enemy jungle. Lilia also extremely powerful level 1. Just be able to spam her Q. So you see that HLE respect that. We'll see the cross invade from Peanut, but Morgan, he doesn't like this.
Yeah, he's going to come on over. See whether he can actually bully Peanut away here as the red buff doing some work. It's going to be the permafrost, but the red buff really getting mad. And Morgan doing a lot of work, making sure that Peanut goes as low as possible. Blast Cone could have been employed there, but Peanut is just going to take away this red. Should be able to back away.
Yeah, ends up being a trade. You know, Morgan got a grasp stack, did a little bit of harassing there to Peanut, but not really going to be too consequential. He is going to be a bit late to lane, though. Not able to see how many minions he missed. You can see bot lane, you combine an Alistair, one of the weakest level 1s in the game, with an Ashe, one of the strongest level 1s, and Delight not able to do much. He will find Young Jay, but they really cannot do anything here, except maybe steal on these little Krugs.
Yeah. So just one of them does go their way. The entire bottom side has now been cleared in exchange for the top side, so it is pretty even. Zeka getting taken down very low. Fate with his explosive charge able to win out on these trades very early on. Certainly feels good for the Tristana, but Zeka going to be able to drink his potion. Him and Fate doing the same thing, so it should be a relatively even thing in the end, especially if Zeka can land a few of these shock blasts, as we can see. Minion wave under control by the Trist.
I feel like whenever mid lanes are this aggressive in terms of trading, it really comes down to junglers who gets to show up first and be able to turn it into a kill. We'll see if either of them end up finding a recall angle. They just heal up and get some safety. Top lane, this is no surprise. Rumble going to have priority, and Morgan did also miss some early CS, I think, this XP from them. We can see bottom mid, Bro doing pretty well in the lane matchup so far, which is exactly what you need.
Yeah. Morgan just finding some brittle procs here, and his job is to live. If he lives, then honestly, everything's kind of fine. We've spoken about the K'Sante matchup many times. It's the same thing. Take the abuse, and then hope that you're useful later on. And not a liability because you gave a bunch of gold over to a Rumble who uses it very well.
The farm gap, pretty solid. He's only down 4, and also, it's hard not to be useful on Ornn. You know, I feel like K'Sante, even though he's obviously very strong, you have to be able to duel in team fights on the back of your ultimate, which just give a lot of power. But Ornn, you can just give out ornaments and press R.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Thanks for not talking about Fate trying to CS underneath that turret, by the way, because it was very, very difficult to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Tristana is notoriously difficult to CS on a turret, but that's no real excuse.
It went severely bad. All right, we're going to headbutt Bulb here from Delight, and the Shock Blast misses. I just don't know whether it's going to be enough. The flash out was optimistic at best, as now Envy, he's turned up. Fate going to get in here as well. Let's see if they can get anything done, but that Permafrost is too strong, and that is 2 kills for Humble Life Esports.
Great skirmish power there from HLE. They take out Young Jay immediately. I also love they threw the Ignite down. You know, Lilia can actually heal so much in these early fights. Didn't give the opportunity for that. And Bro decided to see if they can take the back end of the fight and end up paying for it with another death. So those early lanes that were going pretty good mid-bot have kind of just backfired here.
Yeah, not exactly the optimal situation here, as Morgan trying to utilize his Bellows Breath that looks kind of similar to a Flame Spitter.
Lot less damage though.
Yeah, and it just seems like it is not as powerful. We're going to have a look at this one more time, as I think Bro felt like they were doing okay, but Delight said, no, you're not.
Yeah, delayed CC. The Ignite obviously means you're not getting any real healing out of the passive. And then here, Bro, like, okay, you know, we have Tristana here, we can look for it. But with Viper turning up, landing that root, Polly is just dead. And the rest of them have to back away.
Well played there by Humble Life Esports to get themselves off to a great start. And that is not even involving their Rumble, who might be able to help out with these grubs that are going to be spawning in 30 seconds time. I think that Bro, if they're able to actually get that, as there's a Hex Flash to come through here as the special delivery of Polu. He doesn't have Flash, and he doesn't have a hope of getting out of this one. That is going to be the kill. Viper locks it down. And Hanwha are just not letting their foot off the gas.
Yep, really great setup. You can see Polu just walked past that brush. Delight was in. Delight got the perfect angle to knock him back. And I think maybe he could have thrown the sweeper down just to check. Didn't expect him to be hiding there. The hidden cow is the deadliest.
It is indeed. And even though we saw Static Shiv get a little bit of a nerf, I think that Viper's still going to be building it. Of course, it's phenomenal for setting up that W. So you can do it a million miles off screen if you just get a cheeky zap onto someone. Kind of silly. And so already with the Swifty Boots, and we know that Viper is the Drifter.
Oh yeah.
Earth, Wind, and Fire in order means we get Drift once again, by the way.
That would be the dream.
That would be. That's all right. That is a lot of damage taken here by Fate.
Yeah, starting to be a bit rougher in the mid lane. Also,
Yeah.
HLE now picking up those grubs, going to put them in an advantage. Don't even see the Dragon traded off on the bot side, so...
He managed to get all of that CS, though. So I'm going to say
practicing.
big improvement.
Yeah, every wave he's getting a little bit better.
Uh-huh. And that is the main thing. We can see only behind by about 4 CS right now in mid lane. And it's only 2 assists going over to Zeka as well, so that is actually going to help out. So he had picked up a kill there, then maybe it could have been a bit of a disaster.
The light was spotted.
Huh. Then Polu just decided that he was going to be okay.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird one. Peanut is going to steal away the red buff, and then Zeka will kill Youngjae. Not entirely sure about what the setup was there, but it didn't go very well for Bro.
Oh,
as that's 1,000 kills. And he stops just to let us absorb the moment as we get that zoom in. He has actually, it was a while ago, surpassed Lava, the former LoL king of Bro.
I think sometimes, fans are like, how much attention do pros pay to these sort of records? Like, how aware of them are they? Zeka definitely very aware. That
he was aware that time, yep.
Yeah, for sure. Gets that, does a little bit of showboating, and why not? Because they are in a really good position in this game. We'll see the setup for this one. I think it's as simple as they just kill Youngjae.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that is perhaps what it was. I think on top of that, one of the reasonings was that they had wards, and Bro did not have wards. And wards do seem somewhat powerful at creating information for yourself that you are then able to leverage into getting kills.
Some good analysis right there.
Thank you very much. That's why they pay me the big bucks. No, that's actually why they pay you the big bucks.
Yeah, you're doing my job. Stop.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, come on. Stick to your lane.
Yeah, I'm going to try. Which lane is that? The yelling?
Yeah, the yelling
about stuff.
They haven't introduced that yet in League of Legends, the yelling lane.
Ah.
It'd be pretty good.
Well, that's apparently where I'm going to go, so I'm going to look for it. It's going to be hard for me to do it properly because, as I mentioned before, I have a jacket on that is too small. I am feeling stifled, and so it may actually affect my ability to yell, but we'll get there.
Trying to contain you.
Indeed. Maybe that's what it is. It's just making sure that I don't go too overboard.
Yeah, because, I mean, with the series with Bro in, now they're unleashed. They're the 3,000 gold deficit.
Yeah.
They're ramping up.
This is about perfect timing. Okay, there's a pulverize onto two of them. Delight possibly ready to have a nap. As you can see, they do get lilted, but the Unbreakable Will is pretty powerful here. Viper not feeling like he wants to get amongst it. That's a good flash from Delight as the curtains have been called. Polo in trouble, and there is the setup. That was absolutely gorgeous with the Glacial Prison off the back of the slow to guarantee the last bullet of the curtain call. HLE Esports are just not letting Bro play this game.
They're really not, and their Delight had the level advantage, so had his ult available, able to tank up a lot of damage. The Ash Arrow is flashed, and then the turnaround. No one from Bro willing to step in for Polu. They're like, you know what, you're on your own, buddy. Not want to risk their lives as well. And you can see here, Delight ends up being the focus target at the start, but the ult really mitigates so much damage here, with Youngjae just trying to shred through him.
And I feel like Delight did that headbutt pole without knowing that Youngjae was there, and then as soon as he was there, he was excited about it.
Got more than he was hoping for. And here, yeah, Youngjae's like, you know what?
Yeah, sorry.
You can die, Polu.
Sorry, bro.
You've died twice already. I've died twice already. You can take the third one.
Understandable. That's the only deaths, actually, on both Youngjae and Polu.
It's a lot of a goal difference, though,
yeah.
Substantial.
And the fact that the top lane is the one that is the biggest gap is somewhat worrying because he hasn't been a part of any of the kills. He's just been laning a whole lot better. You can see about 35 CS the advantage.
Yeah, that first wave, it was like 4 CS difference, and I was like, you know what? Things are going pretty, and then it's no longer as good. But now he's ulting for the wave, so...
Hey, it's working, kinda. As Peanut is just going to ignore it. Oh, they just trade places! Morgan with the Giga outplay.
Morgan dies when he chooses to die.
Absolutely.
That was not right there. He chose to live, and he willed it, and he gets away. And Youngjae actually getting a Void Grub on the top side.
Yeah, cheeky grub.
One though, but they are getting the Tristana some free time on this tower, which is... Well, oh no.
Oh dear.
He's got no equalize, it's okay.
Well, Envy is going to try and clear out this ward. Should be able to do so. As now you can see, Fate on the top side of the map taking down that turret. That's going to be in trade for this dragon. Will be picked up by Peanut. Youngjae, he did step away from these grubs, was a little bit worried that HLE Esports were going to go for some sort of trade. They did have vision, courtesy of this Rift Scuttler. We'll get information that this dragon is going to be taken down though, and Youngjae elects to only take a second one.
Yeah, he's been very conservative with these takes. Maybe if he sees Peanut bot, he'll go, it's time for a third.
Oh, well, you can see Viper did tank up a bunch of turret shots, as now Peanut is likely to die. There he goes. The arrow is going to fly past. And Morgan, as we mentioned before, decides when he dies.
And it was not that time. Just manages to tank it up. Jin, notoriously not the best at dealing with tanks. He's not the best at DPSing through them. And even though Morgan's gone for this full MR build, he was tanky enough to survive both of them. And Peanut just a little bit disrespectful, I would say.
Yeah, Rooken is done here for the Ornn, who is now just going to trade places, heads towards the top side, has shored up that gold gap just a little bit by equalizing a bit of that money, but also he's been absorbing a lot of pressure. And so the gold gap has shrunk, not quite 3,000 anymore, as Peanut possibly stunned up here as there's a bowling ball connection. Young Jay just looking to take down this jungle as Fate getting the inside track here. Watch out, Eep onto Peanut. As the lilting lullaby comes in, he's burning down, but Polu is likely to fall. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade as now Fate goes in. I don't know about it, but they get blasted back. And the curtains have been called. Fate is down so incredibly low, and he's just hit by a harpoon. And unceremoniously destroyed. 3 now on the ground. And Humble Life Esports win another skirmish.
Unfortunately, bro, they start the fight off. They're able to take down Peanut, but the critical member was missing. They didn't have Morgan there, their carry. We'll see a display of why he is their carry. In this one, Peanut, he's like, you know what? We can just finish off Morgan. Viper's reloading. Gets the knockup. And then Viper's fourth shot just doesn't kill him.
Yeah.
Just doesn't kill him. Then he has to reload. And then here, yeah, they start the fight off on a Peanut. They're kind of like, you know what, we just wanted the Raptors. And then they realize they're getting TP'd on. They're like, okay, let's kill the Sejuani. And they do an okay job of that, but they burn so much. And then they get crowded in, and Doran gets this massive equalizer. Yeah. Also, the empowered static shiv from a champion kill. Fate is like, I'm gonna find Viper, but unfortunately doesn't find anything.
No, he instead finds a bullet to the noggin and then a harpoon to the face. And that is going to be the end of him. So a little bit unfortunate there. Bro kind of going a little bit overboard without their Lord from the top side. Maybe next time they will think against that. You got Ghostblade now completed here first for Zeka. Bit interesting. Haven't seen too many Ghostblades for the Jace. All right, Delight just going to do it again. Special delivery. Deadly Flourish is not going to land, and Envy just stands his ground because he knows that he's not going anywhere. Bullet going to connect. And Viper even had time to reload and take him down.
It's always funny when, you know, they're really far ahead, so, oh, they're looking for
okay. Yep, there is just a kill onto Polu. As Delight very happy to tank this one up, as Morgan is like, I will not defend. And he also may just decide that now is the time to die, because the headbutt, gonna be avoided. Still he's going to die, but it was very, very cute. Bowling ball will connect onto Morgan.
He chose to die that time.
He did.
His teammates are dying. He's like, look, if I don't die, I'm gonna look like I wasn't really trying hard enough. So
yeah, it won't, it's bad for morale.
Yeah, and with the troops on this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like it's always funny when Jin's fed, and you know there's no chance of a turnaround, but he's awkwardly reloading. Like, the Ashe is low HP, and he's just he's fumbling with the bullets. He's dropping them on the floor. It's
yeah,
very goofy, but he does manage to get a bullet back in time and kill Envy.
He has 6 kills, Ox.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, he's got rapid fire cannon and static shiv and some swiftness boots.
Yeah, very fast Jin right now.
Yeah,
but not yet big damage Jin. Really waiting for when he gets like Infinity Edge to be the big damage Jin. But a lot more items than Envy, who has nothing. Does Envy actually? Envy doesn't.
It's like they're playing a game of Civilization against one another, and Envy's in like the Stone Age, and Viper is in the Modern Age.
He literally has a slingshot. Look at his.
Yeah, he's got a slingshot and a small pickaxe, so he knows ceramics or something like that. And then you've got like electric sword and like mega big gun
Just
thing.
a gun. A gun is enough.
Yeah, like even musketmen at this stage is something that they would have never understood at all. As this is Envy going down.
Yeah,
a slingshot, not enough.
Awkward waiting for something as Jin gets the Q to finish it off. Good setup there from Delight. And they're like, you know what? Let's go a little bit further.
Yeah, 노플이거든.
Yeah. And Delight is having a day out, by the way. I think that Viper's been having a good day, but for me, this one's all about this Alistair just doing everything this game. Bowling ball will connect there onto Doran, and he will be taken down after the flash. Very nicely done. It's in trade for an inner turret on the bottom side, but they'll get the top lane outer as well.
Objective bounties, you know. Make a little resurgence, a bro-surgence.
Oh, okay, so no Drift. A little bit of a shame. Swift Rift still on the table. Earth, Wind, and Fire still possible.
That's the hope.
As we are 1 month away from September as well. So
Envy got an item.
Hey, there we go. Managed to at least get the electric sword thingy.
We're progressing. slightly.
It's not. It's more like a dagger, isn't it? That's what a shiv is. More like a dagger?
Yeah.
Okay, so electric dagger. Polo does just find Morgan. They do need to invest a fair bit, as in picture-in-picture we're going to see the headbutt pole once again. Envy, oh dear, he is just taking engage after engage. Last tick of Ignite going to be enough to do it. That is 209 for this cow, who is just really having a day out. Left the pasture and is really just enjoying himself.
I feel like this is kind of the problem with Delight, is that, you know, Leona's really powerful, high priority pick, and obviously we've seen what she can do. But I feel like even if you deny Leona from Delight, if he gets Alistar or Rel, it feels like maybe even he has more impact than on Leona.
Yeah, Alistar, Rel, Rakan.
Yeah. So it's not that I think it was the wrong decision to deny the Leona and get it for yourselves, but I just think Delight doesn't care. He is just rather good at these champions.
Yep. Barely matters which one he gets.
He will do things, and he is kind of just styling on Bro at the moment, getting lots of value out of that Hex Flash, and just trying to use Flash as much as possible so he has that Hex Flash enabled.
I love it. It's an Ocean Soul this time, so it's a very pretty Rift, but it's not really going to do too much. And I think in games like this, where we're not likely to even get to a Soul being a worthy conversation, maybe you just make sure that you're on the prettiest Rift possible.
And also it means more places for Delight to hide, more brushes for him to be...
More Hex Flash activation opportunities.
Yeah. Crouching Delight, Hidden Cow.
Indeed. Or Hidden Cowboy, as that's the skin that he's opted in for. Deadly Flourish going to be avoided, as is the Bowling Ball. And Delight gets the flash, the Pulverize on Envy once again. He's just beelining for this Ashe every single time, and now another Glacial Prison flies forward. The curtains, they have been called, but they do get out of the way. It's only one kill so far, as now Morgan looking to try and find an angle, but misses the second activation. Still, Fate's able to grab one. Zeka in trouble. 2 kills for the Bros, as they're still trying to fight it. Viper and Doran still with a lot of damage. But Young Jay wanting to find an avenue into this fight. Hanwha have found a way out, but they are still looking to get even more. The Flame Spitter comes in. Oh, it's the anti-synergy from the Buster Shot and that Searing Charge. But Bros still managed to win out on the fight.
Yeah, some good scrapping considering the deficit Bro are in. It feels like Morgan just called Life Esports into the Thunderdome and said, "Witness me." And they witnessed him all right. Yeah, ends up being not the most ideal place for Life Esports to take a fight. We see Delight gets a pretty nifty engage with the W and then flash Q here. But unfortunately, the follow-up just isn't there in time. So he gets that onto Young Jay and Envy. Follow-up's not there. They start to focus Polo, who flashes away. And then I'm not sure what cancelled Viper's ultimate. Oh, the Ash Arrow. Nice.
Ah, yep.
Yeah, really well played. And then the turnaround comes in. The sleep into the Arnold. Both of them manage to get out of it, but Morgan just in there, in the red buff pit with 4, like, yeah, I'm here, and what?
And he gets the 600 gold shutdown as well, as he takes down Mr. 1000 kills.
He's the one who needs it.
Oh, absolutely.
He's the one who deserves it.
We know who the carry is. It's not Envy, as we can see here. Morgan comes in, and they immediately have to turn tail. They're like, all right, I guess we're not killing the free Ashe this time around. There is a terrifying Blacksmith.
No. Third item for Viper's IE. He's a long way from getting an LDR, even with how fed he is. Can they kill Morgan? Oh no, Morgan, don't test it, don't test it.
I reckon you should test it. 1v4? Easy. Do you doubt our Lord?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay. Morgan is going to let them live for now. And also let them take his inner turret, which is probably not so good.
He's so generous, he's so gracious.
He is he's benevolent Lord. That is very true. He thinks first about his people. And it is an 8,000 gold lead, or at least very close. And so not a great time for the Bros. But he does now have Randuin's completed. That is his item parity with Doran at this point in time.
Yeah, and he gets the extra stats from his passive, so, you know, he's pumping the numbers a little bit. Needs to start getting some more levels, handing those out to teammates.
Yep.
I think, honestly, when a team is this far ahead, one of the things that can feel so difficult is a huge XP lead. But HLE aren't actually that far ahead in experience, because these solo laners are the same. AD carries 1 ahead. Jungler is 1 ahead, which is unfortunate when it's a Lilia who farms so fast, but ultimately...
Envy almost just dead from a captive audience.
Happens to the best of us.
He is not the carry. Envy is not the main character of this game.
He's there to apply slows so that Morgan could be the carry.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where he's kind of just comic relief, because he does manage to cleanse that one. Equalizer not really doing that much as Polo gets on out of there. That's going to be the kill onto the Lilia, though, and they do waste a lot trying to take down Peanut, who's not likely to die. Morgan dies, GigaChat, and now Life Esports just looking to try and finish them off. It is Fate taking a lot of damage, stuck between, as we like to say, a rock and a metaphorical hard place. Yeah, that is just an unceremonious pulverization of the Ashe, and the Deadly Flourish is exactly that. Alive, they will finish this one, and that is 3 kills going over to Viper. 10-0-7. 17 out of the 19 kills he's been a part of. And let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, you know, I think this is one of the strengths of the composition of Life Esports, opening up like this with the Jhin ult to back you up. The root comes down to Youngjae, the equalizer as well as fantastic. But also, Life Esports makes such a great decision here. Instead of chasing down this trio, they're like, we need to kill the carry. And Zephyr and Doran focus down Morgan immediately. And with him gone, you can see immediately, bro, no, they have to run away. There's no chance without the Lord himself.
And they were right. I don't know whether it was even anything to do with Morgan, but they were also never getting out of this one. Max range on the Deadly Flourish as well, absolutely beautifully done from Viper. And man, and this is not trying to throw shade or anything, but Envy is more than useless right now. He really just does not a whole lot at all.
Presses R, and he presses E. He is utility only.
Yeah.
He's not doing... Look at the item difference. You know, I talked about the LDR might be coming in late for Viper. He's like, you know what, you're right. I want to just shred through these tanks. I'm building it now. And then he still has a BF towards the IE.
I think he just went back home and said, 1 LDR, please, Boris.
Yeah.
And Boris just gave it to him.
Yeah, he's like, you know when people who are very wealthy, they don't end up paying for things because they have so much money, they get all the freebies. That's what it's like. He's like, I know you're good for it. Yeah. Here you go.
Let's just say he didn't get a monthly payment for that one. That was just a, nah, I'll just pay for it. It's totally fine. He had the cash for the Mercedes. Okay, there is another Glacial Prison onto Envy. And there's a Pulverize onto 3. Delight. I mean, if you weren't going to get POG, you definitely are now. As the Ram is going to get a double knock-up, as now Viper is in trouble. Fate is going to lock that one down with the help of the Lord. It's still probably the end of the game, but that was a pretty cool 1-2 punch there. As Morgan's still at full health. Maybe they'll be able to hold on to some Nexus turrets, but this inhibitor will be going down. And there are minions getting to work on the mid lane as well. With this Baron buff, and I didn't even really witness went down. I think it might have been taken during a replay or something like that, or perhaps my observational skills are not what they used to be. As to the skies, and Polo is going to go to the grave as well. Morgan knocked up momentarily, but is extraordinarily tanky. There's the knock-up onto Zeka. The Brittle's going to get procced. Permanently frosted is Morgan, but he loves it when it's cold. That's exactly where he's from, as the arrow is going to sail by inconsequentially. And Bro will chase down Delight and say, you stayed too long on our side of the rift.
Just feels like with the carry still there, Bro able to do it. Morgan just driving forward.
He is huge.
He's such a beefcake. And yeah, the initial fight, I'm not sure specifically what killed Envy. Oh, it was just, yeah, he just, I think it was like a Jhin shot that came through. Yeah.
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 The last one from a third health, yeah.
And then Fate's like, he finds a flank. The knockup comes in as well from the Ornn.
It's a lot of, like 1,000 gold going over to Fate as well. It's huge.
Yeah, unfortunately not Morgan, but, you know, we'll take
That's true.
And then here, Polo's still quite, he's a Leona, you're still quite tanky, but Morgan, he's the real beefcake. They can't shred through him. They barely break through his shield. And then Youngjae gets his great sleep, starts pumping damage in these tankier members. A little bit of disrespect from Life Esports. Morgan reminding them who's in charge of what happens here.
Yeah, we need to petition for a name change for Mortal Reminder. It should now be Morgan Reminder.
Yeah.
Because he does like to remind people that they are just not allowed to disrespect them. Otherwise, they will 2-0 you. KT learnt the hard way. See where the Life Esports are also going to learn, as they do hit the carry with the Glacial Prison, and Morgan just guffaws. He does not care, even a little bit. He's like, oh, I guess you can have my Rookern shield, you peasants. And Life will now continue the push. Envy, he cares a little more. The Equalizer will just melt the Ashe. Solar Flare connects. Onto Doran, though, as a lilting lullaby, I think is going to come in. That's a great sleep. The knockups are gorgeous. Doran will be taken down, and Zeka's dead as well. Viper can do nothing. The Bros will destroy you. Put respect on their name as the quadra kill comes in. Fate's gonna get a pentakill.
Never disrespect the Bros.
My God, what is this game?
HLE, just when it looks like they've got it in the bag, they kill off Envy almost immediately, but they pay for it.
Envy is just a cooldown soak. That's what he is now.
Yeah, he got the flash into light, the light goes in, and then Youngjae gets so much value here. The solar flare, triple sleep comes in after, and we see this ult from Morgan.
God.
Kills the light, gets Doran low, the cleanup's there. Viper gets a 4-chopper, has to reload now. He's stumbling with the bullets. He goes down, and Fate, he got that 1,000 gold shutdown before, and he immediately puts it to good use. First mate Fate on good form.
Oh, yes indeed, sir. I assume he's going to say thank you very much, Morgan. For that one, I think that the Call of the Forge God, absolutely gorgeous.
And in
that fight.
He's got so many items now. If you look at his inventory, Envy not so much. Don't look at Envy's inventory. Just cover it up with your hand. But look at Fate's inventory. He's almost got IE. It's looking good.
Yeah, he's got like the upgraded fidget spinner as well.
I'm going to ask you, here's the question.
Okay, go.
We have 2 people left who don't have ornaments.
Morgan,
give it to Polu or Envy first?
Oh, Polu 100%.
Because I think Polu...
100%. Polu just needs the extra health from the upgraded Warmogs, please.
I feel like Envy... You know,
they need to keep Envy squishy so that they still see him as a valid target to just overextend into.
Yeah.
That is his job right now. He is the bait. As the Bros feeling like perhaps in 4 seconds time, they'll grab a Baron. Fate has got 4 items. They are really good items. They do a lot of damage. They still have 2 inhibitors down, but they've taken care of these waves. And now Fate still hasn't pressed that teleport button. He can head towards this mid lane, clear out the waves. And bro, their setup on these objectives is actually kind of amazing. We mentioned already that this composition is very strong. It became not as much of a factor.
Oh, they're trying to bait them in. You can see HLE looking towards mid though, thinking, do we just push here?
Yeah, could be an opportunity. They are going to go for a little bit of a pincer maneuver, but there is the teleport to come through from Fate. A lot of damage now goes down onto Youngjae. Morgan pretty happily tanking things up. Searing Charge is going to get him out of any trouble as the volley to slow them down. Flash out from Doran here as Morgan throws the ram the wrong direction. He does not need that to take down Home Alive, but that equalizer is beautiful. But it's on the Envy. It doesn't even really matter. The arrow is going to sail by. It doesn't actually hit anything. And now Fate is just going to be burnt down. My God. Oh, Morgan was back in base defending, and they couldn't do it without their leader.
Oh, Morgan had to retreat. He had to defend the Nexus. He knows it's a priority, but unfortunately, the team cannot survive without him. And HLE should just be able to close this one out. Morgan could do his best, but 1v4 might be too much to ask.
Yeah, 1v4 is just, I think, maybe one too many for Morgan to handle. He is on the fountain, but his Nexus is exposed. And Home Life Esports, after a brilliant early game, will be able to close this one out, but Bro made it difficult for him.
And you know, it's not that common that we have pentakills in pro play. It was a bit more common when we had the Zeri.
Yeah.
But it's extremely rare that the losing team gets a pentakill.
Yeah.
Bro really just doing bro things. You know, they're not really fussed about winning or losing the game, but they'll get Fate a pentakill because they think he deserves it. And why not?
And he absolutely did. I think that Morgan probably deserved it that little bit more. Would have been my front runner for POG, but instead Delight is going to take that one away. Doran as well, I think, is going to get some votes because he did a lot of damage, especially in that last team fight. But without Delight just being absolutely everywhere, murdering Envy over and over again, would have been a very different story. Zeka, yes, once again, congratulations. Had a little bit of a slow one here on the Jace. We haven't seen mid-Jace really find that much value outside of, I think, BDD having the best performances so far on it.
I'm legitimately impressed Envy did 17k damage. I thought we were going to get into here and he'd have done like 300. I'm
surprised that he out-damaged Morgan.
He did not have the best of games.
Yeah.
Very targeted.
I guess he threw out a bunch of volleys, and some of them hit. But we are now going to go to a short break. We're going to look to recover after that game number 1 and come back to see whether the Giga Chads can give us 3 games after the space and break. We'll see you there.
레오나 안 보인다. 이쪽에 있을만해. 럼블이 그냥 찾아도 줄래? 내가 찾아줄게.
야, 뒤에서 큐알
나
가볼게.
텔가 풀게. 텔가. 레오나 여기 레오나 여기.
쌈 봐줘. 여기 천천히 쌈 보자.
애쉬디.
야, 오른쪽
레오나 너무
끊어볼게. 오른쪽 삥 났어.
텔가 볼게.
나 텔가 볼게 그냥. 오케이, 텔가 본데. 텔가 볼게.
직거나. 야 직거나 주자.
애쉬공 피할게.
업적이 나오긴 해. 세타 개피. 가져갔다.
This city never sleeps, chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for relief. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you on until the dawn. The darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure. Charged up, my fuse igniting a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage bursts through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn. The darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow.
Hello, Giga Chads. Welcome to Thursday. Bro versus Hanwha Life Esports. And Hanwha Life Esports takes game number 1. As it was a... we were talking that... Wolf and I were talking that it was almost a potentially perfect game. And then it turned into a wild.
I don't know what you're talking about, Degon. Do you know what he's talking about, Wolf?
It was nearly a perfect game. Yeah, it was a really great closeout from
start to finish, clean, especially from the second place team in the LCK. Exactly what you want to see.
Yeah.
No notes whatsoever.
Yeah, no, let's talk about the draft, where it was also perfect. There were no issues there either. A lot was left open in this draft because they banned the LeBlanc, the Corki on blue side, take the Ivern and the Maokai away from Peanut. And then at this point, you're like, ooh, do I ban Rumble? Do I ban Ezreal? Do I ban Aurora? A lot of tough choices, so they decide to trade. And Hanwha end up going with the Sejuani first pick, keeping the draft pretty open. Ashe comes through kind of saying, I don't think you're going to play Ezreal into this. And Aurora actually goes completely through the draft. I think the Rumble was a huge issue here, though. I think they definitely needed to prioritize that. I'm okay with where the draft ended up here for both teams, especially Bro, because it looked like a disaster at the start. But I still feel like there's some picks here they gave over that gave Hanwha just too much power.
What I want to highlight is two things. One, the Aurora, which you can see, little bunny there on the corner. Interesting, because I do think that after yesterday, we did see what insane level of power the pick can have, particularly when there is an early immobile AD carry being rotated. Additionally, take in mind how well Viper played Ezreal, and then consider the fact that Ezreal just wasn't contested. I think that he will remain meta in very specific places, but the Q nerfs, as expected, have kind of cut back his laning phase to where it used to be, where he's a safe pick, but he's not winning lane. If you try to play him into Ashe, you will just get punished.
I think there was an angle to, instead of playing the Orange, still play the Aurora top. It's a ranged matchup into the Rumble. You have your space with the Weirding where you can kind of like keep yourself away from when he tries to go for Flame Spitters. I don't think it would have been necessarily a good matchup, especially in the early game, but it definitely could have been playable. They wanted to actually just scale and have this backbone with the Ornn, the late game itemization. We kind of got there, but not really. Like, the problem is, if you want to do a scaling comp with the Ornn, you kind of need to not absolutely get destroyed in the first 12 minutes of the game.
Well, they scaled. It was just really, really late because this is what happened in the early game. It was 4 kills that happened early.
The biggest weakness that you can have as Lilia, outside of your pre-6 skirmishing obviously isn't great, it's just getting engaged on. You have so much innate mobility, but it's really nicely set up there by the light. And then here they try to contest pre-6 with the Jhin, a lot easier to follow up on these early setups. And again, another example here, Peanut is also waiting, and the light uses the Hex Flash so that they can just hand-deliver Polu.
Yeah, they knew Polu didn't have Flash from the previous play. I thought it was a good idea from Bro to try to proactively steal some of those jungle camps away from Peanut, but it was scouted early, they got punished, and then Peanut decided he wanted to have his own little bit of fun here coming to contest with Young Jay. Zeka has Prio here mid, and again, pre-6, you don't have the sleep for safety, you're just so squishy. Bye-bye, Lilia.
Yeah, and that was Zeka's 1,000th kill. Congratulations to Zeka. He took a moment to stand up top and just take the moment in. I don't think it was BM. I think it was more of just being like, yeah, I got 1,000 kills. And then after this, at the red buff, you're thinking, okay, let's get a little proactive bro activity here. Things look good, but TPs come on in, and it's disaster for Bro.
Unfortunately, fighting in a jungle corridor and using all your cooldowns on Sejuani does not make for a great team fight. Otherwise, Bro would have had a really good time as soon as that equalizer comes in. And Delight has the flank, like, you know that the game is done.
Morgan didn't have ult, so it would have been very difficult for him to interrupt Doran's TP as well. Doran's aware of it, spaces himself really well, so he's not going to get knocked up, and then just comes in for the flank as he sees the complete index. And I feel like vision was a huge issue here for Bro. They always want to make these proactive plays in the enemy jungle, around Raptors, and try to cut them off, because they have a really strong skirmishing comp with the Tristana. Even early, if you get those jump resets, it can be quite powerful, but unfortunately, they didn't have the full read on
and that was it.
Punish. That was the end of the game. There was nothing else. Nothing else happened this game.
Yeah.
Then they cleanly macroed it up.
Clean end from Hanwha. Definitely didn't just run into the base a bunch of time. Fate getting a penta, that was just a dream. You've been watching too many M. Night Shyamalan movies. Didn't happen.
Yeah, I guess so. First made Fate getting it done, but not for the team. All right, let's see who the POG is here for Hanwha Life Esports. It is Delight on the Alistair. It feels like that was the right pick. Great engages, catching out multiple members throughout the game.
Look at that vision score.
Look at that CC score.
20 assists.
I love the CC score. It's one of my favorite things. Obviously, we joke a lot, but this game did get kind of messy towards the later end. but it still at no point felt like they were ever bridging the gap. Like, Brian was still like 10k gold behind, even after all of it. And a lot of it was due to Delight.
Yeah, Delight just had a fantastic game. So many good punishes, catching Envy here as well. Very proactive play on the Alistair, weathered the storm in the early game and even denied Youngjae. I mean, he was just really clean. Some votes for Viper, I thought, positionally very good. Had some really nice mechanical plays, but he did kind of just last hit.
Zeka did get 1,000 kills in this game. So, you know, that one totally makes sense.
Media again, they're just like, who do we want to hear from in our post-game interviews? The 1,000 kill guy. I don't know. Delight played really, really well again. 20 assists, and we saw
Maybe just tell Dandy to have him pick Ezreal even into the Ashe. Maybe you'll get your POG for Viper.
I think the Viper one was fine, but the second one is a bit questionable.
Media's cooking. Media's cooking. All right, let's send it on over to our 2 Giga Chads on the cast for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, I would even go so far as to say that Media is cooked for that particular vote. That is not it. Still, a Giga Chad will pick up the POG. Unfortunately, a former Giga Chad that is no longer on the roster. Delight, of course, used to play alongside Henna for quite some time on the Bros.
Generous Giga Chads, even if they're not going to win, they make sure their former teammate gets the POG.
That's all we're talking about.
And you know what, bro? They end up on red side game 1. They lose, get side selection, pick red side anyway. Giga Chad.
Giga Chad, absolutely. I mean, they've had practice on red side already for one game, Giga Chad. They're not going to make the same mistakes again. And I think we know that, as Renekton and LeBlanc going to be the bans one more time. We'll see whether they're just going to be the same bans, because we thought that they were a little bit confusing last time around. Double trees are generally just mandatory against Peanut.
The thing is that, the Ashe?
Wait.
Well,
what?
Envy's Ashe was a major issue. I think everyone saw that. He was taking over the game 1. He was really such a threat. I think Hunter Life Esports are like, we can't let them get the Ashe again, or Envy will once again take over the game.
I think Ashe was the most important part of the outcome of the game. I think you are absolutely right there.
Yes.
Yes.
I think, in all seriousness, maybe they want to lean into an Ezreal pick and they're concerned about the Ashe's early pressure, but this does just free up Brion to take Ezreal, so an interesting approach there.
Corki.
Yeah, Ezreal Corki's a lot better than Ashe Trist, I feel, in terms of... I mean, Ashe is still fine. Trist is a lot weaker than Corki. I feel like since the nerfs, it's kind of fallen in out of favor, but mostly Envy now has an Arcane Shift, so if those same things happen, he hopefully survives a bit longer.
Yeah. Well, I'm interested to see what the answer is going to be here for Harmer Life Esports. Already, it is, one more time, that Sejuani locked in. A Wind Brother that has escaped the ban phase will be locked in. Yep. Could it just be once again? Oh, okay. Doran's going to try it. The Aurora top lane could be coming in here. But instead, it is exactly the same as what we saw yesterday. I believe this came through in one of our series. I don't remember which one it was.
No Rumble.
This was played into Gen G, wasn't it? Or at least attempted yesterday, and it just did not quite work.
Yeah. Well, I would have expected that. I thought the Rumble would have been fine again, but they opt to go for the Kennen in this situation. Leona going to be locked in, so strong bot lane for Brion. I mean, Ashe, Leona is a pretty strong bot lane, but we'll see what they can do with this. Does mean that Youngjae not going to get his hands on Lily again. I think maybe the Ornn actually is worth a ban. Like, I know Lord Morgan didn't end up winning last game, but he was actually a problem. That being said, they should have more damage to cut through him with a Yasuo and presumably a not Jhin.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a bit of not Jhin. Even though he did win and basically went most of the game without dying, got up to like 10-0 or something like that before eventually falling on over. As the Kai'Sa going to be removed, of course, a lot of dive up and available here for Harmer Life Esports. I believe this composition was played with a Kai'Sa last time we saw it. I think it was Kai'Sa and the Rakan locked in. We didn't like that much when it came through against Gen G. But of course, it was against Gen G, so it doesn't really give you the greatest of ideas of how this one works. Poppy going to be removed. Of course, Morgan is a big fan of Poppy in the top lane, but doesn't necessarily have that much potential against a Kennen.
Zeri makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe they're concerned about Poppy jungle. you know,
Yeah.
as a strong disengage pick. I think that makes more sense if we were going to see it. But I feel like you're probably wanting an AP jungler if you're Brion. And they'll ban the Cassante. Is it just an Ornn angle?
Wait, Rumble's still up.
Rumble's still up, yeah. But I
What?
guess they're banking on Morgan not playing it.
Huh. Well, he can, if he wants to. Lily are going to be the consideration first. We'll be locked in. If we get an R5 Rumble, I'm going to lose my mind.
If we get an R5 Ornn, I'm ready for it.
Actually, to be honest, R5 Ornn would be completely based.
Oh, I think maybe they wouldn't pick it because of the wind wall from the Astro.
Oh, that's true.
That can be a bit of a nuisance.
It does make the Ornn a little bit more difficult to play.
Yeah.
This makes me very sad.
Yeah, you know, Life Esports are a very strong team, and as a result, can beat Brion with a draft deficit, but I feel like this draft doesn't inspire too much joy.
No. Oh my god! Okay, if I can't play the Renekton, I'll play his brother. It's fine.
Lock in Nasus R5 Giga Chat.
The R5 Susan just straight up, I don't care, I will just kill you.
You know, legitimately, I assume this is going to be a build playing around like the Emax early to just poke the cannon out, but also the Wither into Yasuo, into Xayah.
Oh, yeah.
Is suffocating. So I'm going to say that I think Brion have a good draft here. I think this, you know, I think they got the Pinnacle last game, it wasn't enough. I think they've got some cool stuff coming out in this draft. I'm hyped to see it. I think Life Esports have given them an opening. They just need to land the dunk.
Holy, well, they've certainly, the alley-oop is in the air. Let's just say that. And I just want to say that effort every single game hovering Nasus has finally paid off.
Yep.
He's not even here, but of course the spirit of all Giga Chads lives within this team. And even their challenger roster is obviously in the same spot. And so effort is somewhere just backstage being like, yes, that's what I'm talking about. And I agree with you. I think that this draft, definitely beatable. Not a whole lot of range. And what is the way that you beat a Nasus? You kite him out with range.
Yep. If you're diving into him, he's going to have a good time. A lot of anti-dive, strong mid-game with those picks.
Oh, look at that.
Bro.
We get the zoom in. And let's see whether the Lord, the back of a Nasus, is going to be able to bring us to the promised Game 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second of 3 games. You heard it here.
Yep.
Second of 3 games. It's happening.
So Morgan with the Ghost, obviously a lot of power in team fights, the Airy, and the Doran's Ring Starred. So he's just going to be slamming E, and Doran is not actually going to have a fun time in this lane matchup.
Yep. You just Spirit Fire the wave over and over and over again. And he just has a really great time. For some reason, it's been a long time since we've had a Nasus in the game. The only thing that I can't remember is the name of his ult. Why can't I remember the name of his ultimate?
Oh,
Right?
Yeah.
It's right on the edge of my... Oh, wait. Jisun just told me. And oh, getting some reactions here as...
봐봐, 난 쇠약만 걸게.
I'll just slow them, he said.
뭐냐 이거?
He's like, what? What's going on? What champion is this? No idea. As he is just going to press Spirit Fire over and over again. This is the Emax variety. Very annoying.
Misses a CS.
It's been many years. The last time we saw this was Keen against Khan when he was on DK in 2021. My God. And it was a loss purely because DK that year was the best team in the world.
You know, I love this
until they
as
lost.
well. Can you see little angry doggo in the
it's real good.
Yeah, this is good stuff. And he's gone second wind, revitalize. So can do a pretty good job of just staining through Doran's harass.
Yeah, you still have
Cryo.
You still have Siphoning Strike, even if you're not necessarily prioritizing it for like last hitting every minion, which, you know, I guess a lot of people are probably used to seeing with the Nasus.
You know, we're actually ending up with triple pushing lanes for the side of Bro. Really good when you have this Lilia into Sejuani. You can see it's also the First Strike Corki, really good in the melee matchups to get that goal lead. And this is risky from Peanut. He does just get the ward down. He's not going to try and invade.
He's seen on Vision this whole time.
He couldn't hang around there. With Prio on Bro's side, you would definitely be in danger if you overstepped. So information, though, for both sides kind of achieved off the back of that. Life Esports know where Young Jay is, and Bro know where Peanut is.
Yep. Peanut did get information that he was seen, so he knows that they knew exactly what was going on there.
He knows that they know.
Yeah.
He knows.
We know that they know that we all know that things are known. As Morgan, one Mark of the Storm away from being stunned up. And will now just walk towards the wave and is going to look for the solo kill. Not hit by the lightning rush, but there is the stun. Minions are helping out as well. The Ghost is on. The Siphoning Strike and there's first blood to the Lord of the top lane.
Easy as that. Getting some extra stacks in the bag from Doran. Thank you very much. Gets the solo kill. Absolute Giga Chad behavior. And Doran, he's not ready for this.
What does it mean, Orcs?
We don't know what it means. We are just here to bear witness.
Oh, that's lucky, because beginning to decipher this is just very, very difficult.
We need to consult the scriptures.
Oh, 100%.
You know, if we're going to be able to figure this one out.
In fact, I need to check on Nasus lore just to make sure that I understand what his story is in Shurima. But first, we're going to check out this bottom lane as Delight and Viper will just look to destroy Envy. There's the flashes all coming forward. And that's Viper picking up a return kill.
Whoa!
As Polu going back in for a bit of an about-face maneuver. Now looks to try and get a kill onto Viper. He'll get it! Oh my god, the turnaround. Still, it is a 2-for-1 trade. But you'll take that.
Oh, Doran's potentially a little bit overextended here. And Morgan now has Merc Treads, so he's vibing in this lane, if I'm going to be honest.
Oh, 100%. Oh man, let's have a look at this one more time from Morgan's perspective.
Yeah, so gets the level up, importantly, from the minions there with the Spirit Fire to clear it up. Also gets access to Wither on the back of that. And you can see how slow the autos were from the cannon. Getting the cooldown, the auto Q.
And the little giggle as well. Morgan just kind of feeling it. What? Doran's like, what is this champion? I've never seen this one before.
Look, Bro may not be able to make playoffs, but they're certainly going to be able to team on their way there.
100%.
And he takes a huge feathers from Viper, which is stacked up really nicely from him. So Viper doing a pretty good job there. Not easy to stack up feathers on the Ezreal. And then here, Polo's like, you know what? Viper's tanking minions. Let's make this interesting. And he does.
He does. And that's actually kind of big, as Morgan is just going to try and walk this one off. Does have the ult. He's going to try and turn it here, as he is just dead. Doran will be able to get some revenge, as similar story here in the mid lane, as Zeka is going to throw out the last breath onto Fate. Now trying to get these extra autos in, as he does just drift through the minions, but Fate standing his ground. The knock-up will not connect.
Yeah, and obviously Doran got a kill there, but he had to call in help, which is...
Yeah, not very Giga Chad of him.
Yeah, very shameful behavior. Sorry, Doran, but you're not getting any positive praise for that one.
And also, it's a Nasus, right? Aren't you supposed to go 0-3, and then at like 40 minutes, you come back into the game and one-shot everyone with your Q?
Yeah, he's playing for stacks.
Yeah.
You know, winning lane was a bonus.
Uh-huh. Well, we're checking this one out one more time. Peanut comes in, and the setup here is just not a whole lot that Morgan can do.
Yeah, Peanut even flashing to secure it, making sure there's no chance of Morgan getting away. Just ensuring that one. But Morgan, he's back at it. He's back to the stacks.
Oh, heck yeah. And he will just continue stacking for as long as is required. He's holding the wave in a pretty good spot for himself as well.
Yeah, so obviously with putting points in E early, it gives you a much better laning, much better trading power, but it does slow down your stacking a bit since that Q cooldown comes down a lot with levels. So it will take a bit for him to gain the momentum. But the thing is, once you get to the mid game on Nasus, the cannon is just not going to be able to do enough damage to you. And you're just going to basically be able to out-heal anything he throws at you with your passive, the lifesteal it grants. So even though Obviously, early laning, you're not getting as many stacks. As long as you're navigating that, mid-game, Morgan's going to be a menace. And in the side lane, a big problem, which is why Peanut is here to try and shut him down again.
And the ultimate's name is Fury of the Sands.
Oh my, you know...
I know, how do we not... It's been so long.
Yeah.
And we, of course, remember Wither because it's broken. We're going to have a look at it in action here as the Fury of the Sands does come out. Spirit Fire, they're both eating it, but there's too much chain CC. Morgan not going to be able to do anything about it. And Peanut just kind of punishing the lack of mobility of this Nasus.
Yep, and you know for a fact that 1v1, Morgan, Nasus would be able to smoke the cannon, which is why Peanut coming here and shutting him down is so important.
Oh, yeah.
It's so high value.
Well, Windwall, actually, speaking of high value, going to come through here against Fate, piloting that spaceship. Has been farming okay, but you can see Zeka having a really good time. This guy's navigation of melee matchups is extraordinarily good. As we know, Yone player, Akali player, so isn't too worried about how this one is going to start this one up.
Learned. He didn't stay for the Raptor. He's like,
hey,
kill me. I'm going to leave.
There we go, and we do know that Delight was roaming up as well. Viper going to be tagged by a Mystic Shot here, and of course, it's not the greatest matchup for Azaya. They knew it. It was face up, because of course you do get just straight up outranged by these Mystic Shots from Envy. Has been nerfed a little bit, probably not enough, because it is still a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, and the mid-game spike for Bro is honestly going to be massive. Like, you get the Triforce Mirror Mana on both your mid and AD.
They have triple Triforce.
Yeah, triple Triforce is going to be huge. And also, I feel like Nasus, there's a point in the game where he's just too tanky to deal with. And obviously, he does stack infinitely. But later on, when people get percentage shred, they can burn through him. But mid-game, they don't really have a great answer.
Well, there's an engage from Polo. Peanut is just here, though, waiting. And I assume Bro thought that Peanut was top lane, because that's where he's lived. Now Morgan has finally been unleashed, because there's no Peanut to ruin his day.
Peanut's just been right place, right time pretty consistently throughout this game, getting a lot of value. And Delight, oh, that's cheeky.
Yeah, we'll be able to cancel that back. Nicely done.
Yeah, it is a Biscuit in the inventory of Envy, so he is going to be able to recover mana if he needs, but to be honest, should be... Oh, he tries to get him back and misses. Tragic.
Yeah, not great. Still,
wait, I just saw Viper walked past Delight's recall, and Delight had to ping him like, dude, we can recall together, come back.
Perfect.
That's it's been a while since we've seen like Zyra Khan.
I know, often we do see like one of the two left behind. Even if it is Zyra locked in. I think last time we saw Zyra, it was alongside a Nautilus, which I think made us feel even worse about the pick.
A lot of Ezreal Rakan, you know, or Zeri Rakan we've seen.
Yep, Kaiser Rakan.
Yeah.
Quite a few of them. As Morgan is now very capable of just murdering all of these minions very, very quickly. Spirit Fire does a really good job. 147 stacks. It's pretty good, to be perfectly honest. Considering the fact that he spent a fair bit of time in the Death Chamber, he is ahead in farm as well.
It's really this 10 to 20 minutes period where I think you're going to see him go from like that to like 400 stacks is the hope.
Yep.
Really start getting the momentum going.
And it does get easier and easier, especially after Trinity Force comes in. You can just start one-shotting these minions over and over again. The cooldown on Siphoning Strike goes down extraordinarily low when you get points into it. And so looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to get done. But Grub's going over here to Hummerlife Esports, and this could just be 6 in the bag. There's going to be a lot of damage to these structures if they can get some time with them.
Yeah, and in fairness, I do think it's not like Bro are lacking damage to structures. You know, between their 3 Triforce users, they'll build on their own if they get some alone time. I think the main thing is that Bro managed to pick up that early Infernal Dragon. Hopefully this Dragon in 10 seconds is a Chemtech, so you know you're not getting a Chemtech Soul, which is fantastic. That would be the ideal situation. You're able to stack those 2 up in trade for those 6 Grubs. You see right now, Thorin has TP, Hummerlife Esports trying to set up some control around the Dragon area, looks like.
Now heading over there, you can see Bro back out onto the map once again. And Fate just trying to deal with Zeka, who is feeling pretty unbridled right now. This Yasuo is going to become a problem if they can convince Bro to go for team fights where they're relatively stacked up. I think that the Corki and Ezreal don't necessarily need to be. So it could be hard to find some of these big wombo combos that Hummerlife Esports are going to be looking for. I think that Delight's going to need to get some of these incredible angles that we have seen from this guy, especially on his Rakan. It's one of his most notable champions. That is going to be the Drake secured by Hummerlife. Mountain Soul to come in. Oh my god, I just thought for a second about Nasus with 3 Mountain Drakes, Mountain Soul.
Be pretty good.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty solid. I think he would be doing all right if he got that. We'll see if they're able to stack those up. He just has gone for the reset. Doesn't quite have the Triforce yet, but a lot of the good pieces. Envy has picked up his already.
Yep, Fate getting pretty close as well. I imagine that he is due for a recall relatively soon. So we're going to be hitting that first item spike for Envy and Fate. Morgan shouldn't be too far behind as clearing out vision as best they can. Peanut having a little bit of a stretch as he makes his way back out onto the Rift. Humble Life Esports, I think, don't necessarily have a game-winning lead at this point. 1.3k, I mean, it is still a lead, but it is not enough to make you feel secure. And Bro being able to pick up that first dragon of the series as well, I'm pretty sure. Don't think they were quite able to get one last time around.
So I think it's really going to come down to execution of the fight. Oh,
okay. Polo just going to walk in there one more time. That is a phenomenal layering of CC as the Glacial Prison flies in once again. Polo is just going to be dead as Young Jae looking to throw some bowling balls around, but that is a guttable. And Viper is not going to be too worried about it. Not entirely sure what the thought process there was from the Bros, but it didn't quite work.
Yeah, and here's the thing is, you can just play around Ezreal being really strong, standing in mid, firing off Mystic shots. You don't need to engage onto Humble Life Esports, particularly onto Viper. They felt like they were just trying to push up aggressively, and they really quickly paid for it. And now, no one bought, so Doran is just getting free plates.
Yeah, this is a lot of extra money, and there is 3 seconds until the plates fall down, so some last-minute plate sale here for the Cannon. Only 1 plate left, as we will be able to check out exactly what the plate score was towards the end. Certainly not going to look too good for the Bros. As you can see, all of these outer turrets, full health. So 625 to nothing.
A lot of money in favor of the side of Humble Life Esports. You can see that gold lead now just under 3,000. So quickly picked up a lot on the back of that kill, on the back of those plates. And suddenly things start to feel like they're slipping a little bit away from Bro.
Yeah.
They do have that mid-game spike to lean on. Coming up to Fate and Morgan having the Triforces. Not too long. I think they'll probably have enough gold in the pocket if they were able to get a recall off now.
Looking a little bit rough. Okay, so Humble Life is going to continue setting up next dragon in 2 minutes' time. Baron going to be up in 5 minutes. Still very early in this game. So the Bros have a moment to get towards some of these Trinity Forces. And I think that Polo was just a little bit too antsy, right? Like, not quite starting the fight when the Bros are strong enough to compete. And I think the more they slow this one down, the better it's going to be. Morgan, now with a fan in a triangle, purchased for himself. And we're going to see this one more.
Yeah, and he's trying to threaten Delight, but the follow-up's there. Viper gets this huge triple root, and they immediately realize they've made a massive mistake opting into this. Young Jae wasn't even there. He was nearby, but not there. So just overzealous, I think, ultimately. And they end up paying for it.
Yeah, not going to be the end of the world, but certainly if it's a sign of things to come, that is not great for the Bros. As Rift Herald is going to come down into the mid lane. Envy taking a lot of damage here as Viper just tanks 1 turret shot. And in comes Peanut, one of our more reliable drivers. Obviously, on the other end of the spectrum to someone like Lehens. As Delight will be able to drive it into the next turret as well. So double charges to come through. And all of a sudden, we're looking at a 4,000 gold lead. As the Bros really going to have to find some sort of angle, get themselves back into this one, because Zeker is looking to make it even more difficult. 6 grubs and Yasuo in a side lane. He's got Windwall to try and deny. And this is only going to be a matter of time before this one falls down as well. And they just need time. They need time for Morgan to get as many stacks as possible.
Yeah, I really want to do a stack check now. It's been 6.5 minutes since our last one.
It's like,
he's gotten
I'm assuming like 270-ish.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, Tornado going to miss there as Fate in melee range is probably suboptimal. And Bowling Ball not going to quite connect, but Zeker is still going to be tagged. Young Jae not going to press that lilting lullaby button just yet.
That was so
as
low.
Now, Peanut looking to try and make his way in. And Hanwha just going to say, all right. He's got 318.
Oh, he's pumping the numbers now.
Yeah, better than I thought. And there is a wither onto Doran as well. Morgan walking aggressively towards the cannon. There's the Fury of the Sands, and it's the Fury of the Bros that Doran has to worry about. In comes Zeka, and Morgan just wants a 1v1 for goodness sake.
It's never a fair fight. You know, if it is, you know he'd win it. Doran calls in his friend.
Meet me, Baron Pit, 7:30. You know, that's what we need.
Yeah, and Morgan, unfortunately, so close to getting the kill. One more Q, I think, probably would have done it. Just about. Unfortunately, not able to take down Doran on that one. Once again, 1 and 3, I don't think does justice to Morgan's presence.
Oh, yeah.
His aura he's had in this game.
Indeed. Zeka with his little Void Mites going to be getting to work on now the inner turret. And so it feels like Life Esports are winning the fights, and they're also taking down all of the structures. And it's not going that well here for Bro, as Young Jay looks for the bowling ball onto Doran. Could have been a double sleep opportunity there, but Zeka is just going to take an inner turret to 0 response. And Solar Player is going to go wide. In goes Delight, finds a double quickness, and Viper is just free hitting, avoiding all of the skill shots as well outside of that bowling ball, but does just kill Polu one more time. Now Peanut looking to get even more. He is on vision, but he's just going to have to settle with a red buff by the looks of things.
Young Jay's coming over. He's pretty low.
Yeah, Peanut is not so low, as that circle is not really going to work out. Permafrost will connect, and there's the Glacial Prison onto Envy. He does cleanse it immediately, as Peanut's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Envy misses absolutely everything, and now Life Esports are going to continue closing in. Peanut is just the bait every single time. Zeka is also doing some Yasuo things, and yeah, like you say, that's some stacks for the Nasus.
He's cashing in every single time.
And now he gets to just build tank items as well.
Yeah.
This is part of the problem, right? Aren't we looking at like 3 items for the Nasus and then you feel real good?
Yeah, I think going Frozen Heart most likely here, and then...
Spirit Visage? Is that still the build?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's still the vibe. Oh, this is just sad. You know, Ken a little bit slippery. Makes use of that CC, but Morgan with the Merc Treads and obviously the second application being reduced. And, you know, I think he's just one Q, maybe a little bit more than 1 Q away there.
Yeah, Q in a bit.
And Zeka turns up.
It's unfair. That's a 1v1. He didn't get the memo. As, yeah, this was a little bit of a cavalcade of errors on the Bro side. Solar Flare not really doing anything, and then Viper able to sidestep the majority of the skill shots that meant anything in the fight. As Peanut overextends and doesn't really get punished.
Yeah, the backup's not really there, and he runs down, which puts him further away from, you know, Viper and Delight. Young Jay able to navigate with the movement speed, and then just sleep into the Q from Morgan.
Whoa.
Starting to hit.
Yeah, had to be about, you know, 350. We're getting towards the 400 stack mark, and at 20 minutes, not bad.
I was hoping he'd be at like 400, so maybe he's hit it at this point. He had some time with the wave. Farming up now at the bottom side, and he's getting strong.
He is. And his Frozen Heart is now completed.
Oh, Manamune for Envy. If Fate gets his Manamune as well, that's the spike for Bro. That's when we're really taking names.
Yep, and that could mean that they can fight for this Dragon that's coming up in 2.5 minutes' time. Life Esports, I think their eyes are going to be turned towards the Baron Pit. You can see now, clearing out vision as best they can, and in fact, they have
they won the TP.
So much of it. They do start this one up as the True Shot Barrage was coming through. Windwall goes the opposite direction, though, just to make sure that Life Esports take as much damage as possible from it. And now a teleport's coming in from Morgan. He is going to invest into this one. Fury of the Sands and the Ghost both available, and into the backline goes Doran. The wombo combos here before the Nasus even gets to be involved. And they're just all lying on the floor.
Such good setup from Life Esports. The engage there, flawless. Delight goes in first, Doran and Zeka to follow, and they just absolutely decimate Bro. Morgan's just...
He's waiting for another 1v1, I think.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He's not going to get his chance, I don't think. Doran's going to move away, and they're just pushing mid.
Yeah, another minion wave is going to be set up here as Polo, thankfully, not with a very long death timer, but they're never going to be able to defend this inhibitor. And it's familiar territory, unfortunately, for the Bros compared to game number 1. Had found some windows. There is an avenue for victory. You can understand how they would find it. Just unable to string it together, and it's an 8,000 gold lead in the end. The macro play just too strong here from Life, knowing exactly where to be, coordinating just right at the right times. They take a Baron and absolutely decimate the team fight.
Yeah, the setup's so good. The vision control around the area, the fact that Doran had the control wood in that brush just to stay there undetected, and the timing of them all coming together. Delight and Doran really in sync there. just knew exactly what they wanted out of it. And Morgan is at 500 stacks, so
that's a lot of stacks.
He's stacked up, but unfortunately, not really able to make such fantastic use of it next. Not being given the windows.
Yeah, not quite. As Envy is in melee range with Peanut and is now just dead. I don't know how that happened, but I'm going to put it in the cons column here for the bros. Young Jay tries to watch out Eep, but he's the one saying Eep in this moment. As Morgan is going to throw down the Fury of the Sands, and I can feel that fury that it is not going to be enough to win them this game. In goes Polo, out goes Fate, and it is that sort of lack of coordination that has been plaguing the bros so far in this game, and it's going to continue as it looks like Life Esports are done with this one. 10,000 gold the lead, and they are just going to end it here in 23 minutes. The Baron was picked up, and then they just said, we are out of here. That is precisely what's going to happen. The Blade Caller going to come in, but it's the ace picked up by Doran on the Fountain. Life Esports, just destruction here.
Yeah, you could tell, game one got a little bit loopy towards the end. This one, they knew what Bro could do, and they just didn't let it go that direction again. A lot more clean closeout off it. The Baron setup as well, really effective. And the result isn't really a surprise. But I think a lot of people who didn't watch the series, if you tell them there's a pentakill in this one, they'll be surprised to know which team got it. Bro, ever the fan favorites, but unfortunately not able to get a game win on the day.
I'd say still a keep your heads held high type series here for the bros. They did get 2-0'd, but I think that I don't think that anyone's going to be disappointed unless you're
I don't think bro fans
weird.
ever are disappointed.
Well, this is the thing, right? And I think that if it was me, I'd just remain very proud of the boys and to just keep things competitive, even though you're just completely out of any contention for playoffs.
At the end of the day,
that's the main thing.
Life Esports won. But the Giga Chads on the Rift were definitely the bros.
Oh, 100%. They picked Nasus, and Doran couldn't even 1v1 him ever.
Yep.
Died 3 times to ganks. All right?
Exactly. And he got solo killed.
Yeah.
Morgan got the solo kill on Nasus. That's fun. It's about having fun, and Bro had fun.
Exactly. Had to call his cousins every other time, and that is just not how it's supposed to be done. You need to be a gentleman in these situations. But we are, joking around a little bit here. Life Esports still looking absolutely devastating as that Wallace and Gromit, Viper and Delight was so incredibly adorable.
It's so good.
Oh my god, I haven't even thought about Wallace and Gromit in so long. The cheese Gromit.
You haven't oh, well, I have some great news for you. They're bringing out a new one.
Are they really?
Yes. If this is you finding out, this is a fantastic day.
Oh my god, it is a fantastic day.
Yeah.
Holy, every single one of those shows is just so incredibly good.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. As of, bot lane, some hiccups. Palu trying to bring it back with Jans here. But ultimately, I think Life Esports made the right call in that they focused the carry. And they didn't let Morgan have his pop-off moment after that early solo kill. Moments like this, Peanut going, look, we can't let this guy play the game. He's just too good.
Yeah, and I think Peanut he kind of outplayed Bro at almost every turn, right? Just making sure that he triaged all of the problems whilst also being there to create the opportunities here for Life Esports. This one kind of baited Zeka into dying, unfortunately. But Peanut had already soaked so many cooldowns at this point that there was possibly an angle if they had been able to figure something out, but no last breath to come in. And this was just end of the game as Doran just melts them all with a slicing maelstrom.
That's the highlight moment. Envy getting out of the engage, but ends up dying to the Andy spin. And then here, setting up Zeka, and just easy cleanup. It looks like it's one pick, and then it's just more and more and more.
And I still don't know why Envy was there. But maybe we never will. Maybe it's one of life's mysteries that we're not supposed to understand.
We can only wonder. And yeah, Paulo doing his best to get away, but won't be given that chance.
Oh, okay. So Life Esports, they do just push in. They take the victory here. And there are some grins. You can see Zeka is just having a good time playing Yasuo. And Viper just playing as seriously as possible until the very end. Him and Delight, both of them, all business. Because, of course, they have still first place in their sights. If they had have dropped a game in this series, it would have confirmed that Gen G is first place in the LCK. But because they kept themselves with a 2-0, there is still a shot. And I think that is only if Gen G loses all of the rest of their matches 0-2.
Not great odds, but I will say Honor Life Esports, you know, obviously first place is going to be hard to secure against Gen G, but they are creating a bigger and bigger gap when it comes to trying to secure second place, which obviously gets you through that first round in playoffs, gets you into the double elim stages, so definitely still important for Honor Life Esports, even if they don't end up being able to get first because Gen G aren't losing, they can still secure that second.
Yeah, it feels like a battle for second for everyone that isn't Gen G, but it's now time for us to throw it over to the space to break down the Honor Life Esports victory over the GigaJets.
Thank you very much, Max and Ox. Great cast so far, as it is a clean 2-0 here for Hanwha Life Esports. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Wolf and Chronicler. And another interesting draft. Unique picks. Bros are unleashed. Maybe it leads to a win. It does not, but it led to some early moments.
I love the call out from Atlas about Effort. Effort still does this. Currently in Challengers, hovers Nessus every single time. So when I saw that hover, I didn't give it a second thought, and then he locked it in. And I love it. I know it didn't matter. I think the cast talked about it as well, but this is one of the best matchups into Cannon. I'm really happy we're starting to see blind Cannon actually get punished, because I do think he is a champion that has very specific strengths, and blinding him really shouldn't be a thing. Everything else about the draft, did it matter?
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. Like, I think the Kennen came out because they were expecting a Rumble to come through. They didn't ban it. So the Nasus pick here ends up being really smart. I kind of feel like Hanwha's draft is very weak overall into Bro's draft. They're obviously the better team, but you're playing Xayah into Ezreal. You're not supposed to all in the Xayah in lane. Looking at UNB. And then the Yasuo is obviously going to find himself with a bit of an issue against Lilia and the Nasus if they play it well, if they don't fall super far behind. I feel like Paulo had a really rough series, was trying to make plays. The Lilia pick in isolation isn't a problem, but I feel like he played it exactly the same way he played it in game 1 and never really impacted the lanes, because that's what Lilia doesn't do, is impact lanes pre-6. So bit of a disaster with how this was played out, but I do feel like Hanwha's draft had a lot of weaknesses that maybe stronger teams could have exploited.
Yeah, well, you could see some of those weaknesses in our first set of highlights, which starts on the top lane. This is Morgan, Giga Chad Morgan, Lord Morgan. He's the buff Doge, taking down Doran here. Really
nicely done. Able to avoid the initial damage. Then also has the level up timer, right? So it doesn't get hit by the E, walks it out. And it ends up being a solo kill. And that's when you're like, man, I'm in a counter matchup and I got the solo bolo. But then why would they do this, Wolf?
Peanuts is early game pathing. It's just he said Doran, I got you, and the Morgan was left alone, you know?
Lilia's doing red.
Doing red buff. She's
Morgan's like, where?
She's not here. And look at this combo. Really easy to set it up, Peanut. The lone Morgan and
he wins
it looks
this.
like he wins this again. Oh, it's looking so good.
Right?
He's chasing him, he's ghosting him.
Wolf?
I don't care about the Kennen ult, it's gonna be fine. But then lo and behold, who shows up? The rest of the team. And by the rest of the team, I really just mean Zeka in this case. There was a really good matchup there. Really good isolated 1v1, really good scaling, stacking pick.
It's not fair.
It's not fair. They just didn't let him stack. Why would they let it? Why wouldn't they just let him stack and then carry the game into their comp?
Leave Nessus alone.
And then he could actually be a real champion later.
It's not cool.
So good, but they bullied him.
What could have been? Let's take a look at the second highlight. Because it's the Baron fight over at 20 minutes.
Yeah, so setup for Hanwha Life here, I think, is very, very confident, as it should be, because right now they are in the lead, and this is where you really see the power of that combination of specifically Rakan, Yasuo,
that was
Cannon. Absolutely nuts. Makes it really hard to play it out as soon as multiple people get hit.
Yeah, I feel like if you fight that in a neutral game state, like where you're not massively ahead and the enemy isn't trickling through a choke point into you, it's much harder to pull it off. I think it's still a good comp. Like, I'm not saying the Hanwha's comp is worthless or anything like that. I feel like it's really tough into Bro's comp, but when they're so desperate to try to stop your Baron, they have to kind of rush through there, then you're already ready for the turn. Really nice turn from Hanwha. That's the end of the game. No fun times after this one. There's no pentakill for Fate. It's just
for real this time.
It's really just done.
Yeah, we're tabulating POG right now, so we'll have that for you right now. Oh, okay. Thanks, G7. Let's see who it is.
That's quick tabulating.
Yeah, it's Delight again. Okay, the Rakan. How do you feel about it, Wolf?
I mean, I think it was a pretty good game from Delight. I hope we don't just go straight to the Baron. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're going to talk about This was a
This is the
Alu
moment.
low light, unfortunately, but also good punish from Delight. This is where Xayah actually is good, is when people go into your auto attack range and can set up feathers. Yeah, this is a bit of an overextension. Peanut literally bullied, harassed, humiliated the Lord in the top lane and actually prevented him from being relevant. So we kind of thought maybe voting for him was the right call. He outpassed the enemy jungler a lot. And some media votes pushed it over the edge. And a few Rogue Viper voters as well.
I think a split vote in this one is funny. I really thought.
Ironically, the Doran vote I like more.
Yeah, no, the Doran votes. you never know with left media, man. Half the time they make you question what to do, and all the time you're like, that's kind of base. Doran had a really good fight. I think that Delight definitely is one of the most improved players compared to his form as he's been throughout this year. I think he has actually been a bit more shaky than he was in the last 2 years. And Brion themselves have won a lot of games off of the back of his Rakan, so it is kind of poetic. He picks up a double PUG against them.
Yeah. Again, Vancast was able to find the bot lane vote, which always comes through.
He had that big root that one time.
He did. At level 3, which is when it happened. All right, time for the solo interview now. Let's send it on over to G-Sun for the translations.
2024 LCK Summer 오늘의 첫 번째 매치
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by the solo POG on the side of Hana Life Esports, Delight. Congratulations on the win, Delight.
네, 딜라이트 선수 먼저 승리 소감 여쭤보겠습니다.
How do you feel about the win today?
경기 상대가 저력 있는 팀이라 생각했는데 깔끔하게
Today, we came here thinking our opponent has a huge potential, but I'm really glad that we got a very clean 2-0. Until yesterday, Aurora had a 100% pick and ban rate, but today it was left open in both games, and neither team selected it. What is Hana Life's stance on Aurora? I don't really know about my entire team's perspective, but I'm pretty sure mid laners like that champion, but as a bottom laner, we don't like it because it completely depends on the proficiency of the mid lane pilot of Aurora. So I gotta do my best to stop Zeka from playing Aurora as much as possible. And then in the bot lane, you pick Jhin Alista against Ashe Leona of the opponent's comp. Considering the laning phase in a vacuum, it seems relatively difficult. How did you plan to overcome this? So we wanted to secure the picks that we kind of prefer, and we knew that as long as we can get through lane in the team fight phase, we'll be able to dominate the game. And moving on to the next question, your Alistar in the first game was a nightmare of the opponents. Especially to Envy. How do you always see that angle to go in and make plays? Is that your proactive call? Well, I mostly rely on the kind of the evidence based on our vision control and then go for the plays. And I knew that they didn't have vision there, and he was just so naively walking down the lane. So I thought we should go for the play and get a kill. And your Alistar is currently on 10-1. Yeah, and then after that, we knew Leona, Ornn both didn't have flash, so we kept on going. And here as well, they were pushing from the area where they didn't have vision, so I could kind of push the envelope over there. So Hana Life was leading the game a lot, but there was an unexpected pentakill from the enemy team in their base. It was a little bit of a surprise turn of events. How did Hana Life communicate after that? It was a little bit dicey, but we knew that after that sequence, as long as we can win out the follow-up team fights, we were pretty sure that we still have the lead. And then game 2, the opponent picked Nasus as a very big surprise. The R5 Nasus, and Doran started off the game with a solo bolo. So what are your thoughts on that pick? I mean, Nasus is, viable in solo queue. So it was not completely new to us, but I was not expecting a Nasus pick in a competitive game, and also I was not expecting Doran's solo kill as well. But still, because it was an LCK game and Doran's MBTI is F, so we didn't really make fun of him, but that shouldn't have happened. And now let's take a look at this fight around the Baron, where kind of sealed the deal for Hana Life. Peanut was able to start up the fight, and then Kenneth's follow-up was so on point. Were you guys starting up the Baron to create that angle? Yeah, because Youngjae didn't have flash, so we wanted to kind of gather up around the Baron to add pressure. And Zeka in the series achieved his 1000th LCK kill today. Anything you want to say to him? Congratulations on your 1000 kills, I hope you play as a pro as long as possible. You mean it though, right? Yeah, of course. With all my heart, dear Zeka. And there's only 3 more matches to play in the regular season. What are your resolutions for the remaining matches? My teammates are doing a fantastic job, so I guess they can keep up their great work, and I think I also need to do my best until the very end. And this will be the end of the POG interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Wow, dropping Myers-Briggs out here in the interview. Doran just he's a feeler as well. ENFP. Maybe he's not ENFP, but anyways, there's the standings. Playoffs still locked in here for Hanwha Life Esports Bros. Still on the bottom of the table.
What's your blood type?
I think it's O positive. I'm not sure.
Okay,
what's your astral sign?
It is, because I lived in LA. It's Scorpio.
What about Zodiac?
Isn't that Zodiac? Maybe
Chinese Zodiac.
Oh, Dragon. Dagon Dragon.
That explains so much. Anyway, looking at the standings here, Hanwha Life currently at +70, doing really well in terms of game score. Unfortunately, as we know, Bri and I just playing for fun, so I don't think they really care about the loss here today.
Super close to guaranteeing round 2. I think it might just be one win away because depending on what happens to the D+ series, it might actually be locked in there. Very dominant season from them. I still feel like I'm not ready to accept that they're going to be our second best team in the LCK. I'm not ready to accept they're going to the finals, but they look like, they're locked into second round.
They look like they're really good for losing in lower bracket finals to T1. So we get Genji T1 again.
You guys are so locked on in. This is what's going to happen.
I didn't believe the Kwangdong collapse.
I didn't believe the Kwangdong collapse. Hanwha Life Esports looks really good. They didn't have to use Ezreal today, so they're just showing off different.
No, you're right. We hope you're right, Dagon.
All right.
We hope so.
Well, we've got another big matchup here. B&K Fearex and D+. This one with, again, a lot of playoff implications for both these squads. But before that, if you haven't caught up with the latest episode of Pog State, we got you covered. That'll be on, and then we'll get to those matches. See you in a little bit.
NK 정정세가 불렀습니다.
이제 광동풍은 사라지고 모래폭풍이 불 시간이라 광동풍을 저희 경기로 확실히 잠재우도록 하겠습니다.
바람이 다시 불기 시작합니다. 광동 프릭스입니다.
이번에 여우 한번 짓눌러보자. 파이팅.
Welcome, Poggers, to the Pog State Playoffs debate. That almost kinda rhymed. I have Wolf, the B&K representative. I have Chronicler, the grumpy Kwandong boy. And we have Brendan Valdez, who is now feeling way more upset about having drawn KT.
My vibes are great. I was not happy in the video.
Yeah, you weren't happy in the video. And now, because, like, of course, the video was taken a few days ago. That was when KT were freshly off their win over Humble Life Esports. Things feeling all right. Not to add some vibes here, because, of course, these are three teams that right now, Kwandong Freaks are one win behind both KT and B&K. That is going to cost Chronicler a little bit when it comes to his debating skills. But we have a format for this. And so we are going to be starting with the best first, with the worst first, with the middle first. Depends what day it is. It's time for KT. It's beautiful. Valdez, I'm going to give you...
Right?
Yep, I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
Okay.
And you're going to give me your argument as to why KT...
Could I have a pen? Need to make notes.
What?
Yeah, it's very important.
No, it's fine. You don't need to write any notes.
You are not allowed to? Okay. Pens in hand. We're ready to go. And our lefties are... Why?
Why is everybody a lefty?
It is really strange, yeah, that
they
we're
lose
all
points.
left-handers. Yeah, but there we go. I will press the button, and then you will begin your argument, and try not to pay too much attention to them writing things down in their notebooks, like if they were psychologists and you were telling a story, and then they're like, oh,
how does it
write
make me
things
feel
that
KT lost to Bro?
Well, save that for within the 2 minutes. So I'm going to press one of these buttons. Is it? Can I just press the green one here?
Probably.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
All right, Your Honor and members of the jury, I am going to tell you why KT Rolster is absolutely 100% making it into playoffs. That's because they are the most known quantity of the LCK. They're always in the middle. They are always going to be right where you expect them, which is losing to Bro, but also the only team that has beaten Genji this year, and the team that has 4 world titles under their belt. They have guys like BDD and Pyoshik who take it personally when they have to play against really good players on the enemy squads, right? Think about their game against T1 when nobody expected them to win. They were able to overtake them and eventually start kind of the downfall of T1. And KT, you know, they did drop the game to Bro, but I feel like I do need to address it. They always play against their opponents kind of at the level of their opponents. So today, a lot of our teams have been having some happy gaming. T1's done it, DK's done it, Humble Life Esports has done it. Even Genji did it that one game. KT, they deserve a little break. They lost to Bro. It happens. Bro are a bunch of Giga Chads. That's fine. I think that in their remaining schedule, they have both Genji and DK left. And they will have amazing performances against those two teams. They will definitely beat DK in my mind. Genji is another iffy one. But even if they beat one other opponent, they hit 9 wins, which historically, even to just make it into playoffs, all you need to do is get like 7 wins at times, 8 wins. So essentially, all they need to do is just beat one of Gen.G or DK, or they could beat DRX, which they are definitely a better team than, but maybe the bro thing happens again. I definitely expect these guys to make it into playoffs, and I don't think it's going to be close. I think, actually, I would be most scared of KT if you are a team in playoffs, because they will just overperform against you.
And that is time, well timed there. I will say that I need to give these gentlemen some time to rebut, as we're just starting it again. That was a bit weird.
Max, turn your watch off.
This is actually very
Your
accurate,
Honor.
very accurate judge
Drag it-
behavior. If you've played,
Drag it down the thing
if
on
you've
the
played
top,
Phoenix,
and then
right?
it might like
This
grab
is-
onto it and drag it like the notification at
This
the
is
bottom
exactly
of it.
what would happen
yeah,
to
there you
the
go.
judge.
And then hit the top one. See the 2 buttons that came up?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, I guess it worked.
Very judge-like behavior. Actually,
job, Your
really,
Honor.
really good job here from Your Honor.
As long as we cut
Some
that,
boomer
that's fine. It only took me about 11 years. Okay, so now you gentlemen can have time to rebut. You have 30 seconds each. I will time it. What we're going to have to do is have one of you go 30 seconds, then immediately the next person starts. I don't want to give you time to think and consider what each other are saying. So we're going to need Chronicler. I will allow you to start this time around.
Wolf can
Next
go
time there's
first.
an opportunity to
I will
start.
do.
Wolf, you can start.
I can't believe you guys actually wrote notes. I'm not writing notes.
Okay. That's enough, KT.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Okay. Chronicler.
So I only have 30 seconds, right?
Quandonicler.
Well,
Yes, you
and-
have 30 seconds. Well, actually, you have
Quandonicler.
29 seconds because I can't be bothered resetting it. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
So I'd like to go into the arguments that Mr. KT here has given. First of all, being Gen.G, super fraudulent. Sada Nautilus was extremely broken on the patch. They were very good early adopters, but outside of that, not actually in terms of gameplay, ever able to match that. And I think that relying on such a Hail Mary is not going to be a very consistent way to make it into playoffs. Same thing for Home Alive. The Home Alive win was entirely due to the Shyvana incident, which I think we all know was the major reason, because it was still a free gamer when they had 2 games of Shyvana.
That's enough.
All right. Known quantity. KT Rolster. 50-50.
It's known that they're 50-50.
Known quantity. Everybody knows it, that they're the most unknown quantity in the LCK. Everybody knows it. We all know it. Everybody knows it. Basically, just beat one team. Strong argument. BDD and Pioshik Reliance. BDDs look a little bit rough a lot this season. And I got 2 words for you. Ivern ban.
Damn, he didn't even need all the time. It was pretty clean. Not going to lie to you. There's some argumentative energy here. I do need to go for a bit of a reset once again. Don't know how to...
Your Honor.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I just struggle with technology. I am an older gentleman.
You guys are taking notes. I have to take notes.
Yeah, you better... Well, you just said the whole time that you
Yeah,
weren't
but
taking
now
notes.
I don't know. They're really serious, so now I have to take notes.
Wow.
Even if I'm not going to write anything meaningful.
KT's being really unpredictable.
Who could have known?
Okay. Kwandong, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. That button.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor. I would like to talk about why Kwangdong are going to make playoffs. I think that the first and foremost, everyone keeps talking about the Kwangdong mid-season collapse. I would like to draw attention to the fact we're no longer in mid-season. We are now coming up to the end of the season. There's a reason why the mid-season collapse only lasts through the middle. If we look at last playoffs, same thing happened. It was looking like it was dire in week 6, week 5, week 7, but push comes to shove, Kwangdong was 6th. They made it to playoffs without so much as a hitch. And I'd like to remind everyone who they were playing with back then. That was Taeun and Bull. The bar was not high, and I think Kwangdong has severely improved with the inclusion of Leaper. I think additionally, when it comes to Kwangdong, there is one man that we need to talk about consistently, and that's the fact that one of the best junglers in the LCK in a jungle meta is on this team. This is a must ban. You cannot give Cousin Italy. The moment you give him Italy, he will take over games, including against some of our top players. We have seen this man school every single jungler on the Rift. Additionally, when we look at the strength of schedule, Kwangdong has the opportunity to take out 2 of their direct competitors next week. And even if that doesn't work out, there's still the backup. Particularly the series against DRX, given the complete shambles that DRX is in right now, should be a complete freebie. But we've seen T1 be in very heavy flux, and particularly when it comes to the current meta, Tristana is still viable in the hands of a talented player. Bulldog has been playing this longer than everyone else. Dudu has fully awakened, as we've clearly seen, can now individually match some of the best top laners. And if we look at some of the top laners he's facing right now, player like Zeus, he's really struggling. Player like Perfect has shown inexperiences that I think my top side can heavily exploit. And with Andil back in good form, I have utter faith that Kwangdong will make it to playoffs.
Oh boy, here we go again. Sorry, Your Honor.
You got it this time.
Sass, Your Honor.
That's some points off for KT. Let the record
It's
show.
okay, they'll get their points back somehow.
If you keep interrupting.
Sorry.
I'm not even flipping a coin anymore. It's just tails. But no, it is now time for some rebuttal. And it is B&K's turn to go first. KT, you will be immediately afterwards. Do not make another insolent comment before making your rebuttal, please, because that will eat into the time. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. B&K, and go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Because Nidalee takes over games when they have winning lanes and winning prio, and I've seen that bottom lane. Talking about Leaper being a big step up, that's true, but I don't think he's close to depth, and I think Henna is probably more consistent than him right now. I'm also going to say Andil is one of your strong points. Well, it's a little bit strange because he seems to disappear from time to time. Sometimes he's not on the roster. That might happen again. So that's not even something that I think you can really rely on. And Zeus being in the conversation as being a weak top laner is kind of a really weird argument to bring up when you're talking about Dudu being
So in spring, Kwangdong Freaks, they barely crossed the line, so that mid-season collapse was really, really bad. And then they got absolutely smashed in playoffs. It was, you know, if every other team below them wasn't as good, they wouldn't have made, or if they were a little bit better, they would have been able to not make it. KT was ahead of them in spring as well. Leaper, as Wolf said, was not exactly a strength. And also, they only look good today because they beat Nongshim, so I don't think that really matters. Weak.
That's my gavel. Okay. Little bit weak on the rebuttal there, KT, but you'll figure it out, I'm sure.
He's just mad because you insulted him. He's wielding
Your
his
Honor,
power.
objection.
Objection.
I just wanted to say it.
Oh, can we all do we should all do our own objection? You know, like the voice clip from Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, we should actually do it so that
During
we can
the
throw it
maybe
in there.
later on.
Yeah. And then you could even, like, while people are making their final arguments, what you need to do, and instead of actually interrupting, you get your solo camera, right? And what you do is you make direct eye contact, and then Ian can edit in an objection above your head if you want to.
That seems a little bit complicated. I think I'm just going to talk over people.
Truly the American way, Wolf.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, we've got two different schools of thought for the debate here, but I think that's either is fine. Either is fine. I'm going to just go back to commanding respect mode because we still have one more delegate, and that is B&K. So far, some pretty good arguments for both of these teams. I'm starting to feel like maybe something's coming together in my mind as to who I'm going to assume is going to be in the playoffs. But B&K, it is now your time. So 2 minutes on the clock. Please tell me why B&K are going to be in the playoffs.
I don't see any minutes there. Oh, never mind.
Thank you, Your Honor. 2 minutes to talk about this amazing team, B&K VRX. They brought in a new support. He's actually made the team stable. They're no longer just flipping games. Raptor unlocked. He's playing Lee Sin. He's taken over games in a big way. Champion pool back to his challenger style. That's looking very successful for them. Clear, living up to the expectations that we had for him, as well as Chronicler's love for him. When Chronicler said he was good, he was bad, by the way. But now that Chronicler's given up on him, he's
Objection,
good again.
Your Honor.
And so that's a strong point. And the main thing is Raptor and Closer's synergy mid and jungle. And I think that's what this team is now starting to draft around, and that's the reason why they're going to go to playoffs. Anything can be a pick comp if you play it the right way. Talia, you can play into a pick comp. Doesn't even have to have strong jungle mid synergy. If you have an Ashe arrow you can set things up with what they've done before. You also have the opportunity to play Azir is a pick comp. If you can catch somebody with the Emperor's Divide, we've seen Closer improve his Azir quite a bit. We're also seeing different compositions around the Ahri coming back. Very strong move for them. And it looked initially like potentially BNK was actually going to be a team that they're so predictable that you could actually ban Vi and just win against them. But they found so many other ways to set up picks. Their Gnar compositions are looking fantastic with Clear. He's looking really good on the pick. His Gnar bar times have been some of the best in the LCK. And BNK is a roster that doesn't really collapse. They only rise up. They get better. One of the best teams of all time. Everyone knows it. It's very clear. BNK, one of the best teams of all time. They have a huge legacy as being the kids who never panic. That's right, the cool kids who never panic. And they won't panic in playoffs. They're going to get a pick comp. They're going to win it.
That'll do.
Connie, were like 8 things. I have 3 things.
Off the rails at the end of that one.
I don't know. I had too much extra time. I didn't know what to do.
2 minutes is a lot. Like,
I think I know which president you were channeling in that particular part of the debate, and that's totally fine. We're all up to
Sleepy Wolf.
Yeah. Wasn't the assumption. Okay, and now it is rebuttal time. We're going to let KT go first. This time around, you haven't been first yet, right?
Nope.
Okay.
No, correct, Sam.
Yep. Okay. All right.
yes, Your Honor.
Yep. Facetiosity here. Okay, you've got 30 seconds, KT. Pay attention.
All right, so you talked about Duro being a consistent thing. He is actually, you said KT was an unknown quantity. Duro is the most unknown quantity. He is a super new player, and yes, he's looked good against weak teams, but when we actually come down to crunch time, I can see him easily collapsing under the pressure. Closer is, you mentioned him as well with Raptor, good synergy. That's also kind of new. Bit meta-dependent there. Also, BNK, very well known for their late-season collapse, much like Quantum Freaks in the mid-season.
As we've learned today, there are several incontrovertible laws of nature in the LCK. And one of those laws is if you put your faith in BNK, they will break your heart. I know, because it happened to me multiple times. I still think about Croco, and when they got to that final game, and they couldn't get to Worlds, and guess what? When the chips are down, when everything comes down to it, BNK does not deliver. There is absolutely zero way this team won't somehow throw a massive lead and bungle the chances of playoffs.
It's weird every time Chronicler supports a team. Every time Chronicler supports a team, they seem to actually fail. So I mean, maybe
talking out of turn.
Well, actually, no. This is time for everyone to just have a conversation together. I'm going to absorb information as you guys try and go through some of your points. I don't know whether I should actually be involved in this talk. I'd prefer not to be. I want to be a fly on the wall.
We're going to be just talking over each other.
That is the whole point. Yeah. I'm not going to moderate. I am technically the moderator.
Your Honor, that's.
I know you probably don't like it. That's fine. I'm gonna probably open my gavel and consume whatever's inside. That's what I was thinking about.
Could be anything.
No, I will try and mediate a little bit. However, I need you guys to remember that you're trying to convince me. You're not trying to make your fellow teammates look bad.
Damn.
Right.
That's Wolf's only strategy.
So I mean, I'm just saying. That may not necessarily win you points unless it's a really good burn. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes on the clock this time. And I actually did it. Holy crap.
Well done.
And there we go.
Oh, and as
discussion
began,
time.
I just want to say, Max, that you have KT as 5th on your end-of-season predictions.
Thanks for that.
They're number 5 in your mind and in my mind, and it should be in everybody's mind that KT is making it 5th.
I would like to make clear that there are 2 playoff spots and not only the 5th spot matter. So
it just matters a bit more.
I'm happy that I don't think it does. It's about which 2 teams are making it, and there is still ample opportunity for KT to drop down to.
Well, they have a buffer game
6th.
because your team has one less.
I think
win.
the assignment was to decide which
DRX
team
is
was
that
going to
buffer
get
game.
5th. The assignment was to determine which team was going to get 5th. I don't think we're adding extra spots in here.
No, obviously that's the main priority, but we shouldn't forget that when everything's said and done, there's going to be 2 teams that make it to playoffs. So our job is to determine who's the weakest team.
Yeah, and it's going to be, okay, just to clarify, gavel down. That means that in the instance of this, it's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So 5th as was KT's argument, is first.
Exactly.
As far as this argument is concerned. You don't get points for coming second.
That's right, Chronicler. North 6th, North 7th.
Yeah,
Quantum
and you
Freaks.
see Quantum Freaks is currently in third
If you want to
place.
be the best.
By
I mean,
that-
if
but-
you want to be
no.
second, that's fine.
No, but by definition, my team is currently behind the game, and I do think that they will make up that game by winning against DRX. DRX right now are in absolute shambles. Unfortunately, they don't seem to have a
That's
top laner.
one out of the 4 teams you have
It's
to
decent
face.
recovery.
One way or
but-
another.
DRX is one of the teams.
Yeah,
that
that's
you have to
correct.
play
And the
out
other
of
2
4.
teams are teams where Kwangdong did very well. Might I remind you that KT Kwangdong round 1?
Might I remind
I
you,
don't
Teddy
remember. Sorry.
versus Leaper? Maybe Teddy won't pick Xayah this time.
Yeah, but you still don't have
maybe.
not only is that a maybe, but you also still don't have a top laner. As much as I love my challenger players, we've clearly seen that Frog, unfortunately, is no more up to the task than Rasco is. The reason why we keep talking about DRX is because I want to make clear that effectively Kwangdong is on the same score as the other 2. So all it comes down to is whether we can beat BNK, whether we can beat KT. I think KT, I'm not going to touch because it's 50-50 no matter what I say. I know you're on
Yeah, right in the middle at 5th.
So there's well, that's not actually true because if it's a 50-50, if
It's
if
5.5,
Kwangdong,
which rounds up to 6.
No,
Remember
if
what they were in
Kwangdong
spring?
win,
5th.
yeah, if
What are
Kwa-
they now? 5th.
If
7 and
Kwangdong
7.
wins, that means that they're most likely overtaking KT, right? But the main thing is BNK. This team is just not dependable. They found a very small meta style that works for them right now. But
Pot?
the moment we are
Kettle?
going to get... I think my team has more diversity in playstyle.
Bulldog is
I think
only one game
Chronicler's
to
hogging the
Tristana.
mic.
Bulldog is only 1 game to Tristana. He may be undefeated on the pick, but he can only play Tristana.
Yeah, you can
He's
easily
not good at
ban that.
Azir or Hui or Corki.
Remember Ivern ban, 2 words.
Yeah.
Tristana ban, 2
Bam,
words.
easy.
Got him. Bulldog
And-
doesn't have a champion pool.
All right, speaking of
You know
some
who has a
mid laners,
champion
you know
pool?
who's picking?
BDD.
You know who's picking Orianna when it makes absolutely no sense? That's
It
BDD.
looked so good.
Yeah, I'd also
he crushed them with
like
it.
to
It was
motivate-
I don't think
amazing.
he crushed Bro with it. I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think it looked really bad. It
There
didn't
was-
make any
Not that
sense.
Orianna game, the one before.
was-
the other
I
one.
wasn't talking about the good Orianna.
There was
game.
one more thing. I heard KT earlier say and talk about how the fact that Deft, Deft is looking great,
I didn't
looking
say
better.
anything about Deft.
No, you did mention Deft at some point.
I'll mention Deft. He's
Did
not
I?
looking
Don't
so
re-
great.
I don't remember that.
I just want to remind
he
everyone.
talked about
I
Deft
just
in
want to
his
remind
rebuttal.
everyone that Deft today lost the 2v2 to Envy and Palu. Straight up, no jungle intervention.
Ash Braum is a really strong bot lane. Palu's looking
They
like
had
Def
Ezreal
didn't
Palu's
seem
looking
to
really
know
good
it. Def
nowadays,
did not
okay?
seem to know how Ash worked, and it's weird because there's a lot of competitive games
it's
on Ash.
happy gaming. It happens to anyone, especially KT.
It might be some sad gaming when they're back in the
You
team
guys
house
were
when they
like,
don't make
oh yeah,
playoffs."
I don't think they can beat Genji. They don't have to beat Genji. They have 3 other games.
Yeah, I mean, I
KT.
think you guys are
They have
both.
DK. They're gonna crush them.
You
They
guys
have
are both. No, I have
DRX as well, I
about.
think.
You guys are clueless. Clear, clear.
Wrong.
Clear is the only player in this contention that I can trust the blind pick Gnar. And sometimes we don't like blind pick Gnar. Have you seen this guy win lane on Gnar? He crushes it. He gets solo kills. He gets turret plates. Safe lane to play through, but also can absorb pressure. I'm telling you guys, Clear, looking good. You're looking at Raptor, champion pool unlocked. He's going back to his challenger's roots, and he's playing with Closer. Closer actually gets to be a player when he's got a jungler.
There's
And
only
I'm
one
telling
team that I think other teams are scared of, and it's KT. It's not Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, but
And it's
KT
not
can also
it's
watch
not
the
the
anyone
DRX.
I would like to remind everyone as we close the free speech, there is only one player, and that's the player in my top lane that has a champion named after him, which is Dusante, and we saw it again today.
Oh. I just want to clarify that Kwangdong was not trying to end free speech. Even though it sounded like that, that's not what he was actually trying to do. I would not allow
Chronicler
that.
does that sometimes.
Yeah. Because that's what this is all about in this fair debate. Okay, so now it is time for final speeches. This has all been ordered previously, and this is not based on my biases. And so first it's going to be KT.
Yeah.
You're going to have a minute
Yeah.
to tell me exactly why. And I've got things in my mind that haven't been mentioned yet for all teams. I'm going to be bearing them in mind as we head towards
barreling
them in mind as we head towards me and my making of a final decision.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. I need you to focus on what those things might be and really try to nail them in your final speeches, okay? That's what I want to see the focus as. All right. KT, your time starts now.
Barrel. Well, so he had a really rough game today against Bro. I'm just going to address it. I think that he was playing Genshin while he was playing League of Legends, or before and after probably, and he was pretty distracted. I think that when it comes to actually crunch time, he will focus. He'll put the phone away and he'll play League of Legends. He's really good at that. They had a rough day today. That happens. Also, KT very well known for bouncing back really strongly after one of these easy losses. Hirai is he's going to crack the whip, if you know what I mean, and he's going to get these guys in shape, and they're going to come back. And I think they might actually upset Genji here. Perfect, also a bit of a weak day. I think that he is, though, another one of those really young, great top laners, and I'm really impressed by him and his Rumble and stuff like that. His Gnar was good as well. So I think it's pretty obvious that KT's going to win, and yeah, nothing else to say.
That's fine. Well done, KT. I'm going to go ahead and reset this in a correct fashion. You're going to have 59 seconds. I apologize for that, Kwangdong Freaks, but that's just because I don't know how to use an iPad very well.
That's okay, Your Honor.
Thank you for your understanding. You can start talking, and then I'll give you a second. I'll press the go button, okay? So it's on you.
So we've already talked a lot about the 5 members on each respective teams, talked a lot about what they offer. I think it's time to talk about the 6th man, and that is CVMax. I think that CVMax is very obviously, and for many a reason, a controversial coach. But I think it's important to note that he has also been part of some of the greatest talent developments that we have seen within competitive League of Legends. This was the man that was at the helm of some of the most successful challenger projects that we've ever seen. And I think that even though there have obviously been a lot of moments where it hasn't been enough, hasn't been able to actually make it happen to the end, he was the man that got this team back to playoffs last time around in spring. This time, I know Leaper rather doesn't need to be the end of the world. He just needs to be good enough. And I think right now, with the bot lane back in stable form, CVMax's drafting is one of the biggest advantages that he has over some of the random stuff that KT does, or the predictability of BNK.
A little bit over time there.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Random.
That's 58. So we're gonna just okay. I'm gonna count you in there, BNK. We're gonna hear your final thoughts for 1 minute on the clock, and your time starts now.
So I've already talked a lot about the mid-jungle synergy, clears improvements, bottom lane having Duro now. They look a lot more stable. And I think that those are the main reasons why I think BNK is going to be the team that makes it into playoffs in that 5th place spot, ideally. But I want to address the CVMax issue, which has been a huge drafting issue for Kwangdong Freaks in not only the past, but also recently. So I think that's actually something that you brought up that reminded me that the drafting has been quite poor recently, and they've been running it back in Game 2, which means they're losing a lot of 2-0s, so that's not looking great. KT Rolster really need to get it together in terms of the debate here as well. Like, come on about this. What? And I just want to say both of these debaters didn't even look at BNK's strength of schedule, which is by far the hardest because they play against D+, Hanwha, and T1. You guys didn't even do your research. I win.
I guess BNK got third.
That's why I said I wasn't going to tell you, because they play against DK, Hanwha, and T1. I looked up right before this and I was like, it is not going to happen. But you guys didn't even look at it.
But then you
we were talking about our teams.
You could have just not mentioned it.
Yeah,
we mentioned it in your final speech.
So I was honest and let him know.
But
that I knew about it.
He really gave me way too much credit.
Yeah.
But also, I take into account things that are said
before
I have my final assessments.
I just randomly told Bellis he did a bad job because I couldn't think of anything bad to say about KT Roaster at that moment.
Yeah, KT is the best choice. Yeah.
Just like,
true.
Get it about this.
We'll take the 3-2 victory. They will win.
시작하겠습니다.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still I'm still I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running
Korea.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I'm Alice, still joined by Orcs here today as we're ready to bring you the second series of the evening. This one, a little bit closer in the standings, and a lot more important if your team name is BNK, because they are still vying for that last playoff spot, or last two playoff spots, with Kwangdong Freaks and KT. We'll see whether they can help make a move towards it as we have a look here. Currently sitting in 5th place, but Kwangdong Freaks kind of hot on their heels after their victory yesterday.
Yeah, and it's so important that BNK pick up a win somewhere because the easiest match they have left in their schedule is Kwangdong Freaks. That one would be huge to win. It could be the difference maker that seals it, but the difference between their schedule and Kwangdong Freaks and KT. Kwangdong Freaks and KT both have DRX left to play, which should be an easier matchup. For BNK FairX, we have D+ today, we have Kwangdong Freaks today this week, and then next week is Honor Life Esports and T1. They have the hardest schedule out of that trio of 3 teams on 7 wins. So, you know, in an ideal world, they obviously beat Kwangdong Freaks, but a win against D+ here could make things feel a lot more secure.
We'll see how it does go as we have a look at these schedules. DK advances to playoffs upon winning against BNK in this one. 4 wins, 1 loss record in round 2. Will the BNK crew continue their momentum to devour DK? That is the question. I think that BNK have only gotten better as the season's gone on.
Yeah, but they really need that momentum now. You know, they, in this second part of the season, have beaten the easier teams.
Yeah.
Teams on the eastern side. This is their first big challenge. We don't count Gen G because they smoke everyone. But D+, this is probably the most difficult team they have left. After this, they got Nongshim and Bro. They then have KT. There's a good chance that they clean sweep through the rest of them, especially if they win today.
Yep, Kingen versus Clear. This one is looking pretty Kingen favored. As you can see, 8-1 in favor of the world champion from 2022. And we'll see whether Clear can continue his good form, because the guy did look really, really good in their more recent matches. And Kingen has been known to be up and down. And this is the big change. DK's bold player swap. Moham is joining the lineup and has had a bit of experience against Duro in Challenger as well. Managed to beat him in 3 games in their match that they had in the first round robin. And it's his birthday. So there you go. Happy birthday.
Interesting decision. I feel like Kellen on his champions has done well, but in the recent games it's been a bit of a struggle generally for the team. So it'll be interesting to know more about that decision and why they have to go for that. Maybe testing them out before they go into playoffs, see where things lie. Ultimately, though, Duro has been such a fantastic addition to BNK FairX that you're definitely going to need some power in the bot lane to match up to that.
I would agree. DK still no team to be underestimated, especially towards that top side of the map. I think that King and Lucid and Showmaker have been playing extremely well, aiming when he gets his champions, also looking really, really good at this point in time as they walk out to raucous applause here in LoL Park. And we'll see what Moham's going to be able to come up with. The guy's been playing a lot of things. Most played at the moment is the Braum in Challenger. But we'll see whether that is what he's going to be locking away here today. We're on a fresh new patch for this team as well.
And I'm wondering how that patch affects D+. Because I think there's some things that really favor Showmaker. He wasn't really leaning towards the AD carries mid as much as other players. Aurora seems right up his street.
Oh, yeah.
But aiming, a lot of aiming's picks nerfed. Ezreal nerfed, the items for like Kai'Sa, Zeri nerfed. So, you know, I think we'll see how things play out on this patch for them. I know if I was in BNK FairX's position, I would not let Showmaker get Aurora. I just think it's too risky. But there's a lot of budget in the bans over towards what you have to deny from Lucid as well. So we'll see what they can pull off. I think BNK FairX, their uprising has really been about them leaning into a style that fits them so well. You know, a lot of late engage, a lot of tools where you can just dive in unison. And I think other teams have been starting to adopt that a bit as well and put it to good use. Especially when there's double AD carries. If you have 4 sources of engage and can get on top of them, you can definitely shut them down.
As Closer has the highest KDA in the league right now as far as round 2 is concerned. Pretty impressive stuff, as they have had, you know, only 1 loss against Gen G so far in this round robin. So it does make some sense that his stats would be looking pretty good. Kill participation for Showmaker looking a little bit worrisome. And honestly a bit middling when it comes to the rest of the stats. It hasn't really been about Showmaker so much as Aiming's been taking all of the money, all of the farm, and all of the things.
He is the Gold King.
He is indeed.
Very much established closer, though we've seen he's had some success on the Yone, and Yone just got some buffs. So,
he did.
You know, potential to bring that one out there. We'll see what happens. I think ultimately the big talking point for this BNK Ferex roster has been the top side. You know, Juro's addition has been fantastic, but Claire's been on a tear. Raptor been performing very consistently, even in the losses.
Yeah, I'd agree.
In the Gen G loss, I think he actually had a solid performance, and it's not easy to look solid against Gen G right now.
That is very true. One worry I do have for BNK is that they kind of just adopted the style that DK kind of came up with, right? They were the ones that were playing far more towards topside, making a lot more of these pick comps work for themselves. The Lee Sin Vibans have been the most popular against this team. They designed kind of the playstyle that BNK have now leveraged to find a lot of these victories. And we'll see what they're going to be able to do when we've got Vi being so heavily contested between both of the teams. Do you take a little bit of a risk, let that pick go through so that maybe you can get something else, maybe hope that you can pick it up if they are on the red side, which BNK are for our first game.
I honestly think it could end up in that situation where the best way to combat blue side might be to say, look, we're going to let something broken through.
Yeah.
Let's get 2 broken things in return. It might be the trade deal BNK Ferex have to go, but I think the stylistic matchup here is going to make it a really interesting one. I feel like mid-jungle has been so huge for D+, but BNK Ferex have lent into strong mid-jungle combos. The big one has been that Vi Ari. We've seen things like the TF Lee Sin from the side of D+, the LeBlanc, definitely a pick you do not want to deal with. And I just expect it to be a battle.
Yeah, I do too. I'm looking forward to seeing how it is going to go because D+, they definitely want this. They're going to be able to secure playoffs with a victory here. And I don't know whether they can still make it towards that second place, but I think it is still in the cards if something goes horrifically wrong for Hanwha Life Esports. Not likely that it is going to be happening, as Hanwha have looked, especially after seeing them in their previous series, pretty incredibly unstoppable. But D+ still within a shot and want to make sure that they keep that on the table for as long as possible. This one means a lot.
If D+ lose this, they can still mathematically make it to second, but it becomes very difficult.
Yeah.
So they can't really give anything up if they want to have an even chance of doing it. But also, they're still fighting for that 3rd place seed. T1 is only 1 series win behind them, and that obviously decides your opponent in the first round. So we'll see how that goes. Ash going to be banned away. And remember, Henna hasn't been big on playing the Ezreal.
That is true.
So it is a little bit lower priority we've seen since the nerf, but definitely a big pick for Aiming. We'll see if they opt to ban it away. The LeBlanc ban, 100% agree with that off the bat. Kalista going to come through as well, so really trimming down a lot of the powerful laners from Henna right now.
And maybe they just ban 3 of them. If they ban Zeri as well, then that is kind of Henna's champion pool. He is then able to play, I mean, I don't know about Varus after the changes. It was, of course, one of his favorites. Xayah, another one that he's lent on, as there is the Ezreal ban that you were talking about. Things like Rumble, Aurora, all of these picks still up and available with only 2 bans left to go. There are a lot of things to look out for, and this is what I was wondering about. So they are just going to stick with this 80 carry hype train. Of course, the Lucian, a little bit more of a mid lane ban here, of course, and is alluding to a Corki first pick, as Aurora is going to be picked up as far as the final ban is concerned. So good to see that. Showmaker has been playing it in at least one of his accounts on solo queue. But obviously, it fits in. It's a Showmaker champion through and through. This guy was Zoe connoisseur. And Kingan's now going to get Rumble as a result of all this.
Yep, which, you know, I think is pretty strong pickup, but now turns to BNK Ferex and what they can get. I think the Vi would be pretty fantastic. You could slam the Zeri as well. This is the comp that's been working for them. It allows you to give counter pick over the closer, and you can really piece something together with that 3rd pick. We'll see what D+ will go in return, toying with ideas in the jungle. Do they want the Maokai? Do they want the Sejuani?
I mean, I don't really like Sejuani into Vi. We often see Vi picked into Sejuani to try and deal with it. Of course, you can shred down that armor relatively well.
I also think that in terms of picks Showmaker's been playing, a lot less melee picks. He did play Sylas with the Sejuani early this split. Didn't really have too much of an impact, and also Sylas a little bit weak on the current patch after the changes, so
yeah.
Maybe just going to pick an 80 carry here, I think probably would make more sense. They have locked in that Sejuani though. We'll see what they opt. If they want to secure something for Eamon, the Kai'Sa is still available, and obviously a pretty fantastic pick for him. But instead, looking like they might secure something for Showmaker.
Oh my god, just Kiana. Just don't be scared. Just do it. Just show us the supreme display of talent. It's going to be Kai'Sa locked in. I actually kind of thought that this makes the most sense to me. Aiming, of course, is a fantastic Kai'Sa player, and they do have a setup for a dive-style composition. I expect to see things like Yasuo banned away, but I don't think you can ban everything that Showmaker can use in a dive comp.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true, but it's also, you know, Showmaker has lent towards particular picks. I'm not sure how likely it is he'll play those, and Poppy ban going to come through respecting that potential pick from Moham.
Yeah.
Kellen, obviously not.
He's only played it one time so far, but it is something that he has picked up a win on.
Yeah, good into Vi. They decided to secure the Kennen into the Rumble, giving Claire a good matchup, but that means probably going to see the pairings with Vi banned. Talia being the first one, Ari probably the second one that I would expect.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Ari ban, as anything with a Vi synergize as well is probably worth taking away, making sure that Showmaker's matchup isn't that bad. It's weird that Corki's still up and available.
Yeah, it's not been a big Showmaker pick, but you have a lot of AP damage on your team comp. You know, Kai'Sa doing a lot of AP damage, Rumble as well. So an AD mid would fit with that well, and they do ban the Yasuo, concerned about that. But Yone's still open and available. It is a pick that Closer can take. They don't have an AP jungle, but they have an AP top, so they would be okay to do that. We'll see what they go for in this situation, though.
Is the Yone just going to be the ban on this side? I'd expect Ari. I think it's still a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah, I think so too.
But the Alistar going to be taken off the board instead, so
yeah,
we're not going to have that.
Alistar pretty good into the engage picks you want to pair with the Kai'Sa, good into Nautilus, good into Leona. They end up going for the Rakan.
I feel like Rakan's a bit dangerous.
Is squishy, and there's a lot of AoE already from this D+ composition, but they want to layer that engage, and it has worked for them. Ari's still open and available, but they leave it till last pick. They want to see what Showmaker's bringing out. Does he go for the Yone in this situation? Would provide the AD, would pair nicely with the Sejuani, but I think they'll probably just pick support first and give themselves some time. Nautilus, a lot of value here. It's a fine matchup into these Rakam, also good against Seri, and they actually do lock in that Corki, so a strong pick, not something we've seen so much from Showmaker, but fits with the composition, and it's probably just going to be that Nautilus locked in. A great answer to the Zeri.
Yeah, the Nautilus answer to the Zeri makes a lot of sense, but I feel like Rel would be so powerful just in the composition. Still having Depth Charge just to get guaranteed CC is a good move. As Closer, this is an old favorite of his. He was an Aurelia one-trick when he debuted on T1 all those years ago. This would be an absolute monster pick if he does go for it. Instead, the Sylas going to be considered, and the Yone going to be locked in.
Yep, so securing the Yone instead of going for the Ari, I think the Ari might have had a rough time in the lane against the Corki. It's not that the Yone is going to have prio, but he just kind of weathers the storm in most matchups. So much sustain from the Fleet Footwork and the Doran Shield. So not as much power in the mid lane. I am a little bit concerned about the fact that D+ have a lot of lane pressure. But in terms of the 5v5 dive, I mean, both teams have fantastic tools, but I feel like it's just going to be a clash, you know? Both of them have so many engage options, so much dive potential, and it's going to come down to that execution.
I think I'm going to have to ask Jonas Strong to put the team fights in half speed, because I think that these could be over extraordinarily quickly. Everyone is just going to press all of their buttons, and things are going to explode. That's what it kind of seems like to me. Not a whole lot of tankiness, a whole lot of damage on both sides of the Rift. One thing very much worries me, though, and that is the fact that Kingen has been really, really good on Rumble, and Rumble is mega broken at this point in time. Still, even after getting a little bit of a tap to his Flame Spitter, he is still out of control, and Aiming has maximum comfort on his Kai'Sa, as this guy came prepared. He is not going to get hurt if anything happens, and it says Fearless Foxes, of course, on the helmet, but he's wearing protective gear. Doesn't that make you seem a little bit more fearful?
Maybe the protective gear allows him to be fearless, you know?
Aha!
It's like when Morgan was playing Ornn, right? Very tanky, allows him to just be at the forefront.
Hey, that's a really good point. So, still definitely very fearless. We'll see whether B&K can grab themselves a win here. Even a game means a lot. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Okay, B&K fans are extraordinarily loud today, or someone messed around with my headphones, something like that, but that was pretty extreme. Very much like it, though. So many of our teams that weren't the most popular have definitely gotten a whole lot more fans.
So
recently.
Moham has gone Ignite for the lane pressure, but that means no exhaust.
We saw the Gigachads do this in their last game before they... Do you remember that last Slicing Maelstrom?
Yeah,
Doran?
I do. There would be a ton of exhaust value here. I'm not going to like immediately discredit the decision because I understand it. You're playing, as you said, D+ of strong lanes. They do want to get advantages here. The Nord and Kai'Sa should have pressure into the Zeri Rakan pre-6. And with Ignite, you can capitalize on that. But this means if it gets to team fights, you know, the Kennen, the Yone, really going to be hard to deal with.
Oh, 100%. I think having access to it against Clear is going to be incredibly important. Clear also going for the Electrocute version of the Kennen. Does make a whole lot of thematic sense, but we do often see the Airy picked up with Kenny. Electrocute pretty good on the current patch, though.
Yeah, a lot more. It got changed to have a lot more early power, so especially if you can get the stun proc in lane and proc Electrocute at the same time, it's a decent burst of damage.
Still. Now D+ going to be starting off here on the bottom side. Moham coming in with a difficult task, trying to dredge up the Nautilus from the bottom of the seas when it comes to this loss streak.
That's an LCK loss streak.
Hey, that's true.
He's been in challenges.
Hasn't had the greatest of win rates on it, but that's another hook that's going to connect. Duro taking so much damage. There is the Ignite. All right, well, Duro's just going to go home. Does now have his heal on cooldown, so it was an even trade of summoners as well.
Yeah, that's the pressure you can get, and the heal really ineffective against Ignite. That's specifically why it's so powerful into heal, just because it cuts down the healing. So Duro, low enough that he feels like he has to recall. We do see this cross map developing where Raptors moved over to Lucid's blue side after we saw that early bot side invade from Lucid. And keeps applying the pressure, though. He's not scared, even though he's without his support for a little bit longer. The big concern is it is going to be level 3 being hit in a second by D+. As you can see, aiming just hits it. And Duro far away from that level 3 and doesn't have his W available. Which is a big ability to be without on Rakan.
And Showmaker pushing up in this mid lane. Hasn't really been an adopter of the new version of the Corki, but really did like the old one. The more packaging magic damage variety of the Corki. So we'll see how he does go here. Has certainly played a few games so far this season, but it hasn't been a standout pick for Showmaker so much, we could say.
They're actually so vulnerable. Duro's still not level 3. He doesn't have his knock-up. They actually could dive this.
Yep, they're going to go for it as Grand Entrance is going to get a bit of value, but there's the Permafrost. There's the first blood. Moham tanking up the turret beautifully. And Henna does have a control ward here, so he might be able to get a little bit of damage down. The extender beam will be avoided, though, and Henna not able to get any joy in this one. 1,000 gold the lead at the end of that play for D+.
Even with the Grand Entrance coming in from Duro, it's not enough to be able to dissuade the dive coming out from D+. This Rakan very squishy, and they end up focusing on him. The barrier from Henna, no value when you are not the focus target.
And I love to see this from Lucid, because I think our biggest criticism has been basically just for his Sejuani and its lack of proactivity early on in the games. And so really good to see him going for that really early dive and finding some success with it as well. Q going to go wide here as Showmaker has just teleported back to the lane. Moham going to turn up. Look to see whether he can get anything here alongside Lucid as well, who is moving in. Moham can opt in for some sort of move, but doesn't have his flash available. Duro turns up as well. Hook is going to go wide. And Moham is just going to help Showmaker make sure that this wave crashes into the turret. Nice phosphorus bomb damage there as well. And D+, you mentioned this already, the fact that they have a lot of priority in these lanes. Kingin with a rare usage of a different skin for Rumble. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, the Badlands Rumble, I think that one is.
Yeah.
Looking pretty cool with a big...
aiming. Going aggressive here as the barrier will eat the Void Seeker.
Yeah, pretty low cooldown, so you know it can be useful just to trade it for a big burst of damage as you're going to get from a Kai'Sa, rather than going super low and being forced out.
나부터 생각할게. 라칸.
All right. He's going to tank first and kill the Rakan. That's what he said. I autoed, take the Rakan, and then he Yeah, he's going to
나 이거
flash.
뒤집어 짚을게.
Yep, pretty straightforward. Played it as well as you can imagine.
Yeah, called it.
Here, kind of trying
나
to
W
threaten.
줘.
Yeah, watch out for W.
Good moves.
Clean.
A lot of confidence for a player who obviously hasn't been in the LCK for a long time.
Oh, he's Hex splashing. He's looking for it, finds the auto onto Hannah. There's a Void Seeker landing as well. Fair bit of extra damage. The hook is aggressive as we check out the mid lane here as well. Closer went in and goes out again, much like Yone does really like to do, as Raptor is going to get started on these Void Grubs. I think he's going to have a little bit of a Bristle and Sejuani problem though. And he may just have to vacate the area because there is so much extra advantage. Kingan's got Equalizer. He has to get out.
Yeah, we do see Clear TP back in, so maybe with some backup they can contest this, but they are trying to figure out if that's what they want now. No supports have moved up, it's just a 3v3.
Yep, Lucid comes in, finds the Arctic Assault as Equalizer goes down. Closer going to get very close to being stunned. He will be going back, and there is the Slicing Maelstrom. Clear almost able to do it and will finally lock down his opposite number. It's a 1-for-1. And the Grubs do go the way of D+. I think Lucid should be able to get all three of them in the end.
Yeah, looks like actually he's... No, he's going to do it. Looks like he was a little bit tentative, but he will go for it there. Clear getting humongous value from the Kennen ultimate, but not enough to turn around that rough start to the fight. Put it in favor of D+.
Oh, there's the hook. Oh, Duro. He's going to get depth charge as well. Oh, aiming is actually just going to go straight into the grand entrance. Ignite was ticking down, but the last tick not enough. That's why you drink your potions. And aiming with a little bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, clutch from Juro. Not sure how intentional it was, but it definitely ended up working out to knock up aiming as he flew in. The ult from Header making things a little bit dangerous there. We'll see the replay, and I think the problem is that Raptor gets engaged on here. Doesn't really get to do much in the fight, and the ult chunks him out a fair bit. But now Closer, you know, his E not getting a ton of value when he's focused down. The Kennen ult really the hero for BNK Fearx. It could have been a 3-for-0 if Clear didn't just shred everyone there.
Yeah, and Clear also surviving, utilizing his dashes all over the place to make sure that he gets out with very, very low health. The Unbound Soul helping in a big way. So, as the dust settles, a 1-for-1 there, but they did manage to collect the Grubs. So D+ probably feeling a little bit unfettered by the fact that that didn't necessarily go the best. But the big problem is the fact that that kill goes over to Clear, and he was already going to be an issue that D+ didn't have a lot of tools with. And so in goes Lucid. He is going to throw the ultimate away, but it does not matter. Permafrost is going to be enough, and Aftershock hadn't even gone off yet.
Look at the ult on Clear, the timing. It's up in like a few seconds.
God.
Legitimately, if he had that, could have been a completely different situation. So the timing almost perfect from D+. You could see Clear moved away from the tower to dodge the ult, which unfortunately wasn't enough to get him out.
Oh, Raptor going to get over the wall, looking to steal away the red side jungle here. I believe D+ did return that favor, or at least started the favor by clearing their top side as well. You can see there's a lot of vision up there. As Duro going to put down this ward that will be immediately cleared. Clear walks up the red carpet and does have the Slicing Maelstroms. Going to get the flash out of Kingan, who just bails. And he is not feeling as fantastic about that trade after all.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous there. Didn't have the backup from the team, and Clear does a good job of turning it around. And now Raptor starting this Dragon up. The team are moving to cover. Juro's still level 5. No ultimate on this Rakan.
Yeah, there's the pincer maneuver though as the cease and desist comes in. Showmaker just flashes away. Grand Entrance just barely catches the Corki. This is what this comp does. They identify a target and they will kill it.
Even without the Rakan ult, they still manage to get what they want. So much committed, but the engage works. And honestly, this Corki might continue to be a target when it comes to these 5v5s for the side of BNK Fearx.
And they are just a bit of a best friends club, aren't they? You know, they rotate together and they take kills together. And it is working out here as Closer able to pick up a plate there in mid lane as well. We'll check out this one. This was the good one for D+.
Yeah, and it's good moves to move away and dodge the ult initially. But again, no ult, isn't able to stack the stun on Lucid quickly enough. And then here, the call comes in, they know what the plan is. They commit on a Showmaker, and even with the flash and the Valkyrie, the Rakan just being able to dash to people and then go a bit further just makes a difference in those situations.
Really does, as Kingan is taking a lot of plates. Clear, not a lot of options with Lucid in the vicinity. And Raptor's going to turn up, but that was already a lot of minions that did go down. I believe it was a cannon that did tank a lot of it. So So at least Clear gets in for the rest of them, as Hook gonna just barely miss onto Duro, who does a grand exit the whole situation. And in the meantime, Clear does have a big minion wave to deal with, but 10 CS behind on this cannon at this stage.
Yeah,
in the plates is the big part, right?
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty sizable disadvantage there. And obviously both these AP top laners, we've seen them countless times take over games, just being able to do so much damage, dictate these 5v5s, and obviously we talked about no exhaust being there for the cannon, but also, you know, Rumble with so much CC on the side of D+, gonna get so much value if he gets ahead.
Yep. Looking forward to seeing whether Moham can actually get a depth charge in line, you know, so that Lucid can set up for the Glacial Prison. There is, with guaranteed CC, having these skill shots, they're not skill shots anymore after that. And so the equalizer value, Glacial Prison value is going to be massive. Well, looking for a bit of an angle here. RB&K as Raptor goes in, looks for Lucid, sees an assist, comes down, the grand entrance is glorious! And the equalizer not really doing what it wants, but it does take down a grub. Not too bad there. There's the slicing Maelstrom from Clear. He holds it for the last second, and now Showmaker, he gets ulted on. Not going to get knocked up by the Q, but he knows that he's dead. Aiming can do nothing. Isn't even able to lock down that cannon at the end, and D+ lose the gold lead.
And this is what B&K FearX does best. When the engage comes in, it doesn't feel like it's 5 players. They are one team in unison. You can see they went for Lucid initially, and as he moved away with a flash, just a follow-up, it's pristine. You watch it here, so initially they go for Lucid, he's about half HP, they're like, he's a good target, and watch Closer's ult, immediately there to follow up on the Rakan. Lucid just goes down pretty quickly, and the equalizer, there's nothing to keep them on top of it. The ensuing fight, Clay finds his window as D+ look for the re-engage, and the ult is still there from the Vi. This is why having so many sorts of engages works so well for this team.
Yep, and Kingen just needed to be a little bit more patient there, right? Like, if they had have dove on top of Lucid, but then the equalizer was layered down, the story becomes so incredibly different. Unfortunate there for D+. Could possibly make something happen next time around, but it's just going to be a little bit of a fight for the scuttle.
And the big thing is, Clear 3 kills now on the cannon, and Closer 2-0-3 on Yone, the main beneficiaries of that fight. And those picks are not the ones you want to be fed when going up against B&K FearX.
100%. And now you can see in a side lane is Closer on his Yone. I don't think Showmaker is going to be too happy with how this one is going to turn up. You can see D+ still making some proactive moves, looking to clear out vision around this Drake. First Dragon hasn't gone down yet, and it is almost Platefallen season. That is a pretty late first Dragon, and it looks like no one really cares about it. Kind of weird.
Yeah, I feel like teams just cautious about getting stuck on the objective. We've seen that, you know, backfire there with D+. So a bit tentative about getting stuck on the Dragon and getting engaged on. And it definitely feels like the focus of this teams has been more about getting these kills in the bag, getting leads on the map as well. Even though obviously 3 kills on that cannon, Kingen still very fed on the Rumble with all those plates he secured earlier. And it feels like, you know, this has been a consistent theme of the red being stolen, but looks like Moham is here to put a stop to it.
Well, he's going to try to. I don't think they know exactly what's going on here as finally the ward goes down, but Raptor has achieved his goal. We'll start off the Dragon now. Vision is in this pit. So DK, they have an opportunity to make something happen. Hex Flash over, Arctic Assault over, and it looks like it may be just traded for a Rift Herald after it's all said and done. So not really too much to occur.
Showmaker no TP and had to back to pick up Triforce. Is obviously a big spike, so not great timing. Looks like Kingdom wants a solo kill here.
Yeah, or maybe not a solo kill, because Clear is going to have to worry about a Nautilus and about a Sejuani. As in comes Lucid, he's going to nail the ulti this time. Max range hook, and Lucid locks down the kill. With the help of a little bit of help from my friends, Kingen says, and he's able to get it done.
One of these situations where you know what's coming, but there's not much you can do to stop it. And now it looks like follow-up on a Closer.
Yeah, I've seen this one before. Aiming's going to turn up as well. You may as well just bring all of your buddies as they take down the turret. Nothing Closer can do. My goodness, he just got torn to shreds. And there he goes. A big advantage here for D+. The fact that they get first turret blood and 2 kills, that has really skyrocketed the gold.
Gonna get Herald off the back of this as well, and Closer TP's top, but it was too late. I think at that point with the tower so low, Clay definitely didn't want to be there. But Closer joining just makes it worse, and Clay just not respecting the lack of vision on this top side. so pushed up, so much damage done before the dive even starts. And honestly, I think the correct call here is Closer, just keep pushing bot. Leave Clear to die. It's too late already, but he commits to TP too late and then ends up being prey to the same fate.
Yep, it's a freshly stacked wave there as well. And so Closer with his Unbound Soul, he is definitely going to die. Yeah, pretty elementary. And unfortunately, like after B&K had such a good play on the Grubs, it is, you can see the good play. It's a little blip. You see a little blip there. But then the blip was kind of undone.
Definitely feels like this team really knows what they're doing in terms of team fights, but sometimes the macro decisions can backfire. They are now committing heavily to that bot side to pick up this tier 1 tower. Showmaker going to play very defensive, respecting that. This could be a window though for D+ to slam that Herald mid and look for the tier 1.
Yeah, you can see Lucid moving on over here. We'll be able to clear out vision first, but we have a feeling that perhaps HLE is going to grace us with her presence. Instead, Lucid is just going to back away. Closer getting to work on this turret down here. We'll be able to complete that. Did mean that Raptor could rotate up with the fact that Showmaker just sort of vacated completely. Meant that this could be a look-in at an inner turret. Kingen doing the same thing.
It looks like they're just trying to keep B&K Fearx guessing, moving between mid and top, trying to get them aligned in the wrong lane. They then slam the Herald down mid, and there's just too many members of D+. This is going to go down. You can see Closer, they're walking up. It looks like they want to make this a fight.
Yeah, Glacial Prison does come down. Raptor able to Vault Breaker away from the Arctic Assault as well. Not a whole lot of value picked up here by Lucid, as now the re-engage does come through. Raptor still holding onto that ultimate like we were talking about before. He's so good at choosing his target. The hook, it comes down. The Slicing Maelstrom gets into the back line. Lucid goes down, and the cannon value is not as high this time, but it still does its job. Double kill comes through for Clear, and DK just didn't have enough left.
Just as you see D+ trying to move on a Raptor, he creates enough space, and B&K Fearx collapse in on them. Once again, the 5v5s is where this team shines, and they're able to answer and get a mid-tier 1 for it. You can see, they see wrapped up to the side. They know there's the potential of Closer moving in, but it's this TP that really seals the deal, cuts off that last exit point. They know they can't catch Raptor here. They start to move towards the mid-tier 1. The Clear's waiting over the wall. The Vial gets massive value here, charging in with the Rakan, straight on top of the Rumble, who just gets eviscerated.
Beautifully played. The amount of space that Clear provides there, it didn't lock down a whole bunch of kills, but they got exactly what they needed to, and it just zoned D+ out of everything that they wanted. I think a little bit of exhaust regret is probably starting to set in.
And the thing is, think about how bot lane went. Was it enough of an advantage to justify taking the Ignite instead? I don't think so.
I'm gonna go with a no from me.
Yeah. So sometimes it's one of those decisions you make it going into the game. You're like, look, we're gonna win lane, we're gonna crush bot, it'll be worth it. And then you get to team fights and you think, didn't go as we planned. Oh, Raptor should sense something, does back away. So a lot of pressure being applied here.
Yeah.
But B&K Fearx will respect it.
Yep, tower does go down. That is going to be local gold picked up by Showmaker as well. Still building towards his Muramana. Will be ready to transform as soon as he puts that one into his back pocket, and should be coming through relatively soon. Closer as well, item number 2 coming through on a decent clip as well. And he is still pretty far ahead of Showmaker, whose Corki has not really had the greatest of times. He'll of course be able to get a fair bit of consistent damage down later on, but I just don't know whether he'll have the opportunity with this cannon being so incredibly big and the amount of dodging of stuff that you have to do into this composition from B&K.
I will say that D+ setting up this dragon, and if you look at the items, Showmaker's just picked up the Manamune, Aiming has the Ginsus. Close and Henna, I don't know if they're on a lot of gold, but there's just no way they can fight this right now. They need to get second items before they can look for it, so they'll just give it up. Yep, I think it's the correct decision. You don't have to fight every single one.
Whoa, that's a flash forward from King, and he just gets the ult out of Clear and says, that's my trade, and I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, it's a win for Closer. Ult a lot shorter cooldown than the flash for the Rumble.
Not anymore.
It's still
a lot shorter than flash, yeah.
But still, you can see how dangerous this Rumble still is, even though only got 1 kill, all those plates early, given a lot of gold. And it's still 1,400 gold lead for D+. Second dragon be picked up is obviously the Ocean Soul, which is not the most impactful, we'll be honest.
Yeah.
Especially with how explosive these fights are. You know, in the longer fights, in the poke wars, Ocean Soul can get a lot of value. When you're getting blown up in 0.2 seconds, not so great.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we sort of stopped liking Ocean Soul, you remember when it first came out, it was like broken, and of course the numbers were overtuned, but we didn't have the massive amount of dive comps. A lot of the reason why we sort of hated Ocean Soul going through was because dive comps was so incredibly popular, and that's what we see on both sides here. So it is the lowest ebb of the value of the Ocean Soul in this game.
We'll say, though,
still going to do something.
Close and Henna both picking up Shield Bow's second item, so that extra durability definitely very high value in this situation.
Ooh, nice work from Raptor there. Even gets the zoom in from Jonas Strong. That's how you know you definitely did a good job. Or you missed a cannon.
Aggressive positioning around the Baron, though. It really feels like BNK FairX are trying to threaten, trying to set something up if the window opens for them. And you always have to be on edge against this team.
You really do. They just kind of make choices, and they all make them together, and it's fantastic, but sometimes they're wrong. It's best to all make a wrong decision together, but sometimes it doesn't stop it from being wrong.
And even then, like, I feel like that's so true in League of Legends, that it's not about making the perfect decision, but, you know, often people feel this in solo queue. It's about everyone being on the same page.
100%.
And BNK FairX are on the same page, you know, maybe even the same paragraph. I feel sometimes the same sentence.
I think they're writing the same letters.
Yeah.
All just holding onto the same pen, 100%.
Yep, and again, as you said, sometimes the decision is wrong, but more often than not, they can make it work. Now, heavy trade coming on Lucid, but this will just be a trade.
You'd expect so. Big one is going to go wide, because the Unbound Soul is elected to go back to a little bit early. And Lucid, not really too worried. Doesn't have Warmogs or anything like that completed just yet. Opted in for the Randuins.
Yeah, pretty high value.
Those would make some sense, yeah.
Yeah, definitely into both the Zeri and the Yone. And I feel like, honestly, the spikes for the Corki, like 2 item spikes, massive for Corki, 2 and 3. 3 is really big for the Kai'Sa. But, you know, the Yone's Zeri definitely, as the game goes on, get very powerful. So something to be respected when it comes to the game and time moving onwards. Gold's pretty much dead even.
It is.
At this point in the game, which I feel like just adds to the excitement.
It really does. And there are, you know, the 5 grubs, right, from D+. The only thing really giving them any sort of advantage, but it's 3 turrets each. The entire outer ring has been taken down on both sides. So it is merely a grub lead.
Yeah.
And that really doesn't mean too much at all, especially when it's a singular Cloud Drake in comparison to a singular Mountain, and I feel like the Mountain is going to have that little bit of extra value.
Yeah, Amen actually picking up the Seekers, which, you know, not going, typically we see the Nashers here to get that AP evolution, but this is definitely a high-value game for that stasis effect into like a Vi. So aiming, knowing that he might be targeted. I think that means even more pressure on Showmaker as a target.
Oh, they are going to go into Moham here, who is looking for a way out, but Lucid's going in. There's teleports from top laners and mid laners all over the place. Closer with a decent flank angle, but that equalizer was beautiful. Slicing Maelstrom. Let's see whether it gets the value, but Kingen goes golden, aiming, still trying to get it done as the ulti is avoided. Thereby Closer, but now it's Henna's turn to pop up. They take down the cannon, they're aiming. He gets that value, but is still just going to be cut down. And Kingen just running for the hills. It's a quadra kill for Henna. As Showmaker, he takes down Closer here, gets a double himself, but now Raptor and Henna fancy themselves a Baron.
That's exactly the fight I'm looking for from this game. Both teams dead even. It comes down to a 1-kill edge for BNK FairX, and they'll use that advantage to lead on the Baron, but they don't have enough damage. They're just going to give away.
Yeah, and so Henna does have a whole lot of money now to go back with 5-0-5 on the Zeri. She has just become public enemy #1 here for D+. As we'll have a look at it one more time, the engage on the Mohawk.
Yeah, you can see the double TP comes in from D+ first. They were ready for this, but the engage comes out a lot focused onto the Rakan, who actually survives initially. Clay gets big value from the ult, forcing Showmaker and aiming away. Aiming gets ulted, but then flies into the cleanup as Closer comes back with the Fate Unsealed. So him and Henna just able to shut him down. So unfortunately, aiming didn't get what he bargained for there, and Henna just full HP, cleaning up so well. Showmaker does win the one-on-one with his mid lane opponent, but so much in that fight, so many mechanical plays, so much action, and a lot of summoners down, and now we're looking at a potential another fight here.
Yep, straight into another 5v5 as the first Ocean Drake of the game, and okay, Lucid just walks on over and takes that, so no 5v5, just a Steely. a bit of a steal moment.
Yeah, just slides in, grabs it. Didn't want to have to commit to the full fight and just...
Whoa, that's a flash forward. The ulti is going to get buffeted here, but there is an immediate Glacial Prison. Aiming very safe over the wall, but isn't able to auto-attack now as Showmaker is just dead. Aiming, he waits for Closer to come back. Gets that one kill, but everyone else is dying.
The value Closer got there, the ult to buff for the CC, and now they're tentative about going for the Baron, having just lost it. Clear is looking.
Yeah, Aiming wanted to find that Void Seeker as they look for Lucid now. Clear very aware of the fact that Aiming is the true target. And Arctic Assault, Vault Breakers, they're just going to trade some places here.
It's 15 kills to 9, and yet it feels like... It doesn't feel like it feels so close to gold, so even they get closer, this buff is insane. And then using the dash and going in aggressively, the charm from Juro comes through. This double knock-up after the charm, beautiful. And yes, Closer goes down, but the value he got there from being a pick target was massive. And BNK Fearx, you know, the health is low, but they have a Rakan, really good for healing of Baron, but they don't want to risk it. They could have just gone over, sustained up a little bit, maybe secured it, but with Lucid just stealing the Dragon, they were a bit tentative to go for that play. They try to look for Aiming, Lucid don't find them, and now we go back to that even state. You know, it's 1,000 and a bit gold lead for BNK Fearx, not much at this point. We can look at the individual leads, and you can see, even though Closer, obviously, he got a lot of value, but he was the focus target, Showmaker got focused down by BNK Fearx, and he's got so much gold in his pockets that it was definitely a good trade.
Really was. 3-3-1 now for Showmaker, but he has a shield bow as Duro.
Oh, man.
He was just trying to get out there quick smart, and that is going to eat an ultimate here as they do spot them on the Baron. Now Duro just trying to play cleanup. You can see Clear doesn't have flash, but has a pretty good position. They spot him.
It's just gone.
Yeah, this Baron, like, what are they going to be able to do? How can they actually get in here as Lucid is just being bounced? And he's not allowed to get in there. Level 16's hit by both Henna and Closer off the back of that as well. And I think that might have been a big turning point for BNK. And there wasn't even a fight to go along with it.
Yeah, mid-tier 2 goes down, but that it was so low, it's basically gone anyway. And now it's BNK Fearx's turn with the Baron to get things done. Also, getting pretty sizable amount of XP from the Baron. Look at mid lane, Showmaker level 14 to Closer's 16. Henna a level above Aiming, despite being 25 CS down. Definitely a big boon picking up that Baron buff, and now looking to push into the enemy jungle, looking to see if they can find any targets to engage onto.
Yeah, Lucid just going to hold this wave here. Does have some wave clear coming. But not a whole lot, to be perfectly honest, so I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about this one. That is just going to be inner turret going down in the mid lane.
The thing with both these compositions is if you're being sieged, your answer is to engage. But you can see D+ are tentative about engaging into BNK Fearx right now. King in, Moham trying to set a trap but won't succeed.
Yeah.
And now they could just look to take this tier 2 as well. You can see Lucid trying to posture.
Yep, they do engage onto Lucid here, looking for the dive angles. Cease and desist onto Aiming. He goes so deep and he finds his target. The slicing Maelstrom from Clear means that they have nowhere to go. They'll take down the turret as well. And Clear just presses W. Good night to Lucid. That's an ace. And with the Baron, I think BNK just won the game.
There's no safe haven against BNK Fearx. Your turret is meaningless. The engage is so clean. They take down Aiming, and they're going to take game 1 in this series.
Oh, gorgeously done. 10-3-7 on this cannon. He was not tired at all this game. Had a really good one. And BNK, they will punish DK.
What a performance. And honestly, you know, I think expectations are pretty high in D+ in this series. The comp, they went mano a mano. Let's see who engages better. And the answer is BNK Fearx in this one. Really strong performance from them.
Oh yeah, and some very emotional fans here. They understand how much it means to be able to pick up any game at all on their run towards the end of the season, because strength of schedule is a bit of a weakness for this squad right now, but not if you're just better. If you just win, it's fine. Every team's fallible, and we just proved that as D+, they got off to a decent start, but I think BNK's game plan was just better.
Yeah, and I think honestly, you know, yes, BNK Fearx have been on an upswing, but a lot of the teams they've faced have been weaker teams, apart from Gen G, who obviously everyone's losing against, but this has been their big test. How does a new game plan work against one of our top squads? And the answer is pretty damn good.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is against the team that sort of designed the way that they're playing at the moment as well. Like DK, they have been a team that sort of was the dive team. That was where they sort of made their renaissance happen as well. And B&K just demonstrated to them how you're supposed to play it. Really gorgeously done. We are going to go to a short break. When we come back, the Space is going to break that one down. Then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you there.
센터 바텀.
야 이거 여차하면 진짜 다이브 갖고 와도 된다. 바텀 붙어줄게. 다이브 해보라.
아, 천천히 딸 보던가요.
다 받으려면 다이브 해.
아, 회오리 나왔긴 하거든.
야 지금 괜찮긴 한데.
갖고 와도 돼, 갖고 와도 돼.
천천히 볼게.
천천히 볼게.
본다. 카이사.
가이사. 콜키.
나가자.
야, 들이봐줘. 쭉 가야 돼.
바텀스 나 봤다.
쭉 가야 돼. 뭐냐? 나이스. 쭉 가야 돼. 아, 일단 끝내봐. 어우,
끝내. 끝나긴 한데.
와, 뭔데? 되게 잘해, 우리 팀. 아유, 미안합니다.
잘했어. 아 다음 판 잘했다. 이거 조합이 너무 좋았어.
조합이 야무졌어. 나이스. 좋아. 뒤돌이. 근데 케넬이 말이 안 된다, 진짜. 케넬 사기다.
It's not a great target, to be honest. Canyon just follows up into the CC. Very bizarre choice, and the base just left out the dry lens. Can do nothing to assist. Used his combo this moment before. Trying to make a play up here on the top side. That spear looks like it missed, but it might not matter as it is. It's extremely low. Does flash the wall. Remember, Keen doesn't have a splash, but he's just Slante just goes through the wall and takes him down. More people there sticking around though. Oh my god! What was that? Bye-bye! What was that damage? I mean, that's some big quirky damage right there. They're spearing that as well? There had to have been. BRX is trying to get this turret, but they don't actually want to commit. So side lanes aren't real. Bot lane turret's still up. Well, Morgan could be in trouble here. Does hit the Mega Gnar though. It's Teddy. He's thrown down the ultimate, but Sava's position is phenomenal. Teddy skates away. Sava tries to flash after him, and it's a double kill with an extendo beam from Teddy to just straight up end the fight. Yeah, more than one. Yeah.
Did his bite on Showmaker. I don't think it's helpful.
Well, Showmaker's health doesn't even need to be. Now, Leaper is on. He's just dead.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Well, that's a really nice play. Aiming. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive. All right, they're gonna get crashed into by HLE.
But everything else.
Oh god!
Okay.
It's just shoes.
Would you rather have Ionian Vicinity or Leandries? That's the question. Which would you prefer to have at 13 minutes?
I feel like the Leandris is better. As Viper is just gonna flash and kill G-Wood. As
as Closer knows he's in the bush. He's queuing the bush before he even sees it. And they're just waiting for him. And here comes the rest of the team. And that's a massive garland. Oh my god, this wombo combo is disgusting. As everybody just getting lined up, taken down.
Well, with this very brittle and rickety draft here for DRX.
Go the other way. Okay, they're going to try to punish Closer here, but he is Corky. He'll just Valkyrie. And yeah, I mean, look at this. Clear just hunting down Frog. The flash and the follow flash comes through from Clear. He's going to shut that down. Another solo kill for Clear.
BNK 성장세가 불났습니다.
이제 광동풍은 사라지고 모래폭풍이 그 시간이라 광동풍을 저희 경기로 확실히 잠재우도록 하겠습니다.
바람이 다시 불기 시작합니다. 광동 프렉스입니다.
이번에 여우 한번 짓눌러보자. 파이팅!
In the battle of the squads still pushing for playoff positioning, it is BNK FearX that strike first here against D+ in a fantastic game. Welcome to the space, Digon alongside Wolf and Chronicler. And it was scrappy early on. And then we had
scrappy later on as well.
Yeah, they were bashing their heads into. I love this. They were really like, it was a brawl, right? And I think no one's surprised when it comes down to brawling like that. BNK with an amazing tailor-made draft ends up making it work. And I want to talk a little bit about the DK side of this, because again, BNK, I think this is tailor-made for them. The Rumble Prio, I think, is warranted, but I do think that in the second rotation, with Closure still having counter pick, they came into some trouble. I think Showmaker just doesn't look that good on the Corki. It is a pick that I don't think really fits him. I don't think he has the impact that he wants to. And I think that even though I like the B1 Rumble, we have seen a drop in priority. And Kingen, to me, didn't really hit the level of play that you need to if you are going to prioritize pick this and knowingly play into the cannon.
Yeah, and it's Clear's cannon. And Clear has, honestly, I feel like been our most consistent cannon player. I wouldn't say it is peak, like he's the best cannon player. We know like players like Zayas can really hit that, but he has been the most consistent, especially in recent times. And I think that the alternative choice, which is still risky, would have been to maybe pick Yone yourself. You have the Sejuani in this draft. You could have had that Permafrost synergy there. Yes, it's blind, but at least maybe you can play through it a little bit. Kingen's weak performance on top of the Corki coming through that didn't really hit, giving the opportunity for this Yone for Closer, felt like was a big mistake. Props to Moham, by the way, though. He comes in, he had a great performance in lane and looks like a big step up in terms of engaged supports over Kellen.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. There in the mid lane, it was 5-5. They were taking down mid lane Worty Plus. They try to get this catch on Raptor, and then they get it turned on themselves.
And this is very quintessentially, I think, why it's hard to play into a dive comp in general. And it's funny because DK also love their dive comps. Also want to highlight here Clear's immaculate positioning, and unfortunately, and this is not the only on the equalizer from King and just not hitting. If he hits that on top of where Showmaker is shredding people, plus Moham putting down some CC, that could have been the end of it. But this was kind of a precursor of BNK, even though this game was relatively close, right, up until the Baron call, I think our team fighting still looked decidedly better. And it was more the map play where DK got some advantages.
When you have two dive comps, it feels like a bit of a diving competition here between these two, but the cannon was deeper. And I feel like so many of these games where it's dive versus dive, but there's a cannon on the other side, you always have to be aware of where he is, because if you tunnel into a choke point, when you don't know where he is, your top laner isn't in position to have a big equalizer value, misses it as you mentioned, then you're going to have a bad time, and they need to account for this cannon more.
Yeah, in our next highlight here, it was Duro stepping up. We're talking about the supports. Mo, I'm coming in. Duro doing a great job baiting out some ults, which allowed BNK to take the Baron that they tried to take earlier after they won the team fight.
So this is twofold. On one hand, Duro with his instinct just puts the ward down. The Hex Flash was almost ready. If Lucid hits the ultimate, that also would have been enough. But crucially, DK, you don't have TP.
And look at
on your Rumble.
Again, he's ready to block them. They can't actually approach because he's going to be able to block them completely. And if they try to tunnel into that fight the same way they did in the previous fight we just showed, he just cleans up house. They're checkmated because the Rumble, as you said, didn't have TP. Bit of a decision-making issue. You and I were talking about it watching the game. Kingen out there without teleport, knowing Baron was there, and they thought a pick alone would be enough to turn the tides. But I think even if they kill Duro there, they're not going to be able to necessarily get Baron or win that team fight. That pick alone wouldn't have been enough, but they didn't even get it.
Yeah, it's been fun watching this BNK squad because we've seen their hands now start to come up. We've seen the coordination come together with Duro, and those little wrinkles now are winning them games against top teams. Let's see who the POG is here in game number 1. And it was very clear who it would be. It was clear in the top lane.
And the improvement of BNK, I think, really started when Duro came in. But Clear has been the main character in so many of these games. This is the player that we knew of from his height in challenges, what he was capable of. But we just hadn't really seen it throughout any part of Spring. And now we're seeing him have impact game after game after game.
And on 3 really pivotal picks right now in this meta, they're quite strong. The Renekton that we've seen, the Cannon, but also the Gnar, which he's even willing to blind pick, actually, and ends up winning lane on it a ton. I feel like he's shown so much depth in a meta that's so required, and he has not only been a strong point, but has really been a pressure absorber. Some jungle votes here, actually, I think, you know, solid choice, very good early game, but I think it was the Cannon angle for me.
I like the split vote as well. I think BNK are a team that very clearly right now, and that's their biggest strength by far, they're playing like a one-man unit, effectively, which is crazy because it's 5 players, so spread out those votes.
All right, well, after an amazing game, it requires an amazing cast, so let's send it on over to the AAA cast of Ox and Atlas.
Thank you very much, Dagon. I don't know where the extra A comes from, but we'll try to find it on this broadcast today. We'll do our very best because you did give pretty high expectations moving into this one. I think this game is going to cast itself, though. These teams have been going at it, and that last game was an absolute treat.
Absolutely, and I'm interested to see what adjustments D+ makes. No surprise to staying on blue side. The Rumble didn't really pan out that well for them, all things considered. I think Kingen didn't have the best performance. We saw the space talk about that. But also the Corki for Showmaker. Not a pick we necessarily expected to see him on, even though it fit with what they wanted. Didn't really feel like something he was comfortable on. I also think the Sejuani for Lucid, I think he had a fine game, but it's not been their strength. Like Corki, Sejuani is the mid-jungle for D+, doesn't fill me with joy, so we'll see if they adjust based on that. They are going to start with the Kalista ban.
Yeah, Kalista, Ashe, and Lucian were banned away by DK in the first game. A little bit weird as far as the bans are concerned, really focusing Henna when he can still just play Zeri, and it's one of his favorites.
It felt like they were trying to set up for like an Ezreal pick, but Ezreal was just banned, so it didn't really come through. We'll see what they adjust. Obviously, a lot of discussion going on here, and they will ban the Renekton from Clear.
An odd one, because that did kind of slip through the draft entirely.
Yeah, it does suggest that they have something they want to play in the top lane, and they are concerned about playing it into Renekton, so we'll see what they come up with.
Yeah. A little bit of a weird one, but that's okay. See whether it's going to be Ezreal again by BNK. Of course, if it ain't broke, don't fix it is kind of the mantra. They are still going to ban the Aurora. This one was banned last time around on red side.
It's good to ban the Aurora and wait and see, because I feel like the Ezreal, especially, like, if they pick Ezreal, you can trade Ashe right. Obviously, I think Henna definitely leaning more towards things like Zeri, but I think the Aurora, just you throw that one away. It's very much something you don't want to see Showmaker play, very strong on the patch. And kind of wait and see what D+ are coming out with the third ban. So they're banning the Rumble as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, so focusing instead of less towards the bot lane, more towards the top lane, trying to deal with clear. The Kennen is still available. Gnar still available, which are definitely picks he can play.
Does make me confused about the Renekton just because Kennen and Gnar do have decent matchups into it, so you're not as worried. The Ashe going to be banned away here on the red side as Ezreal does slip through the draft this time around. You imagine aiming probably pretty tempted to lock that one away, but the Vi first pick, I think, is the smartest.
Yep.
Raptor was so good in game 1.
100%, and it's been a fantastic pick for Lucid. He says that he is the best Vi in the league, and I think right now Raptor challenging. And the thing is, Zeri is such a fantastic pick for Henna, but playing Zeri in a Vi, not the most fun.
No.
The most enjoyable experience, so Lucid now going to be the one with the agency leading the charge.
He's still going to pick the Zeri, of course, even if it isn't necessarily the best time, as Raptor, considering a tree, can certainly counter-engage very, very well into the Vi.
Yeah.
Stop a lot of the follow-up with that Nature's Grasp just because it's so incredibly wide. Get those angles right, and you're going to be doing a lot of work here for the team. So I do like the lock-in of the Maokai. I think the Zeri is a little bit confusing as the Ezreal, the consideration here for aiming, obviously, a fantastic Ezreal player, and Talia Vi to be locked in from Showmaker.
Strong. This is strong from D+. You know, more comfort for Ezreal, and it's one of those strong mid-jungle duos we expect to see from D+. But Corki Maokai, a pretty solid pairing. You know, Corki Trist was the go-to for a long time, but with Trist nerfed down, feels like Corki and the Vi going to give a lot of power, a lot of DPS in the late stage of the game, but also good targets for the Vi Clear to shut down.
Yeah, I think Clear going to need to play something with a bit of threat as well. Otherwise, this Cease and Desist is going to have so much value on one of these carries, and then you need that last one to be able to get so much work done, but with already the damage that is represented here by D+, with only 3 picks locked in, it is a little bit dangerous to do. So D+ going for a little bit of dive opportunity themselves, as Karma is going to be taken away from Moham. Moham's been playing a lot of different stuff, a lot of different styles of play. I think his Lulu has been very, very impressive as well. But the lane of the Ezreal Karma is just real tough to deal with, so they're just going to get rid of that.
Yeah, maybe concerned if they're going to go for the Rakan again in this situation, or something that could just be vulnerable to a heavy harass lane. Not want to deal that with the counter pick. And D+ ban the Rakan, potentially sensing that. Obviously, Jiro got a ton of value in the last one. Interesting, we saw those first 2 bans towards Renekton Rumble and no real look towards the top lane since.
Yeah.
Now the team picking anything or banning anything. Leona ban going to come through, denying that Leona Ezreal that we've seen be so strong. And the question is, you know, I think counter pick for Clear very valuable, but is there something that stands out as a priority that he can take? Would you be willing to counter pick support and see what happens there? A lot of decisions to be made.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that picking for Duro on 4 makes a lot of sense here. I think making sure that they get a good matchup for Clear is going to be really, really big.
Yeah, especially with the Gnar band. I feel like Gnar possibly could have been like one of the standout sort of blinds, but then, you know, Kennen still an answer into that. I think you just take support. I think it's the safest thing here, unless there's something that stands out as a really safe, stable blind that you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I know Alistair doesn't feel fantastic, but looks like it's going to be a Kennen lock-in, and there it is,
okay.
Just blind.
Yep, they're so confident in Clear. No, they don't think there's anything that King can bring out to match it, but he's looking at the GP, which definitely can be a thorn in the side of Clear, able to mitigate those stuns and a lot of harass to trade with him.
Counter circles to come in as well. It also adds an extra threat here for D+. So much damage to come out. Is Alistair going to be the consideration for Moham? It's sort of on him now because, of course, picking Rel is very difficult with Alistair still up and available. Really rough to deal with that matchup just in general.
I think the Alistair pick's risky, honestly. BNK FairX, you know, the level 1 of Alistair is so rough that you could take something like the Lulu if you really wanted. I think based on how BNK FairX play, they'll probably take an Engage pick. But, you know, I think other teams maybe would have punished the Alistair more. And now they're looking for the Gragas.
It is just mega anti-Clear. You just want to get rid of the Kennen. So Headbutt going to be available. You've got now the Explosive Cask as well that's going to be available. Can be used both offensively and defensively, but I do think that it's going to have so much value as an anti-Pikachu move. here for D+. Kingan's also been really good on the Gragas in the past as well, as Duro, despite the fact that the Alistar was locked in, is still considering the Rel just for the team fight.
Yeah, I think it fits them, potential against, other teams would have gone, hey, we can pick Lulu here, be really free. It is B&K Ferex committing to having those dive threats. And the Gragas, the Alistar, great at disengaging that. Feels like there's more answers now for D+ into the composition B&K Ferex has. It's going to be a hard game to play Kennen when it comes to those 5v5s. Claire is really good at finding his window, but it's going to be a very, very small window this time. Those hand-sized sort of windows.
And I think that we're going to really test him, because we have given Clear a lot of praise for his positioning, for his timing, and it's going to have to be as crisp as possible if this Kennen is going to work. And I love the punishment. D+, they see the Kennen come through. They have some picks available immediately. Alistar and Gragas. Two of the things that a Kennen really does not want to deal with. Is this salmon swimming up a stream? They're going against the meta, against the current. They're not playing the Tristana and stuff. That's what that represents, and it's represented by fish. They are eaten often by grizzly bears. I don't think anyone on B&K is representing that right now.
We did have a player in the league last year who very much represented.
Thankfully, the G-Riz is not here in this game right now, nor does he play for either of these teams, so they are safe for the moment. But they did lose game 1. They're going to have to really knuckle down if they're going to get it done here in game number 2. B&K, they're just so coordinated. These team fights are so good. See whether they can do it in a 2-0. That would be crazy. Let's jump onto the ring. All right, fans in Lowell Park tonight, really in full voice. It's great to hear the representation on both sides, and it's understandable. They are so much fun to watch.
You know what?
Let's hope that game 2 is the same.
Max, we learned something from the last game.
What did we learn?
We learned you take exhaust into Kennen.
Huh. There we go.
So for some of you watching, you'll be like, well, that's not new. But D+ learned that lesson, and they have that exhaust in pocket, ready for clear. So I think if you compare the ability Claire had to make impact in the last game, obviously 10 kills, POG, a lot more issues in this one with the exhaust and a lot of great knockaways to deal with that threat. I will say, though, Gragas, we haven't seen for a while. There was earlier this year, he got nerfed a bit. His base health went down. His mana cost went up on his Q. And then recently, his passive healing actually also got nerfed. So, we tend to think of Gragas as like a brick wall who can survive a lot of laning threats, but that ability just to mitigate damage is down a little bit. So we'll see how he fares into Clay, who has gone for that Aerie for the consistent pressure.
Yeah, Moham does have Pulverize first. Often you do see a few headbutts just to move people around in the lane, as Duro and Moham just face off with abilities on cooldown and just look at one another. Duro currently 2-0 on the Rel right now.
Yeah, these picks all feel good for B&K Ferex generally, but the Maokai not being a pick they really lent on during their successful streak. A lot more about Raptor having agency, and it's not that Maokai can't do things, it's just been more of a facilitative pick for most teams.
And I'm very interested in how this Ezreal is going to go and whether this is going to work. Because right now, it's currently not, as the headbutt from Moham is going to come through, but he just whiffs the Pulverize completely. Still able to get himself out of there. A little bit worse for wear. He's going to have to roar triumphantly and stuff to get his health bar back up again, eating through all of his potions now.
Yeah, good moves from Juro there, really taking advantage of the level 2 window to punish Moham. And then being happy with a good trade. Sometimes you can often see players be like, no, we're going to look for the kill. We have an advantage. Overcommit, it backfires. But they're like, no, we've hard won this trade. All your pots are now gone. And any damage that comes out from here on out going to stick a lot more.
Well, Duro, in this forward brush, Moham just going to try and tell him that he should leave. As Cannon will be secured by aiming. Nicely done. It's just a face down between these two. Shattering Strike goes wide. And Pulverize is going to come on through once again. Moham going to roar triumphantly, but it's a good crash down. That is a lot of burst damage here onto Moham. Henna just fully charged up. There's the stun and first blood in the 2v2. The exhaust was just too late.
Yeah, big mistake there. I don't think Moham expected at all to go down. The damage just consistently came in. The passive shred from Juro as well, I think allowing that burst to be a bit more on the back end. But some great play from Juro, and Moham really just making a bit of a fumble there. Didn't even use the flash to get away. This is not what you want to see when you're already 1-0 down in the series.
Yeah, really beautifully played, and it just shows why Henna wanted to pick this Zeri with such high priority, as Lucid not going to spot the fact that there was a bit of a back coming through. Juro just coming over just to assist with what's going on here. So it is going to be a trade of Rift Scuttles. But let's have a look at this play one more time. Dodges the Shattering Strike, but then it's all bad news from there.
Yeah, because the Pulverize is on cooldown, Juro comes in with the Crash down, and then just getting that consistent damage down, gets that stun on the back end, and I think hoping for a bit more from the exhaust there.
Yeah.
But Moham trying to save the flash, and it does backfire. Maokai on a hot win streak. Yeah, been having a lot of impact, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, Juro also trying to have some impact here as he gets the Shattering Strike crash down, and Showmaker's going to have to flash. He does so, loses most of his health bar. He pulls Juro in underneath the turret, and he has to flash away as well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Juro was actually slightly outside the tower when he flashed. He actually was okay to walk it off, but, you know, in those moments, just didn't want to end up going down, so flashed. But still a great gank on the Showmaker, who is now flashless. If Raptor finds an opportunity to come in, can definitely take him down. And Juro having, you know, I'm going to be honest, Claire obviously was the POG winner and a big highlight last game, but Juro had a pretty fantastic Rakan performance, and he is continuing that trend.
Yeah, this is the guy, the self-proclaimed second coming of Carrier in the LCK, and I'm starting to believe it. I thought it was a little bit comical when I heard it the first time. I was like, bit big for your britches. However, he's had some great performances. Not quite on that level just yet, but he's moving the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really solid performances. And honestly, I think, you know, a lot of what Carrier has done for the support game in the LCK has been about his ability to take over lanes, play things like the AD carry supports. But this is feeling very Delight-esque.
Oh, yeah.
Say, with his proficiency on these engage picks.
Reminds me of Marta back in Season 4. You know, the man that made support sexy. You know?
Oh, yeah.
And that's sort of the playstyle that Delight really leaned into, and what you can see Juro trying to utilize as well as he pokes his head out of the brush. That is going to mean that DK understand that they should probably not be in the area. As aiming, Arcane shifting forward, always a dangerous thing to do.
Yep. Playing with fire a little bit there, but Moham on standby and definitely taking a more defensive approach. Like, okay, my job is to stop Juro from being able to go in, and I'm happy with that. No ego here.
Nope.
Made a mistake. Don't let it happen again.
Well, it is 51 to 50, so aiming, keeping up in farm quite nicely. Some grubs going over to BNK here, as we can see as Lucid looking for a bit of a gank angle. There's the delivery. Kingen playing it out beautifully once again, but the Slicing Maelstrom's going to create enough distance. Barrel goes down, though, and the body slam is going to end the cannon. Decided he wanted to walk eastward, and that is not really the maneuver, as Raptor may also pay the price. Body slam is good. Bramble Smash is great as well, but it's just not enough. And that is a double kill, and I don't think any nerfs to Gragas are going to stop that from being a big problem.
Yeah, beautiful engage there from Kingen. You have to pre-flash it, it's clear, but it's so hard to do. And you don't really want to just flash every body slam that comes at you. And Raptor gets baited into the play. Lucid hitting level 6 as well. So they're able to get 2 kills, not just the 1. And, you know, bot lane was going good, but that must be a frustration point for BNK Fearex. We'll see the replay.
I believe Kingen did this last time he played this season as well.
Yeah, he goes for the flash E instead of the E flash to try and give him less chances to react. And then here, Claire tries to walk upwards to try and dodge away from the cask, but it's too late. Level 6 comes through for Lucid, and then Raptor, even with a phase rush, just can't get away.
Unfortunate. And Raptor was one of the players on the winning streak for the Maokai as well. So his more recent one was his first win on the champion this season. And so maybe not be augmenting that with another one. Still very early days, and BNK have a bit of a lead. You can see Tensei has the advantage for Closer in mid lane as well. We were talking about Showmaker not necessarily being a Corki guy. I feel like Closer is a bit of a Corki guy.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lead mid. Corki really strong in the laning phase, but also there was a CS lead top before those 2 kills, a kill lead bot. Raptor looking for Lucid. Oh, the slow comes in.
Yeah, gonna find the Twisted Advance. Flash out from Lucid, and now he's looking to try and turn this one around. There's the flash headbutt pole from Moham. True Shot Barrage onto Juro as well. But the Nature's Trust trying to keep the distance. It does not work. And Lucid still following after Raptor here. Closer moving down. Seismic Shove going to be avoided, but still takes a bunch of rocks to the face. And DK finding another one.
And Moham really shaking off, some of the issues he had earlier in this game with a great engage there to win that 3v3. And will only be rewarded with 1 kill, but again, the honor aiming definitely where you want that goal to be.
100%. We've got a Chemtech Dragon coming up once again. I want to say thank you very much for your attention. Paid Ox, no Susja in the chat. Thank you very much. Okay, guys.
Been some banger games, so hard.
Yeah.
Easy to pay attention.
Yep, no, it's certainly working out. A minute and a half on that one as far as Next Dragon is concerned, and some really nice souls up and available. Hoping that it's not another Ocean, because that would be too many today. So statistically, I think we're in for another one. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, so, they initially try to get on top of Lucid, but Lucid gets this flash off just in time before he's knocked back. And then the turnaround. I think a big thing is that Juro is still level 5, so he takes so much damage here from the Ezreal ult, and obviously the turnaround on a Moham not realistic. With the fact that he has that unbreakable will.
Yeah, excellently played here by D+. 3-1 now the kill score as well, but we can see the gold. It is dead even. That's exactly what we want to see. A lot of it to do with the solo lanes and how the farm is doing. Yes, Kingen picks up that double kill, but it's not going to stop Clear from being an absolute menace when it comes to the laning phase. Range advantage over the Gragas and things like that. You can see about 200 gold in the lead despite that. Is kind of nutty, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. I mean, it's just showing that players been having a great time top lane. Does have a plate they did secure at some point. But still, a hard game for the Kennen to really have as much impact as we saw in the previous one.
Maybe Clear is just that good, and he's going to be able to find an angle. 100%.
And I think a big thing as well is the flash. Obviously, flash super valuable on Kennen. It was last game. But into things like the Alistar, being able to flash the headbutt is the difference between you getting no impact with your ultimate and you still finding it and being able to get on top of targets. So I think it'll be important for BNK Fearx to play around that Summoner spell now. D+ looking like they're going to sneak in onto this dragon. And with the recall coming in from Henna, I don't think there's going to be any chance of a contest right now.
Yeah, Duro also going to sacrifice half of his health bar. Doesn't take the big rock, and so therefore is going to at least be above half. Clear still waiting on this top side. They don't have information on the whereabouts of the Kennen right now, as teleport advantage is there for Kingen. And Clear does show himself, as we can see. Still going to be the dragon secured. Utilization of teleport advantage working out pretty well, as Clear going to take a big trade disadvantage.
And the thing is, a Gragas with Rod of Age is finished. Even if you win a trade, you lose in the long term because of the sustain. But
yeah,
especially if you're losing trades, it's not going to be a fun time. I think this is the point where Kingen's going to be a lot harder to push out a lane. See Raptor move up, clear out this ward, try and secure some pressure, maybe looking towards those grubs. But D+ are also there, hoping to contest.
It is Drift as well. That's what I was going to say. This is a big one.
I think it matches how we
100%.
seen these
Yep.
Been playing. If the soul comes in, it's just going to add to the one-shot potential of a lot of these champions. So definitely exciting, definitely good to see.
I think we're going to see a lot of attention to these dragons, as unfortunately Clear misses a cannon. That's okay. Having a very high-value Drake is just going to mean that we get more of these team fights that we know both of these teams very much want to go for. This time around, D+ with a lot of answers. But BNK, I think that if anyone's going to be able to just make it work against the flow, it's this team.
Yeah, I feel like BNK Fearx, when you think about a dive comp, you're like, okay, what's good against a dive comp? Anti-dive, right?
Yeah.
And BNK are like, well, how do we be anti-dive? We just dive harder.
That's the answer. There's a party cask. That is a score special if you guys have been watching replay, as I think Kingen might be dead. I think that he may not be able to get out of this one. That is a very fun usage of the blast cone, but you are still dead. That is a kill going over to Henna. 2-0-0 on the Zeri, and they're going to use these grubs to get a few extra plates as well, and translating that into money for the Zeri, who is struggling in the lane. You can see down about 10 CS. That is really good news.
Yeah, it's a smart swap coming out from BNK Fearx. They get a slight advantage because they took out Kingen, but a lot of the wave was cleared by the Gragas AoE. Oh, cheeky.
Oh, that was very cheeky.
And now we have a situation where because the wave wasn't there, BNK Fearx a little bit slower than they would have otherwise liked to clear out this wave. With Gragas TPing, oh, it might be a re-die.
Oh god, yeah. Kingen just knows he is immediately out of there. The Nature's Grasp comes down, but that will guarantee first turret blood, or at least very, very close. Yes, it is. This one is going to go down, as Aiming was racing as fast as he could, but it does not work out. So the turret will be answered immediately, but BNK get that little bit of extra gold by being the first ones to do so.
The thing is, because they're pressured by Kingen, the gold is split. You know, a lot went over to both Raptor and Juro. That is solo gold for Aiming from those bot plates.
Is anyone surprised?
Absolutely not, but when we look at the gold that the 80 carries have actually gotten, I think Aiming will have benefited a lot more from that passage of play. So the TP looks a bit funny from Kingen with him dashing away immediately. Pays off. We can see here, not finding the ult combo on a clear, but the timing is so bad to have burnt your ult. And Kingen does take a lot of time to go down, and does even start to finish off the minions here. That cask, that barrel as well, doing a good job to thin the wave. This is not where you want to be.
No, he is somewhat behind the turret. There is a crash down, and the Chonky Man is in a bit of trouble. He's going to flash, he's going to try and body slam, but the Magnet Storm is gorgeous. It pulls him back over the wall, and Clear is going to be able to finish him off. I think almost an unforced error, but we don't necessarily know how that all began.
Yeah, looks like Kingen just caught out again, a little bit over-positioned. Aiming just doesn't like closer, apparently.
I like that wording as well, over-positioned. He is positioned to something.
Yeah, he is just a bit too much positioning.
A bit too positioned.
You need to calm down. Maybe don't position so much.
Yeah.
Maybe take a break from positioning.
Needs to calm down a little bit. It's extra positioning that can get you in trouble. I love that. Okay, bit of a tango, 2v2 in the mid lane, but now we've got a Rift Herald started up by Lucid. Just feels like BNK have that extra level of control right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, Kingen has no TPs coming from base. Showmaker does have TP, but he's bot. They're now TPing and they want the fight. Juro's already pretty low.
Yeah. You do have a Weaver's Wall. Haven't really seen it utilized so far just yet.
Oh, Claire, I'm not sure if they know they've seen him now.
Yeah, cease and desist immediately down onto the cannon. The Seismic Shove going to be layered in. They take down the Lightning Rat. They're looking to secure the Rift Herald. Closer, can he actually get on and take down the Eye? That's the question. Another Seismic Shove as Showmaker taking matters into his own hands. The flash forward from Lucid. He's like, yes, Captain, I will take them down on the Weaver's Wall just to clean up as Showmaker kind of stuck in amongst absolutely everything. True Shot Barrage from Aiming saying, I'm helping, and he absolutely is. That's still one picked up for Closer, who's now moving forward. Okay, little Corgi, let's see what you can get done here. The exhaust goes down. Can Closer just fight through it as Kingen says, no, you can't. And he's just going to go down.
Really good exhaust there for Moham. Didn't need it for the team fight because it kind of went down, and Closer, who's getting so much damage down there, but gets punished for it. And D+, the ones taking agency in this one, clutching out the fight. You can see the respect they have now for the Kennen, who is TPing in.
All right.
This is the Flash Cleanse, Ezreal.
If at first you don't succeed, press all your buttons, make circles, kill Ezreal. And that is exactly what they'll do. Clear will say thank you very much
and that's
for the 500 gold.
Yeah, no Flashing Cleanse anymore in Aiming, but with him down, that should be Dragon for BNK FearX, which, you know, obviously losing the fight was a huge hit for BNK FearX, but regarding Herald versus third Dragon potentially for D+, I think I know which objective I'd rather secure.
Oh yeah.
It isn't even heading over, so BNK FearX may have lost the fight around Herald, but I think they got the better objective out of it. Oh, don't want that to get stolen. Okay, they're good. Yep. So stopping that soul point, pretty massive considering you just lost a fight before it.
It's a lost the battle, win the war type situation there, and they get a lot of money from Aiming as well, who did have that 2-item spy completed, hadn't quite got the evolution yet, but that meant that they just couldn't fight, as this is what we were talking about before. And I still, yeah, it is just over positioning, isn't it?
Yeah. Difficult chance to escape from. You can see he tries to get towards the wall and then pulled a bit away from it, waiting for the body slam cooldown, but it's so easy to body block if you're right on top of him. Here, though, this is the big one, and I'm not sure if they knew completely where Clear was, but Lucid starts to move over, and the blast cone comes through. That's when he gets spotted, and immediately it's like, we're killing him. Showmaker flashes for the seismic shove. Okay, he's down. Maokai also down. BNK FearX are like, let's engage and get out, and Moham immediately says, no, you ain't leaving.
Yeah,
the seismic shove massive too.
Yeah, the seismic shove then immediately follows up by Lucid with the Vault Breaker. I just want to say, like, I think Wolf mentioned it really well on the space, saying that Moham, despite the loss, still look like a great addition to this team. And yeah, Closer was able to get one back there, and this was the extra one, as we've got a lot of replays to get through. It's replay homework here.
Yep, a lot to go through, and aiming tries. There's just not much you can do in that situation. I think it's one of those ones where, in hindsight, you'll be like, man, I should have just died, not being the sums, but you know, you're an Ezreal with Cleanse Flash.
Yeah, you feel pretty safe.
You feel like you can get out of that situation. The answer is you absolutely can't. And the thing is, you know, by the time the next dragon comes up, he will have those summoners back. We can see the goal lead is a little bit in favor of D+. They are trying to set up on this top side. Maybe if anyone steps up, they'll go for a pick. No one's showing up yet, though.
Yeah, Raptor moving on towards this mid lane. They want to try and take down this outer turret. Clear there to pick up the wave that is crashing on this inner. So
yeah, it's a Zeri, so you're going to be able to get out, but they have to leave quickly because Clear with no TP, if he's top,
oh yeah,
you have to pull away.
100%. So Clear is now just clearing waves, does have the Leandries completed. I think needs to purchase a Zhonya's Hourglass as soon as possible. You might be able to sort of stop some of this cease and desist attention that you are getting, right? Yeah. Like as soon as Lucid presses that button, you can go into stasis to deny it. That is going to be really important because I think Clear has realized that he is, you know, public enemy #1, and they have his number. They're trying to get rid of him. That's one of the ways to mitigate it. So I do like that idea.
Get your ult off and you flash into a good spot, and then Zhonya's, you can't be cast away, you can't be headbutt away. The Zhonya's are still going to be there having the impact. So definitely a high value purchase if you can pick that one up. Baron is spawning 2 minutes until Dragon. I think this is the pivotal point of the game because if you win this next Dragon fight, you're probably just going to be able to secure that Dragon off the back of it.
100%.
And that is a huge boon. That will really just set the pace of the game, I feel. Even though D+ have had the edge this time, even though they won that big skirmish, and Lucid's been fantastic, still very close in gold, still very winnable for either side.
Yeah, and it's just been a much better series. I was expecting this to be a really good series, but I don't think I was ready for this level of back and forth. So much of it, it's just tit for tat everywhere. And I'm loving it. Okay, Duro, gonna get engaged on, just immediately flashes. Flash now down on a Rel.
Yeah.
Very, very important here for DK.
It's a big hit, but also respect the fact he just immediately reacted, didn't wait around and let the combo come through. Potentially the Talia follow-up, so just went, nope, I have to flash out, I don't want to die. Getting some information there, they're going to clear out some wards, some nicely placed one. You know, if you throw the control ward in the pit, hard to clear these ones out, but D+ doing the due diligence to clear these out and make sure that they get the area fully swept.
There is now a little bit of darkness in the pit, as they do opt in for putting the control ward outside it, just to make sure that they turn off those wards. There is definitely an avenue now for DK, especially with the outer turret still up. The Baron is not going to be as sneakable here for B&K. But with only 1,000 gold in it, like B&K really have found their way back in over and over again. Clear getting a nice little ward down to make sure that he can farm safely here on this bottom side. And Hextech Cookie actually the one that he's going to complete, so it looks like Shadow Flame's coming in instead of a Zhonya's. I kind of disagree. Because I feel like Zhonya's is so important when there is so much to get rid of you in these fights. This is going to rely so much more on his just personal positioning.
It's going to really rely on a good engage coming from the team, and we've seen the Maokai ults not be that impactful so far. The Rel without a flash as well could be a hit. You're so much more reliant on your team getting the CC down, and then you coming in with the ultimate if you go in this route. Also, you don't have a Seeker's Arm Guard right now, which you could buy otherwise, but he does have that Shadow Flame.
Yeah.
There's any good wards from to TP behind. Maybe that one in mid, the control ward, could be an angle.
Or the ward that he just put down in the bottom side, as Raptor is the only one tagged by that True Shot Barrage. Looks like Clear is actually just going to clear the wave. And maybe B&K just give this up. Never mind, it is going to be a Nature's Grasp coming down. They try and avoid it, as now Closer throwing in some rockets. There goes the Dragon. B&K not going to overly commit onto this one. Didn't see a window in. That's not going to happen. Transformation now finally done here for Closer, as Duro running pretty quickly. Isn't going to be in too much trouble here, but inner turret could be under fire now.
Oh, this could be an angle. They're pinging the ward. Duro's on a flank, actually.
Yeah, you can see Clear is very much wanting to go for this one, aiming, taking a little bit of poke, zooming in on top of him, but D+ just not giving any angles, and Clear not pulling the trigger early. and will be able to now clear out and push out this wave.
You can see the difference in not only the composition BNK Fearx has in this game to last game, but also the defensive aspect of D+'s composition, how much harder it is, how much more thought that they're having to put in BNK Fearx into, is this the right engage? Is this when we want to go in? You know, the gold is still close, but they have to deliberate so much more on whether it's the right fight. And that has made the game feel a bit slower than the previous one.
Yep. No less intense, though, is what it feels like. Is nice denial there from Aiming. Makes sure that the cannon does not go over to Henna.
That's why he's the gold king, you know? He's not the gold king just because he gets the gold. He also denies it, too.
It's about the deficit. But it's also about getting more than everybody else, including your teammates. 3-0-4, though, for Lucid. He is not worried about missing out on some extra gold on the map, as Clear is going to discover him. He just throws down the ulti. The Slicing Maelstrom comes in. Henna now looking to just finish it off, and there is the kill. Still, Aiming's able to get one back. Henna now looking for the extendo beam. Does not get it, as Showmaker throws down the weave as well. That is going to mean that it is just a 1-for-1 trade.
And you know, I think D+ pretty happy with that trade. You got the Kennon's flash. You're already talking about how hard it is for them to team fight without that. That flash won't be available for the Dragon fight. Aiming loses his, but an Ezreal not as concerning. Oh, that is scary.
Yeah, Moham really wanting to capitalize on that one, as the seismic shove does go wide, but D+. 3 minutes on the Dragon, but the Baron is up and available, and Henna is very low.
Yeah, it does have some runes that'll help him sustain up, but I think he's making the call to recall regardless. Closes bot with no TP, but recalls are coming in from D+, so no real Baron threat at the moment.
Yeah, not looking like it. As control wards a piece in this Baron pit.
Full Morph multi is completed by Aiming now, so...
My god.
The threat from this cannon is just not going to be there, with no flash as well.
It is sort of... how cannon goes, right? Like, there's a cannon angle and there's a cannon angle. And in game number 1, beautiful cannon angle. You know, no exhaust picked up by the enemy team. Not a lot of displacement to worry about. This time, explosive cast, headbutt, pulverize, exhaust, everything. The whole kitchen sink can be thrown at him. Even seismic shove can get rid of him. It's a pretty rough one to be playing this cannon. And punishment for the blind pick, I think, is really important. And I think it was actually right for BNK to test DK, because they didn't actually do anything about the cannon in game 1. So maybe they were just going to be, once again, not worried about it and fall into the trap.
That's the thing, is not only do D+ have to win this game, but then side selection and the opportunity to adapt goes over to BNK Fearx. Oh, comes in.
Yeah, Duro able to jump over the wall. Really beautifully done there, as Lucid once again finding the angle, but another flash going to be invested, and Duro does get himself out of the situation. So a lot invested. Try and take down the Rel, who does survive.
The timing's good, though. You know, it's a minute and a half until that Dragon. The ult's going to be back up. The flash won't, and they get that again.
Oh, Aiming. Cleansing once again as Henna dives forward. Lucid wants to get the angle, but Aiming just goes down. Henna, can you keep yourself alive? That's the question. Crashdown comes in from Duro. And Henna gets over the wall. Still Kingen is in there. Finds the Crypt Bloom explosion to take down the Zeri, and the whole bottom lane just falls apart. Still, BNK getting back onto the same page, and it's bottom lane for bottom lane here, as now it's just the top sides doing battle. Outer turret will be taken out, and BNK actually using the play and turn it into their favor.
Yep, I think they'll be happy with the tier 1 mid. 40 seconds until that Dragon, though. A lot of ults burnt here that aren't going to be available. A lot of summoners as well. Henna now flashless, but some beautiful kiting in that fight to stay alive as long as he did. Aiming ends up going a bit over-aggressive on the Ezreal. You gotta remember, no flash here, so it's a dangerous one to regress on, and Raptor's quick to punish.
The Arcane Shift forward, the classic.
Yeah, and then Henna here, we actually see, I think Lucid was trying to get the dash in before the Malkail hit him, and then Mist does it. Moham missed him with the Pulverize. A lot went wrong for D+, which makes it more surprising how even this fight was in terms of kills.
Yeah.
It really looked like that is worst case scenario for D+, and he gets a 2 for 2.
The fact that Kingen was there, able to catch out Henna, who was looking to try and create space between himself and Showmaker, just meant that it was able to work out. Still, BNK going to look to try and deny this soul, but the Baron on the table for D+, and Aiming and Lucid getting through it very, very quickly. Showmaker trying to play bouncer, wants to get rid of BNK. There's a body slam. Raptor looking to find Kingen, who does flash forward, but he's going down so incredibly low. The cask does absolutely nothing. Look at these health bars from D+. They are in so much trouble. And Clear still threatening. Doesn't have flash, but the slicing Maelstrom is still there. And now they are just out-positioning D+, and they should be able to secure the Dragon if they'd like to get over there. Rift Scuttler will be taken down.
Yeah, that should be enough. They get the Rift Scuttler, they get everyone low. They know that D+ has to reset, so now they can go over the Dragon, secure that, and know the Baron will be taken in return. Good moves from B&K FearX there. A lot of patience on the play. Actually, this is a TP for the Baron? Or for a pick?
Showmaker just going to get crashed into. Slicing Maelstrom comes down, and I don't know what the thinking was. Showmaker just dies.
Not the best play we've seen, and now B&K FearX, blood is in the water, and they are hunting for D+.
Oh no, what a colossal mistake from the mid laner of D+, and now the Rockets are raining down. They may need to give up Baron as well. On top of this, the punishment could not be more severe.
And with them just baiting TP, even when he respawns, it'll take him a while to get there. D+ trying to approach over. Juro playing interruption with no walls. Big two-shot barrage, but the heal comes in from Raptor. They're trying to approach and get their way in.
Yep, Duro does find the Shattering Strike there. It's a good body slam to look for the engage, but Closer creates the distance. Moham, he might have an unbreakable will, but he's still in the death chamber, aiming. Arcane shifts forward again, and it's another twisted advance. Closer still looking for more of these angles as Clear. He is going to go down, but he gets his job done, and it's a triple for the Corki. Still don't think that they've got health bars to take down the Baron. And so at least D+ saved that.
This series is delivering.
It's nuts, man.
Hard. I mean, this was a big flub from Showmaker. I think he was looking for Juro, didn't know Clear was still there, and immediately gets punished for it. Tries to make the proactive play, and it backfires massively. And then here in the ensuing fight, very scrappy. We see the Baron actually knocks up Henna, so he gets bounced by Kingen. Worst case scenario. But they focus in on the Corki, and we see Closer just survives here. The Alistar is not tanky enough, even with the Unbreakable Will. He goes down and then aiming, dashes forward, flashes out. Does manage to finish off Raptor, but is now in a vulnerable spot. The Moor saves him from Clear, but Henna is there for the cleanup, and cleanup he does.
Oh, if that extended beam had have landed, would have been a different story as well. I don't think, regardless, I don't think they could have done the Baron, so maybe enough damage actually done.
Showmaker was coming back with a wall, so I think not. It would have been some extra gold in the pocket, though. Kingen, you know, pretty massive in this game, 5-2-4 on the Gragas, with a Rabadon's now picked up. His damage is severe, and I feel like he's been kind of like the sleeper for D+, where the focus has really been on aiming, and Showmaker, he just comes at a fight and delivers huge with his combos.
And he's sort of had those whoopsies, right? Sort of dying between the outer and inner turrets there in the early stages of the game, but he's still put together so much money in this one, and 3 items is no joke for the Gragas. As Clear is in the bottom lane, teleport in hand. He's now looking to go back, but he might need to immediately channel that teleport. DK not fancying themselves a 5v5. I think maybe they could have stayed on that Baron, but never mind. Seismic Shove not going to find the cannon, as that teleport angle was dangerous.
And D+ got what they wanted. They got the TP from Ken, and they also got the Maokai ult. That's what they were looking for from that play. Big resources expended.
Yeah, position is possibly a problem, but you can see wave clear is going to be there. So not punished.
Just a successful move there. Moham looking for a deep flank, but he's going to get spotted on this wood. I don't think anyone's in real position to punish him. The Engage looking to come in.
Yeah, Lucid, cease and desist does come on down as they look for Raptor. He's going to flash. Moham now inside the Magnet Storm as the rest of B&K just looking to disengage. They successfully do so, but the Maokai had to use the flash. And we're still not quite finding these angles to force, and the gold is still dead even between these squads. The extra dragon for D+, I think, really wearing on the minds of B&K right now.
And it feels like, obviously, getting kills would be massive, but so often before these fights for objectives, the team's like, look, we want to burn summoners, we want to see what we can get any advantage, and they are just chipping away at each other, burning these resources. Moham does just navigate out of that one. Looked a little bit precarious, but that movement speed bonus from the Warmogs will keep him safe. IE just completely Closer. Huge. I mean, look at both the 80 carries for B&K FearX with IEs in pocket. They are doing absurd damage now. But that's the thing. You can only deal damage if you're still alive, and champions are dying quickly when it comes to these squishy ones in these fights.
And Clear as well. He has completed 3 items. Still not as Zonya's completed I think the Crypt Bloom was probably a good choice, considering the more of Malmortius on aiming things like this that can mitigate a lot of that damage. But still, means that he has to be so incredibly perfect with when he starts off his slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah, and aiming, still no flash. Closer, no flash either. I think for both teams, those might be the targets you look towards when it comes to these engages. Ezreal's still hard to engage on even with it, though.
Yep, Lucid about to get his back off cooldown.
Yeah, that's the big one, absolutely. If you get that on top of Closer, not too many options. You can see, though, Clear on the bottom side of the map, looking for an angle, a potential flank.
Banana Brush control. As Raptor is in there. Lucid going to be discovered by Clear, or Lucid will discover Clear because the Nature's Grasp does come on down. Lucid's going to be the first one to die as Clear is going to be traded for it. A 4v4 now on the Rift as the health bars looking like they very much favor B&K.
And the jungler's down, so no smite for the side of D+. You can see they try and pull the dragon out, get the aggro. They know they can't win a smite fight. Raptor should have this in the bag.
He should. Let's see whether he can lock it down, and there it is. It is 3 Drakes apiece. We are going the distance when it comes to the elementals, but it is still a 1-for-1 trade, and now it is parity when it comes to dragons. The gold is dead even between these two teams. As, all right, Hex Flash charge from Moham just right in front of D+, in front of B&K. Not going to get punished for that one. But man, this could not be closer. This is absolutely nuts.
It's a regular season game, and it feels like we're getting close to playoffs. This feels like a playoffs game right now. Both teams fighting with everything to find any edge.
This could actually be one of our first round playoff matches, and I really hope it is. As B&K looking like they deserve it right now, as Clear does get caught out, but he does his job. Basically, Showmaker takes a lot of damage, and Lucid is dead.
Yeah, Showmaker takes a lot, has to flash out of there. The Crypt Bloom does heal him back up, so he can't be re-engaged on, but ultimately, Jungler down gives B&K Fearax what they want. And you know, Infernal Souls don't give as much stats as they used to, but 3 of them, with this Corki, with this Zeri, it's gonna hit.
Oh yeah. And now we have a Zhonya's being built by Showmaker, at least has an arm guard in his back pocket. Only 1 stack on his ring, unfortunately. We'll see where Clear is going to go with his build. Hasn't actually changed anything very recently, as aiming with 4.5 items is going to do about that to Henna. The True Shot Barrage has not been nerfed, as it turns out.
He does have a Vam Scepter to heal up if he can get access to the wave. Should be able to heal, but you can see he's a bit more defensive. Oh, Closer just kills all the minions. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, it does get a cheeky burst fire there, and that is going to be enough to get him back up to within touching distance of full health. And that's going to be okay.
Moments like these, when it's so close, there's so many like engaged threats, there's so much burst, that one mistake will define this game, honestly, or one huge play in the positive. If someone oversteps, someone missteps, they will be punished. If someone finds a creative engage, that could be enough. The game is closed for 36 minutes, and with the tower taking potential of these teams, it would not take much for them just to close out the game if there's a big fight win in either side. It's also going to be Soul in 3 minutes. The teams are posturing around this Baron. It's D+ with a bit more control there, but B&K Fearax can just keep checking with these saplings.
And the quad Fernal Soul is what B&K are looking at in 2.5 minutes, as well as Lucid once again going to get caught. The Slicing Maelstrom gets the flash out, and Clear holds on to his. Now the aim of the game is going to be wait out that cooldown, which isn't that long at this stage of the game, and then try and do it again with Lucid without a flash.
Yeah, Lucid's still so low, no Warmogs. They are moving towards the Baron. Oh, Jiro!
Oh, Seismic Shove sidesteps it.
He just knows. He just has a sense about him the second time.
And this is such a young player, and 37 minutes into this game, dead even, neck and neck. The pressure could not be higher at this moment, especially because B&K are 1-up in this series, and we know their strength of schedule does not get better from here.
Yeah, the impact of winning this series is massive for B&K Fearax. They have a series up against Quandon Free Slayer this week, which is also going to be super impactful, but a hard schedule, any win is going to have a massive payoff. Clear.
The Spidey senses are nutty.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be enough. Cease and Desist does come on through. The Seismic Shove there as well. On to Clear. He stuns Lucid though, and he gets himself out. Yeah, now that's the flash on cooldown.
Lucid's going to make him pay. You bin my flash, I bin yours. Ends up being a trade, and these summoner chipaways.
Moham. Okay, Dura going to get out of there. That is a blast cone. They're going to do battle in the Baron pit. And Raptor says, I am down for that. Throws a kitty cat at him. And may actually just have to flash to get himself out of here. Yeah, he will.
You can't just stay there, buddy. They're just going to keep hitting. Yeah.
He hits the Baron out of frustration.
And we're really seeing these summoners getting chipped away off from in the lead up to this next dragon, which is going to be the big one. D+ kind of deciding, hey, look, we've just taken flash off the Maokai. He's also a bit low. Is that enough? He's got a Warmonks, probably not.
Oh, this is 6 items on Henna.
Oh, he is so strong. And remember, he can go the... What's it called? There's the new item, the boots.
The Zephyr?
Zephyr, yeah. We don't see it too often, but does have the opportunity to get another one in the bag. Closer closing in on his final item. And so Summoner check, you know, Lucid, Moham, those big engages had theirs burned. Clear and Raptor also, which means the backline carries should feel a lot more agency in this fight when you've trimmed down the threats.
Oh, this is a Hail Mary, as you can see, aiming takes so much damage. That is like one burst fire auto from Henna.
He is so strong. And you know, the Ezreal, the 10% nerf, early in the game, it's not that big of a deal, but later on, you're really feeling 10% less when you have 300, 350, 400 AD.
Oh, DK. Where are they going to put their attention? It looks like maybe they're going to give up a soul to try and get Baron.
I don't think that's weird.
I don't think so either. I think Infernal Soul is so incredibly important. They're just going to try and keep B&K here, but you can see Clear. He can just stand on this one. It's going to spawn right now as Duro was looking for an angle. He decides not to. The team just says, no, back away. We're going to try and do this fight right. We're going to do it on the Drake as they start this one off. Henna within auto range, and that's going to mean that this goes down extremely quickly. DK just holding, but they're just going to go. And now Duro looking for position. There is the Nature's Grasp. DK, can Kingen find the angle? That's the question. But do B&K even care? Are they just going to back away?
They got what they wanted. They don't need a fight, but they see an angle. They'll absolutely take it. This team is ruthless, and D+,
they look paralyzed.
They couldn't find an angle in. They couldn't find a way to approach. And the Soul, especially, I feel like the Corki more than anyone. Those rockets, we're starting to see them really chunk out. The big ones.
Ow.
There you see the burst damage comes through. Showmaker getting chunked out by that. And it's just, when the game is so close, the gold is 200 apart. A permanent buff is so valuable.
Well, there's that ward in the back of the pit, so B&K using that vision that they do have on the Baron to get themselves a little respite. Go for that reset. Refill on a few extra items. Needlessly large rod done for Clear. Means that he must have been just away from being able to purchase the Seeker's Arm Guard.
You know, I love how we're talking about the Zhonya's buy. Like, you know, maybe you get in, you get the ult, you do, you know, you mitigate the buy. He's like, I want to do more damage.
Yeah, he just does not care about it at all, I guess. Maybe he realizes that Lucid has to stay in there with him if he presses R on him, so he just wants to do as much damage while he's coming in as possible.
He's not about surviving. He's just about taking Lucid with
How can I make sure I will land a Q? Well, that's a way to do it. If the Vi is heading towards you, she has no option but to do so. As now Henna, dashes out of the way! That could have been game losing. That moment, they're going to try and turn it around though as the Nature's Grasp comes in. Duro, can he get a Magnustorm as Raptor is so far forward, but Clear gets an angle headbutt and exhausted. He is out of there, but now Closer is in position. Kingen eats everything, and it's only Moham that's gone down so far. 3 members of B&K, all of them with the Infernal Soul, but they lose 2.
And you see the ones going in, Clear and Raptor, no flashes to assist with their engage, and they just get decimated by D+. Find a much harder time making their way in without the summoners, and now D+ looking towards the Baron. 4 members against 3, with those super strong 80 carries still up and available. You can see Closer, low on mana, going towards the blue, and it looks like they're just going to give this one up. The Soul went over to B&K FearX, but the Baron will be D+'s.
There is always a counterpunch in this series. And Henna, this was just gorgeous.
Can't fault Kingen for going for it. It looked like a great angle, but Henna just reacted fast. And then here, Raptor loses so much health trying to go in. The lack of flash
wall
down. And the bruises, the knock away from Moham with the exhaust. The value's massive.
And Henna, he just delayed. True Shot Barrage lands onto both carries in that moment. But Henna, you saw him on that Weaver's Wall. It was like, oh, do I flash? And then he did, but it was too late. Wasn't actually able to get ult value, wasn't able to do so while the rest of his teammates were alive.
And now, this Zeri may not have the flash available for that Elder Dragon.
Oh man. Okay, Moham, we're going to try and sweep this one out, but this ward is still there.
Yep, it's a sneaky one. We'll spot aiming and Lucid there.
They do take it down. That would have been a huge one.
This one,
they are very well prepared with possible flank ward options.
I mean, this is B&K FearX to a T, and now Kennen with Flash and TP is such a threat right now. If D+ find an angle, it's going to be on the back of Clear, and D+, They push up, they think they have the backs covered. I will say, those wards are so far away, perhaps too far away at this point.
There are a few extra ones as well hanging around here. Let's see. It is just going to be Clear making his way out. He can still just get out of the base gate. I mean, right now, they are right at their doorstep, as it's not going to be an inhibitor turret going down right now. Inna's still looking pretty low.
Kennen has short legs, so if you have to run all the way over
Very true.
where those wards are, it's going to take a hot minute. Nearly got that Rabadons though. Would be a pretty big spike for the Kennen as well.
We've got 6 items on basically everyone. Clear has said, Zhonya's be damned. I am building a cool hat and I do not care. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, there was not an arm guard in his inventory, because that's just not what he wants to purchase.
Seen Shiv sold by Henna for the GA. Still hasn't got the Zephyr picked up. Probably, well, if he remembers it, we'll go it next.
Yeah.
But the GA definitely super high value when it comes to these tight fights. And you can see it's a sign of the end times. Raptor picking up the pot of iron. He knows that the next fight is going to be the one to decide the game. Gold a little bit in favor of D+ on the back of that Baron power play. But at this point, it's starting to feel redundant.
Yeah, it's whoever gets this Elder is going to win this game, and I would have it no other way.
And I think for both teams, but Lucid's been pretty clutch at these Smite fights. Don't make it a flip. Don't let the Elder get low. Go for the 5v5 win and just look to outperform. I feel like that's been the talking point of this series so far. Both teams saying, hey, we can do it better, and then trying to hand stiff each other when it comes to the fights.
And I think that B&K just need to make sure that they keep it coordinated, because if you put too many things on the table for D+ to deal with, that is when you're going to maybe slip a Slicing Maelstrom into the right position and not have the cooldowns to deal with it, as Raptor truly believing as, okay, Henna trying to dash his way out, but there's a cease and desist. He does have a GA, remember, but the Kennen does not. He just evaporates. There's nothing he can do, and then the explosion comes down. Closer is still extremely scary. Gets out of the way of the explosive cast, because now Duro pulling the wave as best he can. But DK, this is 15 seconds before the Elder spawns.
They don't have a jungler. Raptor is up, so it might be risky to go for the Elder, and instead they opt to go for the push, trying to make things happen, trying to get some towers down mid. Juro's on this flank angle. About 35 seconds for those respawns to come in. The base is going to take some hits here. I don't think they can end. The Corki's got enough poke to clear out the wave, but damage is being done to the structures.
Yeah.
Closer needs one combo to clear out these minions.
Another arcane shift forward, and this time it's Kingin who will destroy Closer. There goes the damage. Raptor will be taken down as well. And Duro, he's going to hold on to this minion wave for dear life, ladies and gentlemen. Will he be able to buy enough time? The answer is yes for Clear to respawn. Henna will be up as well, but what can they do?
Yeah, it's going to be hard. It might be enough. Clear needs to get a big ult immediately if he's going to keep his Nexus towers alive.
Yeah, there's the headbutt pulverized from Moham though.
There it is!
He flashes in. Clear will find Showmaker, and aiming goes down as well. Henna with a triple kill, and D+, they may have overextended. The ignite from Duro, he's going to mount back up again and look to take down Kingin. But now, Showmaker aiming, Moham, all of them dead for 40+ seconds, and Clear will find Kingin on the back end, and he's still going to go down. Still, Lucid goes forward, takes down the Kennen, but they've lost 4. It is only Lucid that's up.
The clutch factor, though, from Kingin, these ult cooldowns so short, the value getting, but now it's FearX who are looking to do damage to the enemy base. 30 seconds on the spawn timer. Can Lucid even do enough? Closer and Raptor can head towards the Elder. They can definitely get the inhibitor and get out. I don't think they can end. They're not going to make the same mistake that D+ did.
I think it's just go straight to the Elder and do your very best to make sure that Lucid does not get in there, because they have so much damage. They can blow up this big dragon in seconds.
And Lucid has no flash as well. It'll be harder for him to get in. There is a TP available though for Showmaker. There's no wave in mid. They made sure of that.
Oh, this is down.
Baron.
Lucid nowhere to be seen. That is going to be the Elder falling. And B&K one step closer to a 2-0. We're going to see how it all started.
The power of the buy, just being able to look at the Zeri at any point of the game and say you're dying. Clear does his best to try and save his AD carry, but it's not enough. Closer does take out the jungler return, which might have saved the game. And Kingin, he ults there, right? That's one. Gets a second ult here to take out the Corki. But then this ensuing fight, the wave save from Duro, game saving.
Yeah.
Being honest.
I'm going to say this will go down as like the Duro Marin moment, you know?
Yeah.
Holding onto that minion wave to try and save the game.
And then here, The ult comes in a little bit late from Clear, but aiming flashed in for the execute and pays for it heavily. But then in the disengage, Kingen ends up getting another ult. Comes back up that he uses to take out Clear. We're not going to see that though.
Oh, it's Exodia. This is a very, very hot Exodia as well. The Quadfernal, Infernal Soul, Elder, and Baron. And Lucid's in the bottom lane trying to make sure that these waves are not in good positions, as this is obviously going to be the longest game of the season. The last one was Guangdong Freaks against D+, and D+ lost.
It's always D+.
Oh, this is so heartbreaking if it happens again, and B&K are in such a good position to win it.
This is such a hard game. If B&K Fearx would lose from here, it'd be so hard to recover from, but they have all the tools they need. They have the late game carries, they have the triple buffs. D+ need a miracle from here to get themselves back in this series. They're doing a pretty good job of wave clearing. A bot tower dies to the wave, but B&K Fearx don't care. They're looking for the engage.
Yep, they're looking to try and win this one right now. The Nature's Grasp, it comes in. They all line up behind Moham, and they need to avoid a fight because the Elder Dragon is so incredibly powerful. It's up for another 35 seconds, and B&K know that this is just about trying to do their best to take down structures.
This is a super wave they have to work with and try and get the Nexus towers down. The Elder's time.
Oh, closer! He needs to be so incredibly careful. He doesn't have a GA. As now Hannah going to get cease and desisted, thrown back and destroyed aiming. He's going to be able to lock him down, lose it. He's probably going to die to the Elder. They take two of them. Showmaker dead as well. And Raptor, so dangerous. The GA's going to pop, but the Dragon's Wrath comes down again. Oh, and Closer down to the GA now. Kingen, he goes golden aiming. He's up once more, and they take down the Clocky. They're holding on. They'll save the base.
And Kingen has TP. Look at the ball wave. They can end.
Oh my God, he's going to do it. This is absolute cinema. This is ludicrous. And we'll have another game in the series.
They find the miracle against the triple buff. They managed to clean up. Aiming and Kingen clutch it out, and they managed to keep the series alive.
Oh my God, you can see it in Moham's face. He's like, guys, is this what you deal with every day? I never want, my heart's about to explode, but they're still gonna win the game, and they have to do this again.
D+ are no stranger to long games, but this one, they managed to clutch it out in the end. Pivotal moments. They knew they had to fight against the Elder, they had to fight against the Infernal Soul, the Baron, and they find the angle. B&K Fearx.
Look at the D+ fans. They are completely incredulous. I think all of us are feeling the same way, and I was reading out the eulogy for this team. And then from the ashes, they'll just come through with a big fat man and take down the enemy Nexus.
Not yet. Not yet. And we still have another game. This is one way to make you return to the LCK with a game like this. And the thing is, B&K Fearx had so many pivotal clutch moments that came through. Juro saving the game. And it still wasn't enough. And now the players have to reset. Going at game 3 after an absolute slugfest. Aiming Ezreal, no surprises, does that again. But for me, Kingen, so many pivotal ults in that one. After some little mishaps in lane, really came through big.
He like woke up. The world's like victorious Kingen woke up halfway through that game, and he's like, nah man, we win these. And he finds the angles. This guy is so clutch. We are going to go to a short break. We're going to do our very best to try and recuperate after that one. Then it's going to be the space, and we'll have the deciding game between these two teams. My God.
먼저 갈래 그냥?
코르키
보자 보자. 아 별로야?
별로. 야, 제리.
야 캐리 잡았다. 야 이기는데 코르키 할게. 야 나이스. 나 죽었다. 코르키 나 2초. 야 아래 거 말자. 아래
천천히 해, 천천히. 야, 나 본다.
코르키 봐줘야 돼. 코르키.
야, 코르키.
나이스. 천천히.
야, 코르키. 야, 코르키 보자, 형. 코르키.
잡아야 돼. 코르키 잡아야 돼.
코르키 잡아야 돼, 호은이 형.
코르키. 잡았어. 야
바텀 와.
아 이거.
바텀 뛰어.
나이스. 나안 가도 되지. 끝났구나. 내 가게 해야겠다. 끝났어.
아, 혹시 모르니까 일단 가.
나에다 막을게.
막자.
이긴 거 같아. 끝내줘. 제발.
진짜 힘들다.
힘들어. 나 너무 힘들네. 와. 죽었어. 야, 근데 이거 3세트 하자. 3세트. 좋은
결국 이기긴 해, 우리가. 과연 해보자.
How about that one? Just get more of these here, as it was won and then lost and then won and then lost by both teams. We had Wolf shot calling. We had Chronicler shot calling. You could hear in the back, G-Sun was shot calling for everyone. It was crazy. And that was game number 2. We still have one more of these. It's tied up as B&K and D+ will go the distance here.
That was the League of Legends equivalent of a Michael Bay movie. There were explosions, people were blowing up, they were transforming. I have zero clue what happened in the second half of it. All just completely blanked out. But my God, what a series between these two. Like, game 1 was them smashing heads. Game 2 was them smashing nexuses, and I still can't believe what happened.
And when you look at the draft, it's no shock that the game played out very similarly to game 1 and that we're skill checking each other constantly. We're constantly brawling. We're constantly looking for flank angles. We're fighting all the time. Another clear Kennen game. They banned his Gnar, interestingly, because they wanted to play this Gragas, it looks like here, but they left the Kennen up, which gave them a ton of agency. Obviously, the Kennen went very well in the laning phase. Kingen fell behind early. But the game wasn't really about what happened in the early laning phases. It wasn't what happened in the 2v2 in the bottom lane. It was really just about some of the decisions made around objectives later on. We traded so many dragons that the game went super late, and as both teams maxed out on items, one pick, one catch is all you need. And the posturing around Vision was super sick to see. Lucid looking so confident in this game, constantly chasing down the Kennen flanks, I think was a big part of how D+ stayed in this game.
Yeah, well, all you need to know is that it was basically even gold throughout. Then D+ try to go for a pick here on the Henna, and it doesn't work. And then B&K bite off a little more than could chew. It's nuts.
Watch Moham in this moment, pushing Clear out of the fight, exhausting him. He's taken out here. I think if that Kennen actually is able to set up the stuns, it's a completely different fight.
It also took a bit of time for aiming to actually load into this game. I think as Ezreal just not having his best day, frankly. But then here, this is Clear with Infernal Soul. 4 Drakes! Guys, 4 Infernal Drakes! So, Showmaker just mistimes it by a second. Also, again, Showmaker, I think, not being the cleanest like we've seen of him in the past. But then here, that damage to come through from Kingen. That's what keeps the game alive.
Duro also holding the wave so that they don't have enough minions. There's only 3 minions there when D+ decide to end. If they actually just decide, hey, let's back off and take Elder, there was a different path to victory in this game. We thought at that moment, D+ had actually just given the 2-0 to B&K, but then their base defense was insane as well.
Yeah, so in between, B&K able to get the Elder and Baron, and now they shove into the Nexus. We see teams do this all the time. Let's fight one more time at Nexus and D+.
So it starts off with the pick from Lucid and Showmaker on top of Hannah, so he immediately goes down. And then here, it's still looking close. GA's about to get popped. But the fact that Kingen is left, he is just a full-fledged carry, right?
Yeah. And he's also, playing Bouncer for aiming, who actually has Elder applied to him multiple times in this fight, but actually still survives because Kingen is just his personal bodyguard. Here's a player reaction here from Duro. Really rough one as they're unable to close this one out. Moham praying as he's dead.
Moham. And you can see how much stress was on their faces.
Moham
he won!
Yeah, Moham hasn't played in the LCK in a really long time. Didn't have the greatest mid-game, but had that fantastic boop on the Kennen that we pointed out earlier, as well as a decent base defense there. But I mean, he's just along for the ride in what was our craziest game of the season so far.
Double base race. I don't know who's going to end up I think Kingen makes a lot of sense. I can Lucid makes a lot of sense. You can even go for the Moham angle, right? I think his team fighting was also exceptional. I just want to see more.
All right, let's see who it is. POG here for that amazing game number 2 win. And yes, it's Kingen on the Gragas, bouncing back from a very difficult game number 1 and showing up when it mattered most.
It's really tough to actually decide who deserves POG in this one. This was a really great moment from Kingen here in the top lane. But otherwise, he had a pretty weak laning phase in his mid-game. He missed the mark a few times, flashing to try to catch the enemy AD carry and failing. I feel like for me, I voted Lucid because I thought he saved a lot of the late game. He was able to catch the Kennen multiple times to actually keep the game extended. There's the argument for Moham as well. But it's Kingen's supreme late game decision making that really is what pushes it over the edge for most people.
I love as well the fact that he is. I think this is
fine. That's fine. Aiming showed up also late when it mattered.
Okay,
most.
so all the king of votes, I'm like...
We gotta go. I'm being told we gotta go. Game number 3 online. Okay, let's send it to the amazing Atlas and Oxa AAA cast.
All right, so the thing that we immediately said after we stepped off the desk was we probably need to fire anyone who votes for aiming in this game. Because there were pivotal players and there were passengers. And honestly, aiming was a little bit of passenger in that one. Did do a lot of boom boom damage.
Counterpoint.
Yes.
Number.
Big number was indeed the counterpoint, but Kingin, he had some whoopsies. He had that first blood. We're going to check out Moham really making sure that he nails down where he went wrong in that last game. And this was after the first game, going into the second one, making sure that he could like figure it all out. And you saw the adaptation moving into the next one. This guy is so incredibly serious about the self-improvement, and you saw the emotion, the amount that he puts into this.
And look, you know, you can come in to the LCK and have a series like this and be like, there's so many series that D+ has had this season where you could have just slotted in, stomped, and looked good, had some nice stats. This one is really a trial by fire, and I think Moham for sure, you know, even after the Alistair mistake he had at the start of the game, really came back into it. Now though, BNK Ferex onto blue side for the first time this series, and with all the benefits it bestows.
Let's see how they're going to do here. As you can see, Showmaker, he's the man that always wants to go home as early as possible, and he was just a part of the longest game, and that was a game number 2. And so he's going to be here for the distance. Just have to see how it does go. Aurora and the LeBlanc both banned away. No ability to ban the 80 carries this time around on the blue side for DK. They're going to be taking away Vi first here. Vi in both games so far this series.
Yeah, the Vi has been massive, and I think Vi as a pick in general has been massive in the LCK. But these two junglers, I feel like, have really pushed it and what can be done with the champion, especially with how fight-focused they've been. The Renekton comes through as a ban again, not wanting to give that over to Clear. But this is kind of the benefit of being on blue side. So much more freedom to ban. And now Ezreal will get the ban here. Ashe is still open. It is interesting the Aurora ban's been kept. Obviously the champ's very strong, but we did feel like it felt like a Showmaker champion, and BNK Ferex have agreed with that assessment. Rumble ban going to come through. So pretty similar bans to what we saw last game from D+, except they swapped the Kalista for the Vi. Is the Kalista first pick? The Ashe is open. Is that a first pick? It looks like BNK Ferex are happy with that one. And Ashe is good into Kalista, but aiming has had a mean Kalista recently in the LCK.
Henna has,
if they will pick it up.
Henna has really liked archery champions in general for a really long time, but this also gives them more engage. And I feel like the more engage BNK has as a team, the better they are.
Yeah, I think ultimately BNK Ferex often have like 3 or 4 sources of engage. With an 80 carry getting it as well, maybe you bump it up to 5.
Yeah, I think we should probably bump it up to 5. I'll see what we can do there as Lucid, considering the tree in this game, will lock that one in.
Interesting they go for the Maokai, because that means that Ashe Sejuani on the cards for BNK Ferex here.
Oh, true.
Yeah, as a prospect, a lot of power there.
A little bit of a dangerous one. We'll see what the answer is going to be for D+.
The Corki wasn't a huge selling point for us when Showmaker played it, but paired with a Maokai, it is often a combination. I mean, even they went it.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was the Sejuani Corki they went in the first game. But yeah, going to go for the Maokai Corki, which, in terms of the picks you want to see, Showmaker and Lucid on, they're not up there. When we saw Lucid debut in the LCK, the Maokai, he was obviously starved for gold, but didn't work fantastically.
Sejuani Yasuo.
Sejuani Yasuo works, Sejuani Yone works. Definitely
pick a wind brother and find Bristle. That's what I'd like. The Leona going to come in for Duro. That is a very high priority on making sure that they lock in their bottom lane as best they can. The consideration now for Clear as well.
Yeah, no luck towards the Sejuani, which is interesting. Often see it paired with the Ashe, but they won't go for that. And now looking at the Gnar, and the question is, what will Kingin match into this? I think the gambit here they're going for is you can either match the support or you can match the Gnar. You can't match both. And instead, D+ going to go for the potential
match the something else. Oh,
what
God.
Are they matching?
Wait. Okay, no, it's not.
Okay, they're matching the Gnar. Just some hovers. The GP and the Gnar, obviously a really solid matchup. We saw king and hover this earlier in the series as well into the cannon.
He's been a great GP in the past as well. We'll lock it in.
So clear. Ending up getting counterpicked there. This does mean, however, that things like the Braum can't be played into the Leona. We have to see that one be popular. I think Braum Alistair as bans of BNK Fear-X would be phenomenal value here. On the other side, though, you can start to look towards the jungle. That Sejuani that we talked about earlier can be taken away. You could also look to target, things like the Yone or the Yasuo from the mid lane. They will start up that Yasuo. We've seen a lot of people picking it into Corki. The wind wall value, pretty insane, and also incredibly good against the Maokai, just slamming the wind wall down. No one has to get rooted by the ultimate.
Yep. I think maybe it's just both Wind Brothers that you just get rid of. You risk the Sejuani situation, because otherwise I imagine that Closer just plays something else AD and you put Raptor on some sort of AP carry, like a Lilia, like a Brand, like a Zyra, something like this, to come out of the jungle. That could be one of the options that they could utilize. Jhin going to be banned away, as there is still Kalista. There is a lot of champions. Kai'Sa, a big one standing out.
Zeri as well, still one that could be picked up here. So a lot of options.
More like some options that I guess BNK don't want to deal with. Yep, Wind Brothers going to be removed.
Actually going to go for the Ziggs ban. Not something we really see aiming play that much. And this means the Braum's still open and available if D+ want to lean into it. As you said, Mohan be playing it a lot. Will open up looking towards that Kalista, though. And Aiming has had pretty strong performances on this pick in the last year, honestly. Is a rough matchup into the Ashe, though, but you have support counterpick that you can lean on.
I do think that self-counterpick is not a great move. As that may not be better.
Yeah, one of the issues with Misfortune into Leona is if you ever try an ult, you're just a Solar Flare away from having to cancel. You can cleanse Solar Flare, but your ult still cancels.
Do you think Ashe has anything she can do about it as well?
Does Ashe have something she can do about MF? I'll get back to you on that one. So, going to be hard to get good ult value, I feel like, for here from Aiming, but a lot of AoE looking towards options. Going to get the Talia.
Wait, is Raptor going to do it? The deciding game, he pulls out his Lee Sin that looked incredibly good in one of their more recent series. That would be pretty hype.
Pretty big. Pick that against Lucid as well. We'll lock it in. And looking at Moham, looks like they want more engaged to lay with their AoE. Might not even go towards the Braum and looking instead at the Rel. Alistair also an option. Going to try and deny the Leona. They will go for that Rel here. So a lot of AoE damage when it comes to these teamfights. Good setup, a pretty straightforward front to back, I feel like, for D+. BNK Fear-X, I feel like their composition feels a bit out of theme from what we've seen so far this series. They have abilities to start the fight, but picks like the Lee Sin, much more about popping off in the early game. I feel like if you go to a 47-minute game or however long it was, the Lee Sin's not going to feel as good. So Raptor and Closer, I need to see them challenge Lucid and Showmaker. This is not Lucid and Showmaker picking a strong combo. This is not a dynamic duo you see them paired up on. This is Lucid and Showmaker scaling for team fights, and Closer and Raptor need to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I think that BNK have looked very good in the early games. We remember, you have to think back a very long way to get to the early games of the second series, the second game, but it did go in favor of BNK. If they can snowball, this will look a whole lot better. But like you say, the late game insurance policy that D+ have taken out is an expensive one, and I think it's all inclusive.
Yeah, any mistakes will really cost BNK Fear-X here. You end up losing a 2v2 on the top side against the Gangplank Maokai. The game is going to be in a horrific spot, so
I think someone's missing their train, by the way. But I think that is perhaps the case for most of us.
It's worth it.
Absolutely. This is probably the best series of the season so far. I already nominated Game 2 of this one for Best Game of the Year, and I don't think anything's going to come close. That was just ludicrous. D+, though, I do like what they're doing with the composition. I don't like Closer on Maokai, but it's a lot of tools to get things done. Top of the Rift, game number 3.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh man, everyone's so loud. Still.
You don't like Closer on Maokai. And I agree, Maokai mid would be weird.
Oh, did I say Closer on Maokai?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think everyone meant Lucid, but if you don't, I respect that don't like Closer on Maokai. I don't think
I do appreciate the clarification though, because that could have been extraordinarily confusing.
Yeah.
If Closer was playing Maokai, that would be very strange.
It would be some good setup for the Lee Sin though, so there's that to take into account.
it could, like, if they were playing in Earth, it could have been a thing. As all right, Duro already starting things off. Doesn't have a lot of buttons.
That's a one trade.
Yeah, nailed it.
And then a respawn.
We're going back now. As Lucid
sending a
walks
message.
over Vision.
I feel like now they're kind of like, wait, is there going to be a swap? Is that going to happen? And D+ are positioning for it. They've actually swapped after what they've seen. I don't think they know that the swap back has come through.
And it was pretty immediate as well. As Lucid going to come on over, start on the enemy Raptors.
They know. They can find him.
Yeah. Raptor going to move in. And Lucid going to realize that he's probably not going to be able to get too much done. Does get the babies. Little popcorn chickens. But now going to go for a bit of a smite fight as the Zenith Blade goes wide. Dura's still just going to walk up and say, no, Lucid, you're not going to take the rest of this camp. And that will belong to Raptor, of course. Dueling power going to be there for him.
Yeah, the big one with so much water. I feel like this swap, having the GP and the Gnar away from each other, is good for BNK4X.
Yeah, I think it kind of works, especially with the fact that Henna can... Oh, there's a seismic shove. That is beautiful. Duro, he is a man about town. He is absolutely everywhere. They're not going to get a flash, but they are going to get Showmaker out of the lane and create a little bit of distance between Closer and himself as far as that CS is concerned.
Yeah, and Henna actually freezing the wave here, so trying to deny as much experience as possible. Rather than typically we see the push into plate taken.
Yep.
And actually they're going to send the GP mid and the Corki bot. So we're seeing a lot of rapid-fire adjustments in this game to try and deal with the problem that's been presented to you.
And Corki now on a 5-loss streak, actually. As we can see here, a couple of them, courtesy of BDD earlier on. A lot of winning names here.
Yeah, one of them from Showmaker just earlier. Looks like GP not having fun in this matchup either.
Yeah, I don't know whether this part of the experiment's necessarily working out, as the flash has to be blown pretty quickly.
And
in the matchup.
Showmaker's just so scared to step up against this Ashe. Assist pinging right now, like, I need help, I can't do this. They don't know where Duro is. This is just so many mind games when it comes... We've seen a lot of swaps in the LCK since MSI. This one feels like the most elaborate. A game of cat and mouse in where people are going to be. And I feel like BNK4X have the edge in how it's panned out, but a lot of decisions made.
Oh, he just barely messed it up. It was going to be so beautiful. I feel like Clear navigated that farming just perfectly. But not to be the case. Still, it's absolutely fine. Level 3 is picked up for both of these top laners as Kingen finally with a minion wave somewhat close to the turret.
Euro's still not going bot. He needs some XP from somewhere. Because he's still level 1.
Yeah.
But, you know, mid lane, we're seeing a bit of a lead for Closer. Getting a lot of pressure there. It feels like the XP edge is slightly in favor of BNK4X, but it's only that Leona who's behind. Now gets the level 2, though.
Nailed it. That's a whole extra button.
Yep. And we'll see now normal lanes have come out after all that dipping, diving, and ducking around. But you can see the farm differences. Mid and top has suffered the most on the back of this.
Yep. Showmaker does make his way back as this wave is coming in, so he might at least be able to equalize somewhat. I don't think fully. Seismic Shove's continuing to come through, and I think that we've offered Closer a lot of praise throughout the season. I think his Talia has been one that we've been pretty high on for a really long time for the amount of improvement that he has been able to pick up, because it's a lot of these mages that he has struggled with, right? Like his Yones, things like this, like his Aurelia from back in the day. Like these sort of picks that are a lot more explosive have been things that he's been known for, but this Talia has improved so much as we see it. Get a whole bunch of work done here onto Showmaker in mid.
I think I remember in that last series, he did a Q flash, so he's on worked ground, he Q'd to get the empowered boulder, flashed.
To deliver an extra big boulder.
To get the slow setup for a gank. It was really nicely played. Just shows, you know, beyond just I can play this champ to I really know the limits of what this champion can do, and already he's had such a strong performance in the lane. Forced Showmaker out of lane again. And now looking for a run up towards topside. This Talia pick really paying off so far. And, you know, we said that BNK4X needed to come in strong in the early game. They are so far delivering.
Yep. Bottom lane, pretty even, as we can see. Closer actually canceling the back. Doesn't have level 6. We'll see whether he needs it. As the wallop, max range is going to connect the flash forward to get the cripple. Seismic Shove doesn't land, but because he dodged it, he's dead. That is first blood going to Raptor on the Lee Sin.
A lot committed to make that work, but it does pay off. They managed to get King in. He is flashless, and they get the payoff there. 2 summoners being from. We'll see if they end up paying in return. Obviously,
Hex Flash.
Gang.
I love Duro. I think Duro is my favorite support because he utilizes Hex Flash more than anyone I have ever seen.
Yeah, he's unleashed when his flash is down, tries to bin as soon as possible, makes a wave, but now we see Lucid coming down.
He might actually put pressure on this, as perhaps it's a cast a curse, perhaps it's not. As he's going in, they're looking for Moham. Can Duro actually get it? He does! They go 1 for 1.
And because they had to deal with Duro, they're not able to chase down Henna. Henna ends up getting away on that play, doesn't even burn flash. Duro's flash back up as well. The kill does go over to aiming instead of Moham, so it's an advantage in that. The gold is on a better target for D+, but considering Lucid went for that gank and it's a 1 for 1, BNK Fearex are happy.
Well, and the arrow is also going to get the cleanse out of aiming here. Cross shot.
Yeah,
not
Henna
going to be enough to get any kills, but still trading it.
Yeah, Henna definitely wary of Lucid at that point, so doesn't overstep. But now Lucid wary of BNK Fearex, so he backs away, and it feels like a cycle of pressure now.
It's such a chess match, this one. Like, every decision made everywhere seems to have an answer that's immediately apparent on every single side. So
it feels like a chess match, but when you take a piece, you launch at the other person's head.
Oh, yeah. It's a chess match played with bats.
Yeah.
I think. You just hit one another, and that's making moves.
Checkmate! And
yeah.
You hit them over the head. It's beautiful, honestly. Yeah. This is how League of Legends should be.
100%. That's how chess should be, let's be honest. I'd be keen to watch that. All right. D+, just clearing out their jungle. There's a lot of pesky wards around here, as maybe another dragon scenario to come in, as Raptor is going to pull it out of the pit.
BNK Fearex already got the 3 grubs. If they get 3 grubs and a dragon in the first 8 minutes of the game, that'd be a huge reward. Claire also getting some alone time, making work with those grubs. And you can see across the map, pressure in favor of BNK Fearex. It's looking good for them, but this is how it should be. You need the game to continue in this direction, or things will end up being problematic. We won't get another Ocean Soul today. Ocean Dragon going to come up second.
Ooh, very short Valkyrie, but enough to make sure that Showmaker is okay. Closer. Off the back a fair bit of damage. One of the nice things about being Talia into Corki is the fact that you can just set up your threaded volley when he tries to walk at you with Gatling gun.
Yeah, a very good response to that. That's why we've seen this pick be very popular. Obviously, even at MSI, we saw the Talia into old Corki be hugely successful. Not quite the same threat as it was then, but obviously Corki then was a massive menace in the late game.
Yeah.
And didn't even need to come close to you, which was pretty impressive.
A little bit of a different beast, that's true. As Clear preparing the Mega Gnar as the short hop does come in. It's crashed down onto Duro. He's in a bit of trouble here. The bullet time is going to be outranged by the Leona, but she's going to have to get out of here as Duro once again unleashed. The flash now on cooldown. He wanted an excuse to do that, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, this can sometimes be the issue playing into MF in Pro, specifically because the supports end up so XP starved, you're level 6 so much later than the enemy AD carry. If Duro's level 6, that same play just doesn't work nearly as well. He can just ult to block the MF ult. He's 3 levels down compared to aiming, so a long way to go before he's going to have access to that. And now Closer and Raptor might have found something here.
Yeah, Lucid is going to be able to take this one down. Good sidestep there from Lucid. Gives them the thumbs up as well. That is a lot of pizzazz in a game 3 that's this close.
Looked so close to that Q hitting from Raptor, but just can't quite find the connection on Lucid. He'll get the Skull Crab and get away. And any win like that, any situation where you're able to get some resources, disengage without engaging in the 2v2, D+ are more than happy with. Now, they've gone for the swap here, but it looks like it's going to be responded to. Henna already moving up towards the top side, and Duro was there already, because why not?
Yeah. He just wants to be roaming as much as he possibly can. Eclipse now going to be completed first item for Raptor. I like that. A lot of extra shielding. As that is just going to be an interruption on Clear's back.
Yeah, he's
and
TP as well, so this could be like a couple of plates going down a Kingen.
Yeah. He's not going to be able to get back towards that bottom side. You can see it's might need to be Closer. Weaver's walling his way down there if they don't want to lose anything. Instead, just the wave crash. And Kingen will back away, so not going to be able to get any plate gold or anything like that by the looks of things. Duro is very low on XP, halfway from level 6. We can see Moham with that Magnet Storm up and available for this grub fight.
That's so big, especially Closer. No TP available now, and he's gone towards bot, so I'm not sure how much they can do about these grubs. This could be very risky for BNK Fearex. Any mistake could set them back massively.
Yeah, this is a 3v3 for now, but you can see the rest of the cavalry coming in. That Zenith Blade was dangerous, but they're still looking for Lucid. He gets the shield, and the bullet time's gigantic! There goes everyone on the side of BNK, and Henna has to flash to get himself out of it. A disaster for BNK Fearex.
They opted into the fight without their Talia there, without the ultimate from Leona, and they paid for it massively. The bullet time value is humongous, and no one was in a position to interrupt it. D+ get exactly what they wanted. The locket value as well from Lucid keeps them alive that much longer. The early item spike coming in clutch.
Yeah, a little bit of inexperience maybe. Feduro bites off way more than he could chew there.
Definitely a lack of experience, I think, is why he didn't have the ultimate.
Yes, true. I didn't realize I was doing double duty on that one.
Yeah, he does have it now, but a bit later than you'd hope for. It's gold lead now for D+. And we see the replay. The engage comes in with the intent to burst out Lucid, but Maokai notoriously slippery. And also the locket that comes through keeps him alive just a little bit longer to catch Raptor at the end of the bullet time. The value there for aiming massive.
The goal to be like, I am about to die, Locket to keep himself alive, and then Twisted Advance in to make sure that you get the kill, even if you're definitely going to die.
Dead Man's Grasp, you know, just takes them with him.
Oh, it's so good. Because I think a lot of us would have the instinct to try and get the heck out of there and not die. Not Lucid. He's like, no, I want to win the fight.
And now aiming 2-0-2 on the back of that fight. Huge amount of gold going to him. This MF really already going to start looking strong.
Oh, Solar Flare now immediately on cooldown. Moham, that's a high value crash down as he gets out. And aiming moving on over with that Bloodthirster put together. 6 left on the cull. My God, this guy.
I think both supports have shown that when they're walking from one place to another, they are like right next to the screen, like, you know, like FPS players do?
Yep.
And they're just watching. They never look anywhere but the champ. They're just waiting for anything to come out of a crush. Because they have both reacted so quickly to these pick attempts.
And yeah, you kind of have to do that because, of course, getting vision down is extremely important, but it can be extremely dangerous. As Henna might learn that because he doesn't have flash available. He is going to cleanse to get himself out of the way. But that is another very long cooldown. And he doesn't have a lot of mobility.
Should be a pretty easy dive set up onto Kingen, honestly. Just have the ult.
Not a large amount of Narbar, but Kingen not quite able to get these barrels to work out. It's a disaster, in fact, as he's thrown onto the rocks, strewn onto the shore, and will be taken down. That is clear, locking up that kill as the arrow not going to connect onto Showmaker. Good angle on the Valkyrie, so holds onto his flash. BNK, they do get something on the top side, but the trade is a little bit imbalanced. As you can see, aiming gets through all of these plates. The Gold King is just tearing money from the rift.
He is so fed right now. Clear getting a lot of gold, but again, you're playing into a GP, he prints gold. That's kind of what the champion does, so he is going to scale still well into the later stage of the game. And you can see both solo laners D+ approaching those Triforces. That'll be a big spike. I think, honestly, aiming, it won't be long till he has 2 items in this situation. And here, there's not much you can do. Obviously, didn't get as much value from the barrels as you'd hope. It was cancelled by Clear. But I don't think you make it out of here. Once Raptor is up close to you without aggro and can just kick you, you know, they didn't need the kick, but it was there, ready. And yeah, aiming just finished Essence Reaver. The amount of AD this MF has is going to be absurd. The one caveat is that we've talked about how it's going to be difficult for aiming to ult in a lot of these later fights. And I think BNK Fearex, you need to keep tabs on that. Aiming cannot be allowed to just free cast his ultimate, or you will just lose the fight and the game.
And he has been able to get off quite a few in the right positions. I think that BNK need to be a lot more patient with a lot of these plays, these setups. Wait for that bullet time and then go for the punish. Try and hold on to a cooldown or two in order to get that one working. So far, it's been a little bit fast and loose. And we know we love them for that. But it might not be the avenue to victory here, despite the fact that they do need to put on extra pressure based on the compositions that we do see. Maybe stuck in a bit of a tough position. 2,000 gold the lead for D+ here as they're looking for Shelly.
There's a TP flank.
That's a long flank. Going to take a while to get this Talia in here unless that Weaver's Wall is going to be able to be a swift delivery. There's the wall down now as Clear, not with much of an armbar, but he's building it. Moham trying to get out of there. Raptor doing his very best. Well, he connects onto aiming, and he's just executed. Moham not going to be able to do anything to save the rest of his teammates as Showmaker goes down as well. And Lucid just running for the hills. Closer comes on over, and that is just a wipe for BNK.
Hallmark of BNK is these TP flanks they love to pull off. They don't give an opportunity for aiming to ult. I think he channeled it for like 0.05 seconds there. Immediately shut down by the flank angle. And BNK Fearx, just when the game feels like it was slipping away from them, they find this angle. The wall comes in with the Gnar aiming. Ult immediately has to flash, but is still caught by Jiro. The Ash arrow connects. He doesn't get to play the game. Clear, unfortunately, doesn't have enough Gnar rage stacked up to ult there. Otherwise, he could have actually survived, but Showmaker goes down with him. And BNK Fearx showing that they are never out of a game.
Yeah, the commitment to the play as well. I mean, I think Clear knew that it wasn't the right time to be looking for a flank, but knew that if he was there, then it would create enough hustle and bustle to make sure that they were able to get it done. So beautifully worked out here. And the fact that Taliyah can be utilized like this, like, because it was such a deep teleport. And I was thinking, like, if that's Clear, then this Herald fight is going to be over before he even turns up. It wasn't. It was closer. He gets the wall in exactly the right position. It is still 2,000 gold, the lead for D+. Not a lot has actually changed off the back end of that, but it's good to see that BNK still has the fight in it.
I think what's big is the fact that BNK Fearx, as we've said so many times, they always go for these comps with multiple engage threats. So if the flank is a bit away, you can't just sit there and wait and kind of maybe do the objective or disengage. BNK Fearx can start the fight with that Lee, with that Leona, with that Ashe as they're coming in, and you end up getting pincered if you don't make immediate moves. So it's very hard to react to. We do see Closer just will be able to pick up this tower here and answer that one taken earlier.
It's another Drift, by the way. Infernal Soul on the cards, second game in a row. I think that's beautiful. I think that's extremely poignant for this series. As Weeb as well to get Closer out of there, and it is going to work to a treat.
And you know, look at the gold. Aiming has so much, no surprise, but so much is on him, and I think that makes the game plan so easy for BNK Fearx. If you kill aiming, you wipe so much gold from D+'s total, and he is without some, so you know what they're going to do every single team fight.
That's what they're going to be looking for, and she is pretty painfully stationary a lot of the time, especially when you press R. So it is certainly going to be something that I imagine Raptor's job is going to be looking for that. Not having to deal with the Taliyah on the enemy team is very, very important for this Lee Sin. His ways in are actually quite large.
With how BNK Fearx play, I think it's everyone's job to look.
Well, very true, very true.
There's no shortage of members of your team who are willing to try and kill the enemy AD carry. It's just who gets that first.
See whether we are going to see Raptor finding any of these cool kick flash angles. There's Moham coming on over. Lucid being a little bit quiet this game. Of course, was fantastic in the first few skirmishes. But otherwise, looking forward to seeing some of these Nature's Grasps to see whether Lucid can really turn some of these fights. Because right now, BNK are clawing their way back in this game. And a lot of the differences that we see in a lot of these series is that there's one team that's just able to eke out more gold on the map. This has been both teams, one after the other, finding angles to move it back towards them each time. It's not the snowball starting to roll down. It's a game of ping pong when it comes to this gold. And so we're seeing it just stay so incredibly even, which is why we're getting so many of these amazing team fights that are so extremely close.
And we see BNK Fearx go for a gambit there where they'll let the dragon go, they'll try and get a tier 2 tower top, but kind of forgetting about the GP ultimate that just immediately puts a stop to the push.
Does help with the macro play a lot.
Yeah, and so as a result, D+ get dragon, and they don't really lose anything for it.
Closer's still going to be able to shove this one through. I mean, I guess they lose the cooldown, but Kingan's going to have that one back up relatively soon. He's got his Trinity Force done. One of them is done as well for Clear at the same time, but these Trinity Force spikes coming in for Showmaker and Kingan going to be very, very important. As aiming, it's been a while since he's made items, and he is going to pick up now a BF sword.
He's close to Infinity Edge, and that's
a
pretty
big
monumental spike. I mean, you're still going to get the utility from the Ashe. Oh, speaking of the Ashe.
Ooh.
And a sense of something. You see, even Lucid sweeps. He's like, is there a ward here? Like, the way he just backed off seems as though there's a ward here.
Yep.
Nope, he just knew now was the time to leave. Good sensors on the side of BNK Fearx in this situation. Now trying to contest his control ward.
I was expecting that Duro was just going to go in. Perhaps even just flash it. But he holds onto it. He wants to have a flash that he can use at a moment's notice. Up and available right now is aiming. He's got a minion wave to deal with as the Baron now up and available. Being there for about 35 seconds. Red buff, the consideration now for Lucid. Wants to give that to everyone. Raptor connecting a Q to it though. As a battle for the Brambleback is upon us. Showmaker Valkyries away from the seismic shove as the arrow's going to connect onto the tree. The chain CC is gigantic, but he's kicked away too early. He finds the shield, and now Duro is a little bit too far up. I believe red buff was secured there by BNK, so I guess they got what they were looking for. But a teleport going to need to be invested here as Clear comes down to deal with Kingin.
Too much invested on the Maokai, and they didn't save anything to stop the MF ultimate. That needs to be the goal in these fights. Anytime aiming can free cast it, you're going to lose out. And now slow start to come in.
Yeah.
Has a blast gun, so he will be safe. But mid-tier 1 is the cost of that play. And D+ pretty happy with how they navigated that one.
Not going to change the gold very much. However, having that extra map control, a huge deal. And this gangplank has really proved to be massive as Showmaker tagged by the Q because Lucid flashed over it somehow. That was very, very cool. But still, they get the flash out of the Maokai. That is good news for BNK, I guess. Safeguard used in response.
Yep, managed to get something out of Lucid. It was crazy he survived that last fight without flashing.
Yeah.
I think is the real takeaway. But tries to find Raptor there, doesn't succeed. And this game feels like there's just these pockets of action, but both teams fishing again for those summoners, trying to find any advantage. You can see aiming so far ahead in gold and has the summoners back up for this next dragon fight in 2 minutes. I feel like, honestly, if BNK Fearx can burn his summoners before the fight, it'd be ideal. But you'll see here, this is kind of a reminder. So ult dropped on a Lucid by the Leona and then by the Lee Sin. And those are your main ways of stopping the Maokai, the Ashnot as well. And so this free cast ult comes through from aiming. No one's there to stop. It's a full channel. And sure, it doesn't kill anyone because Raptor flashes away, but certainly ends the fight there.
Really does. Arrow you saw, picture in picture. Yeah,
Yep.
Cleanse is now down for aiming.
Well, that's big.
Yeah, Henna throws that one into him. So Henna with his couple of items now completed. It's been a little bit of a silent achiever this game. As that's a little bit better. That's a full IE indifference as far as money is concerned, something like that.
Well, I think that makes it even clearer what the game plan needs to be.
Yeah, I think kill misfortune is the thing.
There's been a lot of games like this for D+, where aiming has a ton of gold, and the goal for the enemy team is kill aiming.
Yeah.
This one, not too different from that, but you have to say, if you commit too much to kill aiming, and you don't have gas left in the tank, there is a Corki and a GP on some pretty powerful spikes there.
And the two tanks can really cause a ruckus as well. I think that as far as having a lot of CC is concerned, like Rel and Maokai, certainly pretty high up there.
Yeah, double locket though. It doesn't work completely. Maybe, I'm hoping they'll try and
you stagger them, right?
Fight, yeah, because if you use them too close together, the shield is reduced by like 75%. Right. So not the greatest.
Well, got a Weaver's Wall coming down. They're looking for aiming, who's kind of trapped in this one, but the Nature's Grasp is going to be the response. Now Showmaker, good position. He brings Duro with him, and they just execute the Leona. That was gorgeously played. And BNK now just without their support, a 4 versus 5, and Clear with a Nabar in decent position. Still just looking for an angle onto Showmaker. Can he be the hero? Gets the Valkyrie. That is about it. And he really wants to make use of this. Yeah, there it is. The cone. He's going to land it onto 3. And that is so much damage. Clear now so incredibly low. They do get the twisted advance out of Lucid. And BNK just, there's not enough left in the tank. It is going to be the Dragon going over to D+, and that is another soul point for them.
The damage aiming is doing, and the Banana Brush angle able to just shred through BNK Fearx there. They won't be able to get this Dragon, and now soul point for D+. And we know how the scaling favors them.
Yeah, it's feeling very, very difficult. We're going to check it out one more time, though. It looked like a decent angle here from closer.
It just feels like they're trying to get onto Moham, and he flashes away, and they don't have a way to get onto aiming now. They then try and reapproach, and it just feels like they've been on the back foot in terms of setups, because when they... Oh, now they are starting Baron.
Okay.
A lot more interesting than the rest of this fight. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's just turn our attention to this Purple Worm. Everyone knows exactly what's going on here. Flank angle, great Nabar from Clear, but his health bar isn't entirely full. The teleport is coming on forward. He throws a house around. Good wallop timing, but Kingen, he's got oranges to eat and time to eat it as well. As the Baron going down lower and lower. Lucid looking for an angle to get himself in here. Can he actually lock this one down? The chain CC onto the Maokai is not the MF because she doesn't actually have the ultimate available. The Lee Sin is dead though. There are no smites left in this fight. And Closer is just going to get flashed on point blank from Showmaker. And he puts up the surprise Teemo. They're wondering what the heck that attempt was because DK just wiped them.
Desperation from B&K FairX. They know the time is against them. They try and force a Baron, but they're not able to deal with D+. They just get collapsed in on, and you can see Claire trying to find this flank angle, jumps in, but he's met immediately by the TP from King, and he comes in and just starts shredding him. Look how low Claire gets just from the GP here. And while this is going on, Moham threatening this flank angle, moving in, and Ravel Deer thrown towards him. They try and commit to the Maokai, but it cost them 2 members to take him out, and then Henna stuck with a Rel on top of you and a Cannon Barrage too. Closer can't even take down Showmaker, and Claire gets finished off by Kingen. Swept in there from D+, didn't give them a hope.
That was beautifully done, and that was Moham without Magnet Storm available. Just crash down, utilized to lock up Henna in that Baron pit. It was beautifully done, and now they have Soul Point, but they also have a 5,000 gold lead. 2,000 on the Red Bull Baron power play, and that is only going to extend. Look at this. It is a catastrophic shelf that we have set up here.
And you look at the items coming in. QSS now for aiming. Level 16, max rank ultimate. Rapid fire cannon for Showmaker. The damage is not only here, but it's when you start getting these utility items like the QSS, the extra range of the rapid fire, where you really start to feel painful. Henna just isn't doing enough damage at this point, and it's finding it really hard to position against the likes of a GP when he throws the Cannon Barrage down.
And it feels like the GP, as this game goes on, is just so much pressure that B&K are going to find more and more difficult to deal with. In a Baroned up situation here, having him in a side lane, still being able to Cannon Barrage if someone is split pushing or if there is a fight that's going to break out on the other 4. It's so incredibly powerful in these instances, so expect to see this Rebel Baron power play really extend. You can see already up to 4K, and Arrow will connect. It's actually brought with Showmaker here as the Seismic Shove will be avoided. He does a lot of damage, but not enough, and will be taken out. There's the pick. Beautifully done from B&K, but is it going to be enough to actually win this one out as Raptor has his eyes on Moham, will connect the Q. That's not the target he was looking for. They're still corralling. Lucid going to take the next one. Raptor now a little bit further extended than he wants to be, but he'll put down a teleport ward here for Closer to make his way in. Make it rain comes down. Lucid trying to be that front line. Is Henna gonna get turned on? Death Dawn, it just destroys him. There goes the Talia as well, and Duro. Oh my goodness, Clear gonna try and save it with a big ulti, but they've been overextended. They were looking for the angle, but the punishment, it doesn't work. Mini-Nut destroyed here by aiming, and D+. Their backs were against the wall. Game 2, they were losing until they stole the game, and this time, they just outthought B&K, and they will walk through. They will win this epic series in 3 games.
10th series win this summer from D+, and they managed to clutch it out. A super back-and-forth series ends with a game where they really take control and finish it in less than 30 minutes. Huge performance to close this one out from the side of D+.
I have to say as well, look at aiming. He's like, congratulations to Moham, but by the way, we have to shake their hand. I can imagine pretty overwhelmed is the young player. Hats off to him though. My God, what incredible tenacity here from all of these players. I want to say, like, especially Showmaker having such a rough series in the first 2 games, comes back and plays really well. Even though his laning phase didn't go that well. D+, what a way to secure playoff position. I had to work for it though, my God.
It was a battle, but they got there, and I feel like battles like these really give you some things to think about going into playoffs, give you things to problem solve, but still show that D+ really is a formidable opponent. And with how the standings are going, there's a good chance they'll get that 3rd place spot and be able to choose their opponent in the first round. And I think it brings you a lot of confidence knowing you took down B&K FairX, who were on a tear recently.
Yeah. Showmaker saying thanks to the sponsor there. And oh man, I am tired. And I wasn't even the one playing, as aiming this is where the camera belongs. Moham, what an absolutely heroic performance from this guy. And I think that we have seen that Kellen hasn't necessarily had the clutch factor, you know, as far as like when these games go really long, being able to stick with it. Moham just demonstrated in a trial by fire that he does.
Yep, and ultimately we didn't know the reasoning behind the shift between Moham and Kellen. But all we can say is that Moham did a fantastic job, and in a series
he looked good.
Challenged, he showed he can hang with the best of them. This fight so scrappy, but ultimately the re-engage turnaround got a fantastic amount of value. And then this one was the one where it looked like B&K FairX maybe back in the game, maybe found their way into it.
This wasn't to be the case, unfortunately. Aiming caught out of position, but that was the last time. And in the game prior, it felt like Aiming was kind of getting caught out multiple times. It's why a lot of these back and forths were occurring. But in this instance, a little bit of desperation here as B&K realized that the clock was against them. And Showmaker, when he's flashing forward and he's putting up the surprise Teemo, that's when you know things are rough.
Oh, in this moment, look at Kingen and what he does to Henna, just eviscerates him. And this, on the top side, the Moham aiming combo. I mean, everyone knew the play was coming for B&K FairX, but DK choosing just the perfect timing to turn it around and get the play.
Yep, that's the 4v5 angle, and if you just immediately destroy the Ashe, then it's not a 4v5 angle anymore. Duro taken down here, and Showmaker, look at him. He is ready to go home, and I think he deserves a good night's rest after that one as well, as he was in the death chamber while that last fight was happening. Lucid tanking up the turret here, making such good use of his locket in this game. Yep, and they were talking about the Ashe arrow aiming, just apologizing for not being able to dodge any of the Ashe arrows. Thanks for the carry and things like this. My goodness, what an incredible marathon of a series. One of my favorites of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ending a lot more decisive from D+.
Yeah.
The thing is, obviously, they've locked in playoffs. B&K FairX face Quandon Freaks later this week. They need to win that now. I feel like that is the one they have to. It's do or die.
Yep.
After this performance, I think they're in with a good spot. It'd be really sad not to see this team make playoffs after the growth they have shown.
Oh, 100%. After this series, if they're not in playoffs, I'm going to feel like we were all robbed.
Yep.
So let's see what they can actually get done in that Saturday Showdown in a couple of days' time, and that one's going to be coming up. But now we're going to head over to the space to break down that incredible series.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day, as it is D+ that come out victorious in this slobber knocker potential preview of the playoff series. Let's break it on down here. Game number 3 back in the space. It was great. It was great all the way through.
It really was. So I was a big doubter of the D+ draft, as you guys know, because the front line is a little bit shaky. You have a Rel, yeah, you have a Maokai, but can you protect the engage options here? Because you've got a potential flanking Lee Sin, you've got Mega Gnar you have to deal with the Taliyah in the mid lane, Ashe Arrow. There's so many ways to shut down this misfortune, except they kept using those tools on said Maokai. The spacing was really good. Aiming was always in the right spot. The double locket value in this draft got so much done that unfortunately for B&K, they just couldn't stop this misfortune.
Yeah, to me, if you told me that I'd look at a draft for DK and it's Lucid on Maokai and Aiming on a stationary AD carry and they would both look great, I would be kind of flabbergasted. Obviously, Aiming had the one mistake, but I think outside of that, he played exceptional. I think Lucid's Maokai, the one flash where he didn't catch Raptor notwithstanding, he's clearly learned what the champion does, which isn't that complicated because it's Maokai. He's been around for a while. You can just watch him peanut VODs, which clearly he did. And outside of that, I think Showmaker had a nice bounce back game. And we gotta give credit where credit is due. I think Moham on this Rel is the type of pick where I think you really want to be very decisive. And that's, even with Kellen getting better, I think his biggest weakness. So I think that the experiment today was a success, even taking into account the fact that DK was definitely closer than we expected.
Yeah, when we got the starting lineups, we were asking, like, hey, is Kellen sick? Is it? What's up with this? And it was like, nope, this was a straight-up substitute. And I think just being thrown into the fire here, Wolf, was just such a great opportunity that was taken here by Moham.
Yeah. This is what I was asking for from D+, last year. Why aren't they going to change their players? And then earlier this year, are they going to change Kellen? They did not. And with Moham, it's looking like they're taking that experiment further to heart. They're actually going to do it here. Now, watch this Baron fight. You can see Moham's on the flank angle here. Clear completely denied by King, and as was pointed out by the casters. It's a just really nice front-to-back fight here for the side of D+, because B&K were so desperate to try to set this one up. The Narbar was timed well, but wasn't able to enter the fight. D+ clean up house.
Yeah, I was happy to see Kingen back on the GP as well. Obviously did die a bunch of times, as you do with GP, but you see the value of the pick there into Gnar, where even with Claire having really good Narbar management, like you're just going to get burned through, even if you are Mega Gnar, because of the true damage.
Yeah, and another one of those examples of B&K constantly focusing the jungler, which allowed aiming and the rest of the damage dealers to do exactly that. And one more desperation attempt here as B&K tried to corner D+, who were trying to push to end, and it just gets turned on in an instant here.
Raptor had a few opportunities with his Q to try to look for an insect play and get a multiple knockup, but unfortunately with the Maokai on the other side and Clear just not able to join quickly enough, he had to both be super far away from his team to chase them down, but then couldn't catch them either because D+ knew exactly how they were going to disengage from this fight. And I think that had B&K just walked away from this and not made the play, they would have lost the game slower. I think this is still a good idea to try to look for that Hail Mary. Maybe D+ make a mistake, but ultimately they did not.
For me, this is a really great day because on one hand, I think the biggest criticism of DK is their ability to suffer through a very rough defeat, like was the case in game number 1, then bounce back and keep their mental in check, right? Showmaker is as much as I love him, he's one of my favorite players. He's always on the mental roller coaster, right? And I think you really saw it in this game. The bounce back was needed. On the flip side for B&K, this team is for real, and I can only hope that they make playoffs because in their current form, it's between them, Kwangdong, and KT. And I think that B&K out of those three right now look like the best, but their strength of schedule is still very tough.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit is due. So many times we see teams have a great game 1, and maybe they lose game 2, and then they crumble in game 3. All 3 of these games, B&K showed up to play and forced the best out of D+. And if this is the playoff matchup that we get to see, it's going to be quite a treat. Let's see POG for game number 3 here. Another one where it could go anywhere, but no, it does go to aiming on the bottom side of the map on the Misfortune.
No doubt we'll see some of these fights where a lot of tools are used onto the front line and aiming is able to use his ultimate because they're looking for the pick onto Lucid. And a lot of the time it's actually Duro using his tools to try to catch a Maokai and then just gives aiming free agency. The locket value I mentioned earlier is massive. In this case, aiming gets a really nice cross from the pit. Once again here, everything used on Lucid, he gets away, and then the aiming ultimate comes through. Really good positioning from aiming this time around. We often criticize him when he is on low mobility 80 carries like the MF, sometimes the Aphelios, but he comes up big when he's got that front line. Great teamwork from D+.
Yeah, aiming's Ashe, I think, is a really good example of what you don't want to see. As we see, I think split vote makes complete sense here, looking at what came through. Even the Kingen vote, right? Kingen, in the early game, was able to get as much gold as you'd want to, even with dying a bunch of times, and then kind of going from there. I think the Showmaker vote is definitely the funniest one.
Kind of illegal, yeah.
He did kind of, flash in at that one fight in Baron when the game was kind of done.
Yeah. Well, with this win, D+ now lock playoffs, so they are definitely in. No way for them to fall on out again. Coming into this week, it was a big clump with Kwangdong Freaks still in contention, with B&K still in contention, with KT in contention.
DRX just recently knocked out yesterday as well. They were still technically in. I think this race is going to be really interesting. A lot of this about strength of schedule, but with the games we saw from B&K, I think there's definitely a world where they could upset Hanwha. There's definitely a world where they potentially upset T1 in that final match that they have for the rest of regular season. It is going to be tough. I think if you're a B&K fan, you're mostly rooting against KT right now.
Even the game win, I think, is big because it keeps the score between them and KT a lot closer.
All right, well, we're setting up the interview. It'll be up in just a second here. Kind of want to get your thoughts here on D+. Now, righting the ship, it felt like they had a couple of heartbreaker losses and, you weren't exactly sure. Like, what do you make of this win as now you know that they're locked into playoffs?
Nothing. They're the same. They're the same team, Degon. Like, I know that we talk a lot about KT and they're up and down. Unfortunately, KT have been mostly down throughout the entirety of the summer split. I think for DK, I think it's really important that they win here, but I don't think it's really going to solve the nature that is very inherently chaotic of this team.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's just the Moham angle. Like, he seems like he's doing a little bit of shot calling, which has always been a big issue for D+. Showmaker looked a little bit muted today. I feel like that's a little bit concerning, but I think Moham being a big addition to this roster, and when Showmaker's playing champions he's much more comfortable with, this team will look better even than they did today. So I'm kind of feeling like this is an upward trajectory from here if they keep Moham in. If they're brave enough to do it, maybe they can make that run through playoffs.
Well, we'll get a little bit of insight here with the interviews, which we have Ji-sun standing by with the translations.
2024 LCK Summer 오늘의 두 번째 매치
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the VOG interview translation, joined by Kingen and Aiming. And with this victory, D plus Kia is advancing to the playoffs. Let's interview the VOG winners, Kingen and Aiming, after their very long series up against BNK Fear X. Aiming, you secured a playoff spot after a very hard-fought victory. How do you feel? It feels absolutely amazing to make it to the playoffs, and it means a lot because we got to kind of like bounce back and pick up multiple wins and secure a spot in the playoffs. And Kingen, today's match was extremely long and it must have been physically exhausting. So how did you handle this? My life is all about having 3 gamers, having a long series, so I'm used to it. So it doesn't really affect my concentration or focus. Aiming, there was a change in D plus Kia's roster today. Moham started as your support. Can you tell us the reason behind this choice? It was in order to try multiple tactics and strategies, and we wanted to try out some of the different team colors and play style. Kingen, in both game 1 and 2, Clear picked Kennen. I think you were kind of thinking between Gragas and K'Sante in game 2 and then decided on Gragas. What led to this decision? Gragas and K'Sante are 2 different champions, Gragas, you have to go for the clutch play in the laning phase and also in the team fights. But he cannot really support the team, but for me, I am pretty confident in the Gragas play, starting from the laning phase, and also Gragas itself adds a lot of pressure to the enemies, especially their damage carries, so I wanted to play that role. Aiming, the second game was crazy, breaking the records for both most kills and longest game of the season. What was the most challenging aspects of BNK Fear X? I kind of felt like BNK really prefers a dive comp, so it was pretty, hard to deal with. But in the end, we were discussing how we're gonna kind of overcome that. And we had a base race in the end of game 2. It was a very thrilling play, so let's take a look at this replay. So only Gragas and Ezreal was left to kind of defend the base, and then Kingen, you found the perfect angle with the body slam. So they had Elder and also Baron, With the Elder buff, I was not sure how it's gonna end as well, but I just saw the angle of E-Flash. I was not calculating everything, I just went for it. Aiming, what was going through your head at that moment? Well, that Elder buff was so scary, but I was like, this is our last chance, so we had to, find the angle. We had to thread the needle, but Lucid managed to find the angle and open the team fight, and then the follow-up from Kingen to defend our Nexus and end the game was so on point. And we had a little bit of an emotional moment after that game to victory, but Kingen, you were maintaining your cold face. How did you pull that off? I mean, for me personally, I want to be a machine when it comes to gameplay. I want to be, emotionless on stage. So when the rest of the players are cheering or they're sad, I just try to just accept their emotion, but still I just want to keep calm and not get kind of taken over my own emotions.
상대가 애쉬
And then
레오나라는
game
라인전
3,
강력한 바텀 조합을
enemy
완성을
rounded
했는데요.
out the bottom lane comp with Ashley on a very strong lane duo. And then the answer coming from Diplo's Kia was Misfortune. So a lot of ban cards were invested to the AD carry role. So in the second phase, we were thinking what would be the best option for the AD carry. And then for team fight, Misfortune would be the best pick.
14분의 2코어가 나오는 등 성장이 굉장히
And then you dealt an incredible amount of damage with your MF in game 3, reaching 2 core items by 14 minutes. How did you pull that off? I think one of my strengths is actually, you know, my carry potential and the way, how fast I scale and farm. So I think it also was displayed in that game. Then any tips on using the MF ult? So there are some certain angles where AD carries can find. So when the enemies are grouped up, I try to be in the right position to drop my ult.
그 장면 같이 보겠습니다.
So in game 3, Diplo's Kia followed BNK Felix trying the Baron and engaged a fight and secured an ace. Could you break down the fight for us? So after we won the previous team fight, we were aware that they are gonna go for the desperate Baron attempt, and we knew that they were gonna rush. So our reaction was so on point, and we had everything like calculated. Like when the Baron HP is like this amount low, we have to go for a fight and stuff like that. And today actually is Moham's birthday. Any birthday message for him?
우리 재훈이 모함 선수
Dear Moham, Jaehoon,
승리 선물 해준
the
것
birthday
같아서
present
너무
is a
뿌듯하고
victory. I'm so proud of you.
같이 좋은 모습 많이
And I hope we can keep up the good work together and get more wins as well. Congratulations and happy birthday!
사실 제 생일에는 경기를 졌었거든요.
I lost my match on my birthday, so I don't know, but still glad that he managed to get a win on his birthday. And then after game 2, he came to me and aiming, could you do me a fighting? And then I gave him a really loud fighting, and I bet maybe it helped him to, you know, boost his confidence and get a win in game 3 as well. Now you have successfully advanced to the playoffs, so what aspects do you plan to refine during the remaining regular season games? Now that we secured a spot in the playoffs, I think, yeah, just like you said, refining our performance and making our gameplay more clean is the most important part, you know. Still today, even looking back at the series, it's a big relief that we won, but, you know, having the longest game, having the most kill doesn't really mean that you are doing great. So next time, I hope we can have a cleaner, you know, game and improve teamwork. From now on, I think we are solely going to focus on our performance that will be showcased at the playoffs. And aiming, would you like to add on to that? Yeah, playoffs definitely is the real deal, so we have to come back stronger in order to start up a great race at the playoffs and win it all until the end. So we will focus on that. And this will be the end of the interview from Aiming King and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisana Yaya, and a very, very happy birthday to Moham, as it is the birthday gift. He gets D+ into the playoffs with that victory over BNK.
And look at that game score. The difference between Kwangdong +1 and -4 here at the 7-8 three-way win-loss tie is 5 games. The difference, though, between BNK and KT is just 1. It is going to be such an interesting race to see which two of these teams make it through.
Yeah, and BNK, unfortunately, with the loss here, otherwise they could have gone up to 8. And again, for DK, the chance of them actually dropping out of playoffs were very minuscule. But they are still facing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wolf, but T1, Hanwha Life, and then Kwangdong, the direct competitors. Right. So if they win against Kwangdong, then at least they'll go to 8-8. They won't be able to make up the game score because they can only go to -2. But at least gives them a shot if they can take some individual games and Kwangdong loses everything. Kwangdong still facing DRX.
And T1 not quite done yet either. They still have work to do as they will face Nongshim tomorrow in our second match. But up first, You never know what you're gonna get with the roster. It's Genji versus KT roster.
I think too many people have said it. Now it's starting to make sense again, and that's not how it works.
Well, it all depends on if we all voted to them or all voted against them, and that's when it goes crazy. And I'm pretty sure everyone picked Genji.
Everyone won Genji.
Everyone picked
Every
Genji.
single one. I think that it's probably going to be a Genji 2-0. Nothing to see here. I think it's a pretty safe bet. Don't be excited for KT tomorrow.
Y'all, it was a
Final thoughts.
brilliant day. Brilliant day of the LCK. We're so happy that you spent it here with us, and we have more tomorrow. So until then, be safe, be happy, and we'll see you then.
BNK 성경제가 불렀습니다.
이제 광동풍은 사라지고 모래폭풍이 불 시간이라 광동풍을 저희 경기로 확실히 잠재우도록 하겠습니다.
바람이 다시 불기 시작합니다. 광동 프릭스입니다.
우리 이번에 여우 한번 짓눌러 보자. 파이팅!